and Successor Agency meeting of Tuesday, January 21st. There we go. Okay, now call the meeting to order, and I would invite everyone to please stand, and as we welcome Miss McVeigh's class from Sonora Elementary, and they will perform the national anthem, they will lead us in the pledge, and I believe they also will recite a portion of the Constitution for you here today. And then we will follow that with this moment of solemn expression from Pastor Phil Eiskens of the Lighthouse Church in Costa Mesa. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You guys are saying the preamble already? Go. United States in order to form a perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty for ourselves and our posterity. You ordained and established this Constitution for the United States of America. Beautiful. Our first grade class would like to see the national anthem. Oh, say, can you see the students, thank you so much. That was a beautiful display of patriotism, and we appreciate you. Stay right there, and I'm going to invite Pastor Phil up.
Boy, I'm in on that. I'll tell you. Madam Mayor Foley, Lori Ann Harrison, esteemed City Council, I do always enjoy coming here and participating in that moment of solemn expression. There's one particular verse in Scripture that stands out for me tonight, only because it's sorely needed in our world today, especially to those who find themselves in roles of leadership, whether it be in a religious capacity or in the capacity of civil government. And in the Scriptures, it says, if any of you lacks wisdom, he should ask God, who gives generously and liberally to all without finding fault, and it will be given to them. Shall we pray? Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you tonight really just glad to be here, full of joy and optimism for the things that we hear and say in this chamber and throughout our country, our great country. Lord, we want to welcome these folks from down under here tonight while we have that opportunity too, that you might keep them safe and give them joy and an experience to remember. And Father, we pray for this city council and everything they say and do, and give them wisdom, Father, that they might make decisions that would benefit the entire community. And I know that's their heart's desire. We know that from just the people they've surrounded themselves with. And we pray these things in the name above all names. And everybody said, amen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Sonora students. Okay, at this time, City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Let the record reflect that all council is present.
Okay. Before we continue, I'd like to announce that 2 items published as public hearings regarding the sidewalk vending ordinance and the development agreement with Irvine Company are not on the agenda and will not be heard tonight. So if you are here for those items are going to be heard at a later date. Okay, at this time, Ms. Barlow, do you have any city attorney report?
Thank you. I just wanted to report that there's no action taken in closed session this evening that needs to be reported.
Okay, and now we have a presentation from Connor Medina, Government Affairs Specialist with the Orange County Business Council, and regarding the Turning Red Tape into Red Carpet Award that the City of Costa Mesa received. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Foley. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Stevens and the Honorable City Council. My name is Connor Medina, and I am the Government Affairs Specialist with Orange County Business Council. Each year, OCBC hosts the prestigious Turning Red Tape into Red Carpet Awards, a showcase of the tremendous good work being done in Orange County by cities like Costa Mesa. Too often, the phenomenal work that cities do to go above and beyond in serving their community go unnoticed. On November 20th, 2019, it was OCBC's honor to recognize the City of Costa Mesa with the Leadership in Public Service Award. Costa Mesa was nominated for its hybrid model bridge shelter. The city launched the Homeless Task Force to produce realistic strategies to address homelessness and make recommendations based on the needs of the community, businesses, and the homeless. Their efforts came into fruition when the city opened the bridge shelter with a unique hybrid model of operation, where Mercy House operates the shelter while the city carries out a local approach to community outreach and case management. This model is efficient, collaborative, and effective. When the bridge shelter opened in April of 2019, businesses saw a substantial decrease in the number of unsheltered homeless individuals. And with that, it is Orange County Business Council's privilege to thank and recognize the City of Costa Mesa's visionary leaders and exceptional staff tonight. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Council, would you like to join me down here and we'll take a picture with Mr. Medina? Oh, we got a nice little. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Maybe that'll help. Okay. Okay, we have another presentation tonight, and tonight we welcome the 2020 Sister City Youth Ambassadors from Wyndham, Australia, which includes teachers and student ambassadors from Hoppers Crossing Secondary College. We also have here tonight Estancia High School Representative Anne McClanahan, raise your hand, and chairperson of the Australia Sister City Exchange Program Committee, as well as, and I'm not sure, it doesn't have the name. Is that you, Ms. Tenno? Yes, no? Okay. And Christine Tipping, assistant principal from Hoppers Crossing. This is the 16th year of hosting students from Australia and the 14th year that Hoppers Crossing Secondary College has participated. Ms. Tipping, will you please step to the podium to introduce your students? Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good evening. As you indicated, we are very, very proud to be here, and thank you for the ongoing welcome that you indulge us with every single time. We have been here for approximately a week and a half now and have thoroughly enjoyed the weather you've turned on for us, and we've enjoyed all of the facilities and experiences that we've had since our stay, and we're looking forward to the next week and a half as well. I'd like to introduce to you our delegation. So if the students would please stand. Kaylee Padrina, Natasha Kassensol, Kyle Rahayam, Meg Paisley, Amber Cohen, Alana Nix, Adam Snee, Sadana Timulsina, and my co-chaperone, Noah Nishla. So again, we are very, very proud to be part of the exchange program in terms of having a sister school and also a city council arrangement with Wyndham and obviously Costa Mesa. So thank you very much, and we look forward to this continuing.
Yes, and thank you so much, and thank you all for joining us, and thank you to Estancia High School and all the community volunteers and parents and retired principals who helped to make this program continue here in our city. Council, if you could join us down, we're going to take another picture. These are for your students, and if you want to join us.
Yeah, the weather's been
Just people, the outdoors, and, you know, just people. Oh, just with me. You don't have to come down for that one. Okay. Okay, we have one more presentation tonight. And tonight, we will be recognizing 2 young students for the Mayor's Award. And I am proud to recognize, as the mayor, these 2 young members of our community who demonstrate a combination of an entrepreneurial spirit as well as charity, including concern about our environment. They started at a very young age, a few years ago, with the help of their family. 8-year-old Zoe and her 6-year-old brother Zach started their own recycling collection business called Z&Z Recycling Inc. Over the years, their collection efforts have grown, and their contribution to the community doesn't end there. Zoe and Zach's business model includes donating half of their proceeds, 50%, to charity. These young entrepreneurs serve as role models to us all. And while they are this month's Mayor Award recipients, I also want to thank their parents, Jeff and Dory, raise your hand, and their grandparents, Rachel and Phil, who are also very involved in our Lions Club here, and their uncle Adam, and their network of recycling neighbors who all pitch in to save their bottles and cans to assist Zoe and Zach. And so they also have left us here at City Hall some collection boxes so that we can help them to collect more recycling and spread their joy that they are bringing to others. For more about their inspiring story, we're going to watch the video.
We named it Z&Z Recycling because of our names start with both Z's.
Zoe and Zach, when they started Z&Z Recycling, started with a small haul route. I think it started a little bit, not just with family members, but through the family's connections throughout the neighborhoods. They've gone around from house to house and was able to get enough customers.
Their grandma and their grandpa have reached out to their friends and family, and we've kind of spread the word throughout Costa Mesa that, hey, we'll take all this, we'll do all the effort. So we've all kind of collectively reached out to our contacts.
And we don't really see them, but what I think they would say if we would see them is we like how you guys are helping the environment.
Thank you. Thanks. You guys are doing a great job. I really appreciate it.
After they drink all the stuff, and then they put it in the bin that we do recycling with, and then we take that on Mondays or Wednesdays sometimes, and we do the recycling. One person does the cans and one person does the bottles and the glass bottles. Usually my brother does the cans, I do the bottles, my grandma does the glass bottles, and so does my grandpa. And then after that, we go over there and then we get the money.
How much? What's the bottom amount? $60.13.
When they get about $100 or more, they'll put that aside, and then once they get to, I think, about 1,000, then they go and they write the Orangewood Children's Home a check out of their little account, and then hand it over to them.
So we get bicycles for them and activities to go to the movie theaters. And so we save the environment and help the kids that don't have any food or clothes. We're opening up this meeting. Who's here? Zoe Arbor,
Rachel Perry.
Philip D. Marsh.
Adam Meredith.
Zach Arbor.
We have a board meeting every quarter. The kids don't, I think, fully understand the concept altogether, but at least we kind of make it like, we have a president, vice president, secretary, and we kind of sit down.
And then we go through how much money we have and what we can use it on.
Hi, I thought this was a city council meeting. Thank you for all of your charitable work and your entrepreneurship. You are creative and have created a business that not only is a business that helps you to make money so you can buy things that you enjoy, but also so that you can give back and be socially responsible. Socially responsible businesses, that's what we like here in Costa Mesa. So we are just thrilled to be able to recognize you.
It's varied over the years. It started out with excitement, then it goes through a phase of this is work. It seems to be more in a phase of exciting and worth it. And I think the recognition from the family and the community helps.
Sometimes they can change the world just recycling, and it's a really big deal.
So, again, wonderful job, Zach and Zoe. Thank you so much. And I'm going to recognize you as this month's Mayor's Award recipients. But I also want to point out, because I see that Miss McVeigh is still in the house, these students also attend Sonora Elementary. So you're doing a good job over there at Sonora. Okay, come on over. Okay, come on over here to the middle. Well, let's move your box over with us, okay? Okay, well, we're off to a good start. Next is Costa Mesa Minute.
Hey there, Costa Mesa. I'm Dane Bora, and this is your special City Council edition of the Costa Mesa Minute, and your quick look at some upcoming events and activities you may be interested in. The largest Vietnamese New Year festival in the nation returns this weekend to the OC Fair and Events Center as the annual Tet Festival celebrates Vietnamese culture and the Year of the Rat. Costa Mesa United and the Chargers are hosting the 61st annual North versus South All-Star Classic, featuring the best high school football players in Orange County this Saturday evening at OCC. There's a series of farm and garden classes offered every Saturday at Centennial Farm over at the OC Fair and Event Center. Upcoming classes include charcuterie styling and composting 101. You are invited to participate in the first community bike ride of the new year, hosted by Councilmember Arliss Reynolds this Sunday afternoon. This month's family-friendly ride will start at Marina View Park and tour 5 parks on the west side. The city's Animal Care Services team and Priceless Pet Rescue are hosting a volunteer and foster care orientation on Saturday, February 1st at the Balearic Community Center. This training is open to interested volunteers 13 years and older, and registration is not required. And the following weekend, Animal Care Services and Priceless Pets will partner once again for a dog adoption event on the event lawn at Lions Park. And that same day, volunteers will be removing invasive plants out at Fairview Park from 9 to 11 a.m. as part of the monthly Fairview Park Restoration and Education Program. And finally, registration is now open for the upcoming Community Emergency Response Team training hosted by Costa Mesa Fire and Rescue. The weekend CERT course takes place February 21st through the 23rd, but you can reserve your spot today. And don't forget, you can always check out the regular edition of the Costa Mesa Minute for more local news and happenings. I'll see you next time.
Thank you. Charcuterie styling. I think I'm going to have to check that out. Okay. I think Ms. Farrah Harrison, are you doing the report or someone else?
Yes,
Or Ms.
I'll be
Price?
doing the
Okay.
report.
Next is the Costa Mesa Bridge Shelter and Homelessness Update.
Thank you, Mayor Foley. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, council members. We have decided to do a standing update each council meeting on the Costa Mesa Bridge Shelter and also give a broader overview of all of our efforts as it relates to homelessness, since this is such a pressing issue for the community. We wanted to make sure that we're always providing timely and up-to-date information. As the public is aware, Costa Mesa has been doing its fair share to address the crisis of homelessness in our community, and those efforts have been going on for several years now. But most importantly, in 2019, we increased those efforts when the City Council unanimously led the creation of our temporary bridge shelter, which is operated by both Mercy House and City Case Management staff. And we just heard from Pastor Phil earlier this evening when he did the invocation. Just wanted to thank him again and Lighthouse Church for partnering with us in this endeavor. We have 50 individuals who receive services at any one point in time at our bridge shelter. But we also wanted to mention the incredible work that's being done by our street outreach team. And so in addition to the case management that's provided within the shelter, by Mercy House and also our own city staff, we also have staff that are out there every day working with individuals and that are homeless within our community and making sure that they have access to the services, not just at the shelter, but if they could make placements or help to make referrals for all the services that they might need. So we just wanted to highlight the efforts and all of the incredible work of our street outreach team this evening. They have been just incredible in terms of making connections for individuals that are experiencing homelessness. In addition to the 45 people that we have actually been able to house from our bridge shelter, which is a fantastic number. That's a number just from April of 2019, 45 people housed. The city outreach team has also been able to have housed 57 people in addition to the 45. And so their efforts have also been bearing fruit. We're exceedingly proud of the work that they've been doing just to supplement the work of our shelter. And so we have this multifaceted approach where we have the street outreach teams every day on the streets working with individuals in the community, as well as making the referrals over to our homeless shelter to make sure that we can give solid case management and get people back on their feet. And so with all of these amazing efforts and this multifaceted approach, we have 102 individuals who've been housed. And so I just wanted to congratulate everyone that's working on the issues related to homelessness in our city. We know that we have incredible community partners. I want to thank Mercy House, Lighthouse Church, and of course our own incredible staff, our police and fire first responders, who are also the first line of defense. But in particular, we really wanted to thank the street outreach team. And so I just wanted to briefly just share their names. We have Paul Mahoney, case manager, Stephanie Ogus, Bill Nelson, John Begin, Rosemary Nielsen, Crystal Clark, who's a Trellis contract worker, so we've partnered with Trellis on these efforts as well, Christina Bennett, and she's a part-time outreach worker for us. And then Amira Ghaznavi is our data and management aide, and Mike Brombaugh, of course, from Code Enforcement, who's also key. He was also featured recently in an article in the Daily Pilot. And so just wanted to end by saying how proud we are of the work that staff is doing. And for the community, we know that this is an important issue for you, and we have committed to having a multifaceted approach and working in every way possible in all the creative ways that we can to help address the issues related to homelessness. And at this point, we have 102 people housed. And so very thankful for those efforts, just want to thank staff for the incredible job that they've been doing.
Excellent. Great work. Just to give everybody some context, when we started this process, our point-in-time count number was 187. So we are making great progress to end homelessness here in Costa Mesa. Thank you to our amazing staff. Okay, public comments. Now is the time for hearing items that are not listed on the agenda. If you would like to speak to an item that is not on our agenda, please come to one of the two podiums and you'll be given 3 minutes. If you could be so kind as to fill out the green card, although it's not required. So if you want to speak, come up to one of the two podiums at this time, and we'll start over here.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. I think some of you know me. My name is Matt Holzman, and I am a member of the Orange County Mental Health Board, and I am also the Government Relations Chair for the National Alliance on Mental Illness Orange County affiliate. And I want to be one of the first to congratulate you on a very foresighted plan for the Fairview site. It's well thought out, it's well reasoned, and my only comment would be that we ensure that there are comprehensive behavioral health services on site.
So, Mr. Holzman, I don't mean to interrupt, but that item is on our agenda tonight. Are you going to stay for that, or did you want to?
I'm not.
Okay, all right.
I think you're all going to do the right thing.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next speaker. And just as a reminder, if you're here to speak on the Fairview Development Center, that item is on our agenda. So this is the time to speak on items not listed on the agenda. Yes, go ahead, sir.
I started a category itemizing the terming out of mortgage.
Excuse me, sir, could I ask you to pull there we go.
Is that better?
Yes, much better.
Okay, I had just had a bunch of teeth replaced.
Oh, no.
After my knee surgery, because all of a sudden I started knocking out teeth.
Oh, no.
And so I will sound a bit lispy. But anyway, the guy who wrote the stuff that's got the Paulson talking to Congress to do the emergency repair system that saves thousands of banks and thousands of mortgages. I'm that guy. I'll show you the thing later, but I now knowing because Pelosi's up there lying to everybody about, and then what's his name, Vulgar, pardon me, he's saying that everything is due to Wall Street. It's not. It was the Federal Banking and Functional Regulations, the Federal Reserve Board, the Reform Management Committee, the Comptroller to the Currency, OCC, the Economic Growth, the Bank Holding Act, the Proprietary Trading Suppression, all of these things, the Dodd, especially Frank Act, and the Fed Chair Volcker, all were reporting it 10 to 20 years before that. Greenspan has, I can show that in another place where it's a little bit slower. There's all of these issues where it shows that it's been there. So Pelosi has been committing perjury for 10 to 20 years, and by the law that I understand it, means she's disqualified for the job she's got. I'm the guy who emailed Apple's president, Cook, about how the FBI could read phones. I recall $2.5 billion of programs with Hughes Aircraft Company for Phoenix missile. I've got most of their cost improvement programs. I still say that Putin saved American space program. Russia warned about the Boston bombers, but Putin did the rest. Obama promised DARPA funding in his Hudson speech, but he's the one who paid for illegal spying in the U.S. by the NSA. I'm the guy who got the NSA reported to with the first virus on their NSA servers. If you talk to Stephen Smalley at the NSA, he'll probably still verify it. I doubled the TBO, time between overhauls, for the Predators. I saved 1 million lives with a spoon, as I told James Rogan, the head of the patent office. I got Microsoft to start using seaplanes in their flight simulators. I got San Onofre to idle. I got TEPCO and Jack said the radiation cameras to get the cement out of there. I got Paulson's 3-page banking letter started.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for coming and speaking to us tonight.
And the rest later
Okay.
I can show at
Okay.
leisure.
Thank you so much. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Leah Clavron, and I've been a resident here of beautiful Costa Mesa since 1992. I have a question for the council members. How many cities across the U.S. so far have implemented 5G in their cities?
Here's what, the council doesn't do a back and forth, so if you want to ask your questions, and then we'll have someone get back to you afterwards.
Okay, are all the council members going to go on record on how they vote on it?
Yeah, we vote in public.
You vote in public, so it will be recorded?
Yes.
Beautiful.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I want to give some comments about why I don't think it's a good idea. It's not just me. This is a worldwide movement. Are you aware there's a worldwide movement to keep 5G from being implemented? Anyways, I'll go on record as stating there is a worldwide movement from keeping 5G to being implemented. And the reason is it is got properties with the radiation that it emits that will cause permanent DNA damage and premature aging. It also has been proven to cause brain cancer, and that breaks a multi-generational mitochondrial damage, so that brain cancer can be passed on to your future generations. So little Zoe and, can't remember the other child's names, children will be affected by having exposure to 5G. There is also neuropsychiatric effects, which is headaches, irritability, sleep disturbances, altered memory, and depression. We all know that all of these are part of deteriorating mental health, which causes a whole array of problems within the community, some of which the 187 people who are homeless now have. So it breaks the cellular damage in our bodies, and it causes the calcium channels within the human cells to get damaged permanently. So I want to make sure that there's record here that the council has been advised. This is information that's all over. I'm happy to give my documents. But if you want your residents to have neuropsychiatric problems that lead to much greater issues, have permanent DNA damage, brain cancer, and some of the other, I'm not even going over the other 10 or 15. I want the council members to be aware this is not just a small little itty bitty thing. This is a worldwide movement to keep this technology from poisoning our DNA and causing permanent brain cancer. So I want to make sure that, good, I'm very happy, yet your votes will be recorded publicly, as is, if this passes through, we're going to want to know who is responsible for bringing it into our communities. And by the way, there's only about 36 cities that have it now.
Your time is up. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Bill Mitchell. I'm one of the neighbors on Vanguard Street, and I'm coming tonight on behalf of the neighbors and to talk about the tremendous parking problem that we have on Vanguard Street. With all the construction that Vanguard has started, and at the same time they have started pay parking, and they have club soccer every night. They have club softball every Sunday. They have the fields being used 7 days a week, and there's nowhere for those parents to park except for our street. We are literally trapped on our street because if we leave, there will be nowhere to park. Unfortunately, Monticello is like a lot of places where they have multiple people living in the townhomes, And so they have multiple cars. And Monticello, back when it was made in the 60s, wasn't made to handle that kind of traffic, and neither were the apartments around us. And so we have to deal all year, except for summer and Christmas break, with an absolute nightmare. And I've talked with the mayor about this, and she was awesome. And the communication with her office stopped back in November. And they were explaining to me it's a slow process, but this process has got to speed up. It is so bad. And I'm coming as one person, but I'd be more than happy to bring all the neighbors. I just see it as a huge waste of time to bring them all here. Vanguard is not going to bend. They don't care. They say they have enough parking. They do, but the students don't want to park over by Newport Mesa Church. They want to park on Vanguard where it's close and they don't have to walk far. They're not going to pay for $200 a year for parking when they can do it for free, and they don't care about our street. I've sent in work orders complaining that our street is not swept because the cars are being left there on street sweeping day, and I've complained about this. And to no avail. The students know that the police are no longer ticketing those cars, and so why should they move them? And I'm just really begging you right now, please do something about this. It's out of control, and it's the worst I've seen it in 21 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lee, could you, Mr. Mitchell? I wanted to make sure that Ms. Lee spoke with you. You could get her card, and also,
Thank you.
Councilmember Marr is District 3 representative, and I'm sure she'd be happy to help. That's why she gave you her card. But also, Ms. Lee, could you look up as it relates to, I don't know that the conditional use permit for Vanguard allows for paid parking. This is a new item that I had not heard about before. So if you could look into that, and also some of the other items that were mentioned. And I know that staff was working with Mr. Mitchell, so if we could reconnect. I didn't know that the connection had stopped, so thank you.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Okay. Next speaker.
I'm sorry. This is my first time out here. My name is Lou Noble, and I'm a resident of Orange County. In God we trust, and I'm actually a homeless advocate. For 4 years, I've been out there trying to find out what's going on with the homeless and their mental problems. We know we had a recession back in 2008. Nobody really realizes that a lot of these people never got back. Their families broke down, and they're in a depression at this point. In Leviticus 25, 35, 36 is about kindness for the poor sisters and brothers. There's many verses about how to help the homeless, but this captured me. It says, if your brother becomes poor and cannot maintain himself with you, you shall support him as though he were a stranger or a visitor, and he shall live with you. Take no interest from him or profit, but fear your God, that your brother may have lived beside you. I've seen the criminalization of the homeless in Orange County. I spoke to the county officials, which I don't go anymore because I am not pleading anymore, and I hate to shame them for what they have done. With all the money, we're a county that's got the money, it's got the lands. I actually started advocating for structured campgrounds because people are suffering out there while they wait, 10-year wait for housing, and even more now. But when we start criminalizing the homeless, and this is what it is, because the camping storage ordinance is criminalizing the homeless because they don't have nowhere else to go. Santa Ana has been brutal on taking people's property and throwing them in the trash. And actually now they're destroying the creek just to get rid of a class of people. Just like the county has actually, when they threw them out of the riverbed, they started putting boulders and fences. And now I see fences all over, so people, I mean, what have we become? We have to help them now. If we can't get them into a shelter, because a lot of them are shelter resistant because of their mental problems that they have. This lady that came here earlier that spoke before me, she's right. A lot of these people that are out there are getting that brain damage. I've known people that have been.
Thank you, Mr.
But
Noble.
anyways, I'll speak
Thank
later.
you.
Thank you.
Just to let you know, I think you came in after our presentation. We just did a whole presentation about the good work that we're doing here in Costa Mesa to end homelessness. And I will make sure that Mr. Locke gives you his card. He can then email you a link to our website where we have all that data. We've actually housed 103 people.
Oh, yes, and I appreciate that.
Thank
That's
you.
why my
Thank
first
you.
time here, I'm not talking about you, I'm talking the incompetence of our county officials that are in the Board of Supervisors.
Okay, thank you so much for coming out tonight. Next speaker, Mr. Kelly.
Yeah, Patrick Kelly. I live in Costa Mesa. I've lived here for about 25 years. I live in College Park. Bought our house over there for about $200,000 in '96. Those houses now are going for $700,000, $800,000, $900,000. There is no clear-cut solution to homelessness or to affordable or workforce housing. I want to thank all of you that are very involved for your public service. Many of you, I know Alan and Sandy and Katrina, you all go back a long time, and I want to thank you for what you do. But the piece on the homelessness and what's going on, it really is a form of modern barbarism. That we are in such an affluent society and here in an affluent county, and we're literally stepping over the homeless. There's probably 20, 30,000 homeless here in Orange County, and what I'm putting up, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to stay for the presentation on Fairview, but I think we need to have a reboot on the housing process. We need to figure out a way that we can get people into housing that they can afford. People can't afford $500,000, $600,000, $700,000, $800,000. Most people can't afford that. We're going to have to build some high-rise housing, and we're going to have to build some medium-rise housing, and we should probably take a look at what they've done in New York City and in other areas where they've set up a process for co-op housing. And there's people moving into co-ops in San Francisco, 2-bedroom co-ops that were sponsored by the longshoremen. They're buying those co-ops at $500,000. If you buy an apartment in San Francisco, it's $1.3 million. And there needs to be a serious reboot on how we do housing. And I would suggest that we have a public-private partnership. There's public land like at Fairview. There's other places where there is land available. There's the universities. There's the state colleges. There's a lot of land out there. Let's partner up with the state and federal government and with the union pension funds, and let's build thousands and thousands of apartments or co-ops or something to get off the dime, because this model is broken. It's not working, what's happening here in Southern California. People, you can't, to go buy or build a house is unaffordable. And so I want to thank the mayor, and I want to thank all of you for doing whatever you do. And it's certainly a serious problem, but we need to step up, all of us, and put our arms around this modern barbarism that's going on in our society. It's outrageous. And the homelessness piece, it's tied up, it's complicated. A lot of us have been through drugs and alcohol and all these things. Most of us have been fortunate and have gotten beyond it. But there certainly has to be social network that supports people if you're going to move them into housing. But anyway, I'm sort of preaching to the choir, but I want to thank all of you for what you do. This is a great city, and let's keep it great, but let's figure out a way to build a lot of new housing.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Next speaker.
Can I have a second to figure out how to work this thing?
Sure, go ahead.
How do I get it back and forth? Huh? Okay, not working. This is going to be difficult. Go to another one. Another one. Another one. You have 5 there? There, right there. Let's start. Okay, we can start. Thank you. Good evening. Tonight's dog park chapter details the small dog park's shade trees situation. It's essentially a repeat of one I made before the council nearly 6 years ago on May the 6th, 2014. Some things never change in the city. First, here's a photo of the space between the tennis courts and the small dog park. Off to the right, you can see, is a hedge that provides a needed sound barrier. These are melaleuca trees that are trained by staff to be a hedge. 4 times a year, they are pruned back so they do not grow into full-grown trees. They are extremely sturdy survivors once they are established. These same melaleucas were planted along the parking lot fence line in 2001, but they put in maybe 40 or more trees where there should have been no more than 10. Long-term, this would prove problematic. In the early years, they provide badly needed shade, a sound barrier against the freeway, and a sense of privacy that made that area the most popular space in the park. In 2005, staff decided to kill off all the trees against that fence line, but due solely to the direct, aggressive intervention by Council Member Linda Dixon, the trees were saved. But maintenance refused to do any kind of pruning or any other work with those trees year after year. Eventually, because of staff neglect and the problem of the trees having been planted too close to each other, the trees began dying off. If we can move the picture. As you can see, we're losing badly there, okay? In May 2011, at the expense of the Costa Mesa Park Foundation, a project was commenced to plant 6 new trees, melaleucas mostly. We did nothing special, nothing not done by countless city residents who have trees in their backyards. Nothing that any one of you sitting up there could do on yourselves. You dig a hole, you put in a tree, you irrigate with simple rainbird sprinklers like many of us have at home. Okay, let's take a look at it. We have a group of people. Move over. Right there. There's our little gang, our little project, okay? 18 months later, in November 2012, you can see here the fruits of our project. One more. Right there. We have a forest growing like crazy in only 18 months. But they do need some maintenance work, and I'm an accountant, not a tree trimmer, so I couldn't do much there. And another 18 months beyond that, we had a virtual forest in there with no maintenance help at all throughout that period. Finally, after so many years of neglect, maintenance finally comes in, and here's what we have in a photo dated April 2014. One more, move over. Again. Right there. You see a red line vertical? That's where that massive tree was. They removed it and butchered every single tree along the line. That one to the right, that lived in about another year or so, okay? So we have been without shade in the summers of 2013, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 2019, 7 summers in a row, and this next summer is guaranteed.
Okay, thank you. Your time is up. We will add that to the list regarding the Bark Park, and Ms. Farrell Harrison, when it's her turn to speak, she's going to address the Bark Park, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Robin Leffler, longtime resident of Costa Mesa. I think it's been about 45 years. When we were first married, we wanted to live in this semi-coastal zone. The beachside cities and the cities just inland from them are really desirable real estate, and the prices here reflect that. That's just the nature of the market, and that's fairly a fair and equitable thing for property this close to the beach. So we worked really hard. And we lived for a long time in one of those little tiny duplex courts in a little tiny one bathroom, 2-bedroom, itsy bitsy living room, galley kitchen, sort of, duplex courts. And eventually had enough money to buy a house in the Freedom Homes. And then we worked really hard, got a little equity, were able to move to a bigger house. And I just want to say that we fell in love with the character of Costa Mesa. Costa Mesa has a low-density, low-profile, suburban character. I want to ask the council to please do everything you can to preserve that character. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I want to thank the city manager for her report on the homeless shelter. And ask that the next time that report be given, that possibly you could add in there the status of the new shelter, when it's planning on being open, the time frame that's going on. And also, when you were mentioning the street team and the other individuals that are participating in the homeless, could you break down financially in this $52,000 a bed estimate of the cost of the shelter? Does that include all the city staff, including the police department and any Costa Mesa resident? And also, if you could keep us updated, at the FICA meeting, it was stated that the retrofit for the shelter is off by 70%, which adds another $1 million to the retrofit. So it was $7 million for the shelter, $1.5 million for the retrofit, so now that's $2.5 million. If you could keep us appraised of the finances as well, because if we don't have the money to do this, it's going to affect everybody, the residents and the homeless. So I'd like to see some budgeting on that and some numbers that would fit into that. But thank you for that report. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, we have one more speaker.
Okay, how about Zach and Zoe? That's pretty neat. That's young people getting involved, doing something really positive. I'm thrilled when I hear stuff like that. I love it when there's a lot of young people listening. You know, yesterday was Martin Luther King's birthday, and there was a lot of neat stuff on TV about everything, if you had time to watch it. And it really strikes me as, you know, there's all these young people getting involved with drugs, and you are enslaving yourselves. I know you might think it's cool, but you'll never be free. You don't do heroin and get out scot-free. Nobody does. You will not get away from it. You might get clean, but you will have it on your, Bob Dylan monkey on your back the rest of your life. It's always going to be sitting there waiting for you. I'm begging people, young people out there, to think about it twice before you get involved. There's lots of other fun things to do. But anyway. And I'm not a prude. But anyway, okay, so this last Monday night at the Planning Commission, 7-1 vote, our Planning Commission decided that because Willa has rezoned sober living businesses as vocational schools, is everybody listening?
Listening.
Okay. On the corner of Harbor and Adams, that is not a vocational school. And it is not a wellness center. It is a sober living business, lock, stock, and barrel. They lied to the Planning Commission. They misrepresented themselves on their application. And just so you know, this gentleman I met today is from the National Federation of Independent Businesses. He was over there because the wellness people, he said, well, wait a minute. If you're a wellness center, why are you doing drug testing? Is everybody listening? That is not okay what's going on over there. So then I went to the businesses. I went to Coco's, I went to Pier 1, and I went to Legends. Well, I got an earful about that corner building and what goes on there, especially Legends surfboards. Before anybody makes a decision up here, because it's been pulled up to the council, I'm begging all 7 of you to go over and talk to the business owners over there, and go over and watch the vans pulling in and out, and go over and watch what's coming in and out of the vans, and go over and watch the smoking, vaping guys by the garbage dumpster, and watch the Planning Commission, and question why in God's name those planning commissioners just rubber stamp that because Willa says it's a vocational school. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Now, there are no other public comments. We will now move to council member comments. And if you would like to speak, please request your name in the queue. We'll start with Councilmember Guinness.
I'm trying to call up something here on my iPad. I was very appreciative of the comments from Mr. Noble. In particular, the verse that he quoted out of Leviticus. Oops, I'm going to start over. I don't know if Mr. Noble's here anymore. I think he may have left, but I was really appreciative of his comments because of the verse that he quoted out of Leviticus. And right before they start talking about helping the poor, there's a verse that says, "But the pasture land belonging to their towns must not be sold. It is their permanent possession." And right away I thought of Fairview. And I thought, this man, I mean, it was like, sometimes you just think that somebody has a word from someplace. Oh, there you are. Because the way those two things mesh with our later discussion of Fairview, it's just perfect. Anyway, then to go on, I'm concerned about the building at Harbor and Adams. I have been for a long time. I think it ranks right up there with the 440 building in terms of some of the businesses that we have there. I have a concern about parking in particular. Under our NPDES permit, which is our water quality discharge permit, we are required to sweep our streets. But if we can't sweep our streets, I don't know how we could be in conformance with our permits because our streets aren't being swept the way they are. Some cities, in response to that, have no parking on street sweeping days at all. I don't know that that would be practical for us, but I do know there are streets that just never get swept. And then also, let's see, I'd like to thank Costa Mesa United. They had a great event yesterday. They had their annual golf tournament. They raised a lot of money for youth sports, and particularly want to thank Jennifer Knapp for all the work she does on it. I know there's a lot of people who do a lot of work, but she really works her tail off on that. And then on a sadder note, over the holidays, there were four people, which is a lot, who would be important to our community who passed away. And I would just like for us to maybe remember them when we adjourn. Mike Healy, who was a longtime police officer, retired East Side resident, served on various boards. I think he was on the water board at one time. Sharon Renna, a longtime resident of the Bird Streets. She was on the original Fairview Park Committee way back in the 80s. And the thing I remember most about her, she was funny. Boy, did she have a wit. Trudy Oleg, another longtime resident who served on the water board for many years, who came down to our podium on many occasions, who will also be missed. And then Joan Irvine Smith, who, for myself, I recall when I worked as a little baby planner, and she would come down to Newport City Hall all the time, and she would sit in the back, and she'd take notes on everything. And then many years later, I was able to work with her on saving Crystal Cove because they wanted to turn that into resort. And a lot of us, a really high-end resort that would have excluded the public. And there was a role model for young women, did not give up, very bright. She could have just sat around being rich and going shopping, but she didn't. She gave to the community, and we owe her a lot, including UCI. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Green, can you, I tried to reset it from here, but it won't let me, because it's on a 1-minute warning. Can you reset it for 30 seconds? Okay, thank you. Okay, Councilmember Reynolds?
Yep, okay. Thank you all for being here. It's always nice to see a packed audience out there, especially those of you who are participating. We appreciate all of the comments that we receive during public comment and by email. Even if we don't address it during this response period today, know that there's quite a few staff in here as well as all of us and our city manager writing down notes and planning to respond to all of those issues. And I want to thank the Trellis team for their day of service activities on Martin Luther King holiday. I saw some really neat pictures of people, neighbors on the streets picking up trash, just working together to beautify our neighborhood. So really appreciate all of that work. I would have been there, but I was out celebrating the end of my holiday in Nevada City at the Wild and Scenic Film Festival. If I look a little tired, it's because I watched 37 films in 4 days. This is a film festival designed to, I know, rigorous work, A film festival designed to inspire environmental activism and love of nature. So very, very near and dear to my heart, and many wonderful stories of local issues to that area, to environmental fights around the world. It really got me thinking a lot about the work that we're doing here, and I want to make sure that we're acknowledging and documenting the work that we're doing here, celebrating our natural resources and cultural heritage sites in Costa Mesa. The more I learn about it, the more I realize there's an education that I think our public would really appreciate. So our Fairview Park administrator, Cynthia D'Agosta, and other Fairview Park Alliance, many community members have been working really hard on restoration activities and educational programming activities at Fairview Park. Please keep your eye out for those, and I hope that our city can also support documenting some of that work, because I think maybe one day we'll have a Costa Mesa film in the Wild and Scenic Film Festival. On a related note, I was at the second of 3 workshops on the Santa Ana River watershed today, also with our Fairview Park administrator. Today's discussion was a lot about regional collaboration on watershed issues, working together on water resource issues, with a lot of discussion about multi-benefit projects. So I'm very interested in working with our new energy and sustainability manager on some of those ideas. Housing. We've had a lot of discussions on housing related to homelessness and new housing to build in the city. I want to make sure we also are thinking about those residents in Costa Mesa who are currently housed but living on the edge of homelessness. We're hearing a lot about families who are living under extreme cost burden, receiving eviction notices, receiving rent hikes. I've talked to the city manager a little bit about some ways we can support them. I want to make sure that we're thinking about homelessness prevention as well. And I think all of us have heard about some high-profile businesses closing the last few weeks. There does seem to be an uptick in vacancies. I don't know if that's actually trending up. I'd like to hear more about that and really accelerate our economic development plan, talk about how to fill vacancies. We've talked a bit about streamlining business processes to help get businesses up and running sooner. I think that's something we need to hit the accelerator on this year. Community bike ride. I hope you will join us. Our monthly bike ride has been growing every year. It's really, really fun. It's a neat way. I am learning something about the community every time we do one of these bike rides. Our next one is this Sunday, and we do have a special guest, our Assemblywoman, Kati Petrie Norris, who's going to give a legislative update at 2 o'clock. Before we do our bike ride, she'll talk about her accomplishments in the past year relevant to Costa Mesa and her priorities for 2020. It's a really good opportunity to meet her and talk to her about issues you care about. And then we'll all bike together through parks on the west side. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Councilmember Chavez.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming today. I think it's been a month since our last full council meeting, so thank you all for coming in abundance today for this one. Hope you had a great long weekend. As you all know, we celebrate Martin Luther King Day. As I always like doing my family, like doing acts of charity that day. My family and I went on for a walk in Fairview Park and tried to pick up litter, my little sister. So that was our little quick action for the day. And to also celebrate Lunar New Year, happy early Tet Festival. If you have a chance, go this Saturday to the OC Fairgrounds. It'll be a wonderful event for all those who want to celebrate and learn more about that unique culture here in Orange County. Real quickly, I just want to touch base on the comment from Vanguard Way. As you know, on our agenda today, we have an item regarding a citywide parking study. So we have heard concerns for residents in Costa Mesa. We are addressing that tonight. So if you want to stay for that or tune in on home, you can do that as well. And finally, I just want to do a quick shout out to a business in my district, Moon Goat Coffee. I had a wonderful time this past month going there for multiple meetings. Every time has been a wider range of interesting conversations to be had and great place to meet. My favorite drink there to get is the peppermint coffee or peppermint tea. So if you want to try those two things, I recommend them. They're pretty fire. They're pretty good. So with that being said, guys, thank you for coming today and have a great meeting.
Thank you. Councilmember Marr.
Well, I will take your independent coffee shop and raise it by an independent coffee shop. So Hola Adios Coffee just opened in District 3. It's our first independent coffee shop in the district, and I'm very excited, and I've been there quite a few times already. Okay. Thank you to all of staff who's worked on the homelessness effort. As you've heard, we're doing a lot. We're busy. It comes up frequently. I do want to also share the non-emergency number, 714-754-5252. is the non-emergency line for anything in Costa Mesa. I've seen some next door posts recently that have said, hey, I saw a guy on the street and I didn't know what to do. Well, the answer is you call the non-emergency line, 714-754-5252. I know I do on a semi-frequent basis when I see something that doesn't quite look right in the city. Okay, housing, since that came up a couple of times during public comment. Last time we were in this room, we were talking about how we thought the methodology that was developed in order to establish what the number of units we needed to build over the next 10 years was going to be was a pretty terrible methodology. We passed a resolution to push back on that methodology. We were basically told, deal with it. So we're going to deal with it, which means we've got 11,000 units we've got to plan for over the next 10 years. The state's been very clear that if we don't make a plan and start working towards it, we're going to be penalized. And so, whether we like it or not at this point, our hands are somewhat tied. The question is, how do we do it in a responsible way? How do we do it in a way that doesn't impact single-family neighborhoods? How do we do it in a way that makes sense for Costa Mesa? So over the next, Ms. Lee, correct me if I'm wrong, but we're starting to work on the RFP for the consultant who's going to help with the housing element process. That process, I'm looking forward to understanding the workflow a little bit more because I think that's an opportunity to provide community input on what all of that housing is going to look like in our community. So it's going to be an interesting year of lots and lots of housing conversations. I'm excited that there are so many people who are interested and willing to participate in that conversation. I don't think anyone is going to get exactly what they want, but I think it is an opportunity to do some visioning in some of the places around town that we think maybe could use some revitalization, maybe could use some mixed-use development, and maybe in some specific cases should have an increase in density. So I also want to second Councilmember Reynolds' economic development plan ask. I know that's something we've been talking about. Sorry, all of my comments are sort of directed in this general area today. But yeah, that's something that we've talked about quite a bit is having a real plan. I've been spending a lot of time in the Midwest in a town that's gone through extensive redevelopment and trying to reinvent themselves and bring people back from fleeing the Rust Belt. And a lot of it has been around high-tech manufacturing, but also lots and lots of coffee shops, just to bring it full circle, coffee shops and businesses that people want to frequent on a daily basis. So looking forward to seeing that when it comes out. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
Well, we've got a new decade, a new year. I have a new beard. And we have a new assistant city manager. So Susan Price. Let's all welcome Susan Price to the great city of Costa Mesa. Right here, we stole her from the county, and they'll never forgive us, but it's good. To the victor goes the spoils. So speaking of new places in town, and it is a bummer that some of the old ones are going out, but Hennessy's opened. Right where Roma Cucina used to be on Newport Boulevard. That's a new place. It's great. The food is great there. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And when I went there for the ribbon cutting, they have this device that they were able to put my face on the head of a Guinness. So that was pretty cool. I don't know whether they just had that for the ribbon cutting or they'll have that all the time, but it's a great new place. Let's see, there's a problem though, and I talked to the city manager about that. That area has a real parking issue. I was talking to the owner of the Cyclist who's there, and so we're going to talk about parking later, but we definitely need to address sooner rather than later some creative ways to alleviate their parking crowding right in that little area. The Cannabis Ad Hoc Committee, that's Mayor Foley and Councilmember Chavez and I have met. We've worked on this. We should be coming back with something next month to present to the council. And we do need to spur development in that area. There's a lot of people who have invested literally millions of dollars in our community, and we need to stimulate that industry. And so we're working on that, and we'll bring something back. The Tet Festival was mentioned by a couple of folks. That is an interesting festival. I went there to it last year. I intend to go there on Saturday. It's the largest Vietnamese Lunar New Year celebration in the nation. And the other thing that's cool about it is it's run all by students. The UVSA runs it, and it's really spectacular. Last year was the first time I've gone to it, and if you haven't been, it's definitely worth seeing. Trudy Hall, her memorial is also on Saturday. Trudy was on the water board for many years, and as Councilmember Guinness said, she used to come and give us her wisdom at the meetings, and was a personal friend of mine, and we're going to definitely miss her. And the last thing is tomorrow I have the meeting for the Animal Services Committee, and I'm sure that they'd want me to tell you that it's a new year, so get your pets licensed. That's it. And you could do it online.
All right, great. So part of the, either the benefit to you, but the detriment to me of going last is that a lot of what I was going to say has already been said. So ditto to most of everything that was said here tonight. Chuk Moon Nam Moi, because it's Happy New Year for the Lunar New Year. We have lots of celebrations in Costa Mesa. We have at the fairgrounds. We also have South Coast Plaza beginning on Thursday night are having their big Lunar New Year kickoff, and they'll have activities and programming there all, I think it's for 2 weeks. So hopefully people can come out to both of those events. Great family events. Wanted to take a moment and introduce we have a lot of new staff because maybe some of these other things that we want to get working on, we haven't yet because we don't have staff to do them. And now we're building our team. So in addition to our new assistant city manager, we also have a new sustainability and energy manager, and her name is Salem Afaworki. Can you please stand? Yes, introduce yourself. And she has an impeccable resume. It is amazing that she even wanted to work here, so we're so thrilled to have you. We can't wait to see what you can do to help us be greener and cleaner and give input to our community, maybe to some of our students. We have a lot of students here tonight, so that we can all do our part to be better stewards of our environment and have better practices right here at City Hall and in the community. So welcome to Costa Mesa. And then I wanted to give a shout out, and it's great to see all the students here tonight. I see Ms. Solden is in the house. Thank you for being here. Ms. Solden is a government teacher at Costa Mesa High School. And it's great to have your students here getting educated on how local government works, because local government is where the rubber meets the road, and this is literally where things happen, and you can actually point to it and see it happening. So we'd love to have your input, your suggestions. One thing I wanted to make you aware of, how many of you are 18 right now? Okay. Did you know that there's an election on March 3rd? Okay, make sure that you are registered to vote. Okay, there's an election on March 3rd. Actually, now this year in Orange County, we have a new system. Everyone will get a ballot by mail. You will no longer go to a polling place. You'll get your ballot by mail. You can mail it in. It doesn't cost you any postage. You just send it on back to the registrar of voters with whoever you choose to vote for. Also, there are going to be some polling locations that are just vote centers where you drop off your ballot. And City Hall is one of those, so you don't have to go far. Just come over here to City Hall. But this is a new system intended to get more engagement and more people to vote, so don't forget to vote. We had our ad hoc committee meeting both for the Fairview Development Center site, and we're going to present that tonight, the results of that meeting and our proposal, as well as for the cannabis. Also, I have had a couple of conversations with our district attorney, wanted to make sure that the community knows that if you are buying cannabis from any what you think is a legal shop in Costa Mesa, it is not, because there are no legal pot dispensaries in Costa Mesa. So what that means is that you are buying and they might be taxing you, but you're not, the taxes aren't coming to the city, they're not going to the state, they're just stealing from you. Additionally, you don't know what's in that cannabis that they're providing because it's not being regulated. So the only city in Orange County where you can legally buy cannabis from is in Santa Ana. So I've been working with the district attorney's office, and we're hoping to crack down on some of these rogue dispensaries dispensaries, because they are impacting legal businesses, and it's not good for our community. Finally, had an excellent meeting today with our city manager and chief of staff, Connor Locke, and our congressman, Harley Ruda. He is working on a lot of great things that are important to us. Sober living home reform. We had a long talk with him about how do we get some more appropriation funding as it relates to homelessness. How do we get some of that money that's going to the county that's not coming to Costa Mesa, like Mr. Noble mentioned? And how do we address some of these issues from a federal level? Also, how do we work with the FAA to address some of the airport issues? So we are lucky to have him. And I think that's it. I meet with constituents on Fridays. If you have something you want to talk about, you have a proposal you want to bring to the city council or to the mayor's office, please come by and make an appointment on Fridays. We'd love to talk to you. Okay, city manager?
Thank you. I just had a quick report on a couple of things. One, I did want to mention to Al, I don't know if he's still here, but we are indeed looking at Bark Park options in terms of short-term and long-term solutions to some of the concerns that have been raised by our dog owners and residents related to the park. And so a recommendation will be shared with the Parks and Community Services Commission this Thursday on the 23rd, and then we will be bringing recommendations to the council either in February or early March for your consideration.
Thank you.
Just wanted to let you know we were working on that. And then as it relates to parking, we do have an item on the agenda tonight regarding residential permit parking and the hiring of a consultant to look at our citywide parking issues with particular emphasis on districts 4 and 5 and some of the congestion that many of our community members have been discussing with us. We are also in the process of putting together the scope of work for yet another parking study, which is more for the commercial corridors and to Mayor Pro Tem's point. And so that's phase 2. We're working on that now. We hope to have a request for proposals issued in the next 30 days ago, just finalizing that scope. So we're moving forward on looking at all those parking issues and hoping to really address those concerns.
Thank you. And Ms. Barlow.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to report that we received today the return on the writ from the Attorney General's office in the Orange County Needle Exchange case, indicating that they have vacated the permit that was issued to Orange County Needle Exchange, and they're asking the court to dismiss. So that's good news. We are waiting for the finalization of a stipulation to dismiss the cross complaint, and that matter should be completely dismissed shortly. Hopefully, we'll never see it again.
Great, thank you. One more thing. If you want to do job shadowing, any of us up here are available. I know some of you have senior exit projects, so keep that in mind. Mr. Locke here can talk to you about that. Consent calendar. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be acted upon in one motion. There'll be no separate discussion of these items unless members of the City Council staff or the public request specific items to be discussed and are removed from the consent calendar for discussion. I will be abstaining on consent calendar item number 3, the warrant register, as I have received contributions over $250 from West Coast Arborists, Inc. and Everett Dory. And I will be abstaining, if these are pulled, on consent calendar item number 9, Jack Hammett Sports Complex parking lot and ADA upgrades, city project number 1915, because I live within 500 feet. Madam Clerk, did anyone request to pull any items?
Yes, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Guinness and a member of the public requested item number 10, and members of the public requested number 7 and number 9.
Okay, Council, is there a motion?
Move the balance.
Second.
Call for the question.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, we will, it's number 10, 7, and 9.
Right, so if you want to start with number
We'll
7.
start with number 7, and then we'll do number 10, and then we'll do number 9 last.
Okay,
number
thank you.
7.
Number 7 is the City Hall fire alarm system upgrade, and it was pulled by Carl Alf.
Okay, Mr. Alf, before you speak, I'd like to just ask Mr. Setharaman, do you have a brief update for the community as to this item?
Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, I don't have a formal presentation, but it is for upgrading our City Hall fire alarm system. It's outdated and it needs to be upgraded, so we are compatible throughout the city.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Alf?
Good evening, Mayor Foley and council members, city council members. Carl Off, Costa Mesa resident. I pulled this so I can talk about that the fire alarm system upgrade for City Hall must be in working order because if we have a functioning fire system, it's a very important deal. It's a matter of between life and death. That's all I want to say.
Thank you. Close the public comment. Council?
Move it.
Call for the question.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, item number 10. No, we're going to go to number 9 last.
Okay, item number 10 was Councilmember Guinness.
Mr. Sethuraman, can you give a brief report?
Yes, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, as you're aware, Garfield-Geisler Bridge was on the OCTA's master plan. That bridge connection between Fountain Valley and city of Costa Mesa. We worked with Fountain Valley, Huntington Beach, OCTA, and County of Orange for many years, and came up with a memorandum of understanding that says we'll keep that bridge on a reserve status, which is, I would say, the next best thing to eliminate that bridge, and keep that for the 15-year period while we undertake some improvements that were identified in that study. The city has implemented most of those improvements, so we are in good shape. And same thing, Fountain Valley and Huntington Beach also implemented some of those improvements. However, the MOU requires that we conduct a follow-up study to formally take a motion to delete that bridge. And due to construction of the 405 project, it was decided that we defer the conduct of that study for a 5-year period. Or it could take about 3 to 4 years, but we want to extend that MOU by 5 years. I want to preface by saying that the City Council has a standing position of going against the bridge, and Huntington Beach also is in the same position. It's only Fountain Valley who still supports that bridge. So we hope that we can do that study in 3 to 4 year time frame, and then we can remove this bridge from the master plan.
Okay, thank you. So just for the public's information, we're talking about the Geisler Street, which has been proposed in the past to be a bridge and was on the master plan for the county as a bridge to connect to Huntington Beach and Fountain Valley. Costa Mesa for many, many years has taken a position against that. And I actually had a meeting last year with the Fountain Valley city manager and the Fountain Valley, I think the mayor at the time.
Yes.
And we talked about they are still, as part of this 405 project, they have an on-ramp, off-ramp situation that they're still trying to resolve. And so until all that gets finished, they cannot move forward with this study. Is that right?
That's correct, Mayor. Actually, there was an on-ramp that was proposed. However, due to other reasons, due to right-of-way issues, they were not able to do that on-ramp, but OCTA identified some other alternative improvements that they think would work, and Fountain Valley prefers to wait for that project to be completed to make sure that this bridge can be taken out and they don't have any new impacts.
Okay. Councilmember Guinness?
I pulled this because, number one, I would like us to see some firm milestones with a timeline, because we operated in good faith. We paid money for a study. We paid money for improvements, as did some other cities. And the understanding was, okay, after we do all this in 2020, the dotted line goes away. And now it's like, well, we're going to do another study, and then maybe the dotted line will go away. And I, number one, obviously don't want it to turn into a solid line, which would mean they were going to build the bridge. But it seems like, to me, I don't want to see the goalposts moved after we have invested in alternate improvements to then maybe down the line be requested to have other alternate improvements would just simply be not fair to us, and it wouldn't be fair to our taxpayers, and especially wouldn't be fair to the residents of the state streets and the other areas, the S streets in the islands, that would be severely impacted, and especially the school kids going to California and Tewinkle. So I want to make sure that we're on track to actually get rid of the thing, not just prolong this limbo status and then one day find ourselves stuck building it.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Sethuraman, as I understand it, this second study is actually a condition of the agreement. Is that right?
That's right. Madam
Okay.
Mayor.
Okay, we'll open public comment.
I wasn't sure how this works, sorry.
Yes, come on up
And
to
I
the
asked earlier if
podium.
I was supposed to sign in somewhere, so sorry.
You can
don't have to.
voluntarily fill out the green card just to keep your name so that we can give you information, or you don't have to, though.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Welcome.
All right, thank you. My name's Diana Denny, and I am a native Californian. Specifically, I was born and raised in Huntington Beach. I have been in Costa Mesa for 2 decades now, made it my home. Bought a house in Mesa Verde, State Streets, and very concerned about this abeyance that we were just addressing, the Geisler Bridge, proposed bridge. I've already seen a tremendous change in the traffic patterns coming out of the state streets because I'm going to guess the Waze app. The Waze app, for anybody who doesn't know what that is they tell you how to go alternate routes due to traffic conditions. So that has kind of messed up a lot of the traffic patterns anyway, but we already have enough issue with this. So if you take Geisler and you take the homes to the left, we've got the state streets, many of which are coming and going, many homes over there. Then you have the high rent district, I like to call, Country Club to the south side of that. So I can't imagine the impact. It's unfathomable. And this is on top of the One West project that was snuck in the holidays where a lot of us were too busy or found out too late or maybe an hour before the meeting, with all that proposed housing that's going to put a lot of pressure on traffic. This would just be unbelievable amount of traffic. It would affect property values. I'm a realtor. I have been for 30 years, and I have been a broker 20 years. I can tell you what a serious impact this would be to property values if you started having that massive amount of traffic, offloading all the traffic from Fountain Valley and Huntington Beach into Geisler, of all things. I'm absolutely against them continuing on and asking for further extensions of their abeyance, if that's how you put it.
Yeah, let me explain it.
Okay.
Are you finished? I'll wait till you finish your comments.
I'm
Okay.
done. I don't need to go on and on.
Okay, okay. Well, I'm going to close the public comment. If you want to go ahead and have, or we have one more speaker. I'll respond afterwards so you can understand.
Okay, well, she nailed it on the property values and the general degradation of our neighborhood if this goes through. So, and as some of you know, there's been a really long history of concern about the specter of a Geisler Bridge. It shouldn't be buried in the consent calendar. This is something the whole neighborhood should have got notification, even if it doesn't rise to public hearing level. This is something that everybody within a certain mileage of the issue here tonight about this should have been notified that this was coming before the council. I think that it's a scandal that it wasn't. So few people knew about it. I just happen to be a geek who reads the agenda and then clicks on the attachments. And so I was able to let a few people know. But it's not even, it's just, it's not respectful and decent to the neighbors to give no notice that this would be on the agenda tonight. So I would ask you at the very least to postpone it and give the people in the neighborhood a chance to come down and speak. I don't know why the staff is recommending to approve this memorandum. It's nowhere in the attached documents show how this would benefit the neighborhood, and nowhere in the attached documents does it talk about the harm that it would do for the neighborhood. It would divide a cohesive neighborhood. It would degrade the air quality in the area, and there's an elementary school right there. And I know it's just a dotted line. I know and understand what right-of-way reserve means. But 5 years ago, When this came up, we were told that it would remain a right-of-way reserve while certain things were completed in our city and the surrounding cities. We pretty much kept our end of the bargain, and this sword is still hanging over our heads. So please support a resolution that strongly encourages the OCTA to remove this from the master plan of highways now, not in 5 years, because they told us 5 years ago it would be removed in 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you. This will be our final speaker. Come on up to the podium.
Thank you, council members and mayor, for your time. I've lived in Costa Mesa most of my life. My family bought their home here 60 years ago. I grew up here. I attended the school at California and the junior high as well. My family has been here a long time. My parents paid $17,000 for their home. There was nothing in Orange County at the time they moved out here except for orange groves and bean fields. So I watched it grow up quite a bit to become what it is now. I'm very proud of the city. I recently bought the home I grew up in. My mother passed away in May. We have had several times where we have talked about this bridge. The residents in Mesa Verde and that surrounding area have very strong feelings about this. I agree with Sandra. I do not think that this should stay on the city master plan. I had a friend of mine when I attended California school struck by a car who was seriously injured and disabled after that incident as a child. That was 40 years ago. The traffic has not improved down that street. I do not know what happened to my friend Kathy after that. Their family moved and left this area, so I'm not familiar with what's going on with her now. It will bring a lot of undesirable elements to that neighborhood. The traffic, our children there, our pets there in that area. I don't believe that that bridge will benefit Costa Mesa in any way. It will create a thoroughfare like Adams Boulevard of cars going to the 405 freeway from Huntington Beach and Fountain Valley, which will make that street very dangerous. Further, that street is too narrow, and the city will have to buy out a whole row of housing or take land from the Mesa Verde Country Club, which I don't believe will happen. I don't think either one of these things will benefit our neighborhood and the people who live in Costa Mesa, so I'm strongly against that bridge. If it goes through, I will sell and move, and it will break my heart to do that because it was the house I grew up in, and my parents are both gone now. So I do feel it should be removed from the master plan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And we don't want you to sell, and we agree with you, which is why I want to make sure that we're clear on what we're voting on. We actually already have passed a resolution strongly opposing the bridge at Giesler, and we did that many years ago. I think I voted on it. I believe that Councilmember Mansour was also on the council at the time. So we have not changed that position, and that is our strong position. We oppose the Giesler Bridge, and we have strongly requested that the Orange County Transportation Authority remove it from the master plan. We entered into a memorandum of understanding in about 2006.
Around that time.
Okay,
Yeah,
and as part of that, each city and the Transportation Authority had various different tasks that they were required to complete before it could be removed. Those tasks are still in the works to be completed. The 405 freeway project, which is a state project, that has delayed some of the completion of the tasks in the Fountain Valley area. We are not doing anything tonight but maintaining status quo and our position and extending the time of the agreement that we have to remove it from the master plan. We're not making any changes. We're not voting to open up the bridge. Whoever shared that out to the community, that's misinformation. We're not voting on that. Right now, we're just voting on a status quo. And so I want to make sure everyone knows what we're voting on. Is that accurate, Mr. Sethuraman?
Yes, Madam Mayor. And I also want to point out that by maintaining the status quo, every single planning project development is analyzed without the bridge. So,
Correct.
so that's important to know that we are not considering bridge on any study, and none of the other studies do also.
Right. We assume, for sake of all developments in the city of Costa Mesa, that there is no bridge there. We don't want a bridge there. We're not encouraging a bridge there. Nobody is voting to put a bridge there, okay? So I'm going
Thank
to
you.
close public comment. Thank you for coming down. I'm going to close public comment, and then, council, is there a motion? Well, we're not going to do questions. We're going to do a motion first. Okay. Councilmember Stevens, or Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
So I just want, before I make my motion, I just want to clarify this. A vote, if I say I move the item, a vote yes is a vote against the bridge.
That's correct.
I move the item.
Okay. Councilmember Chavez, second.
Second.
Okay. Okay, now we'll, Councilmember, or Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, did you want to speak to it, or you just want to take it?
No, I'm against
Okay.
the bridge, and so this item allows us to continue to be against the bridge. And as I understand the staff report, a vote no on this would put us in jeopardy of having the bridge.
Correct.
That's
Okay?
correct.
So I'm against the bridge, so I made the motion, and I support my own motion, and I expect everybody to vote for it.
Okay. Councilmember Mansour. I'm sorry, Councilmember Chavez first.
I second everything Mayor Protem just said.
Thank you. Councilmember Mansour.
Couple clarification questions, Mr. Setharaman. Excuse me. On page 2, under analysis, second paragraph, it talks about the I-405 improvement project to allow for accurate traffic modeling observation. Once 405 is completed, is that likely to be in our favor in terms of mitigation help? Obviously, our position that the bridge is not needed?
Yes, Councilmember Mansour, we think that once the 405 project is completed, the improvements will help in mitigating the traffic conditions overall and will pave the way for the removal of the bridge.
Okay. Looking at attachment 1, the second page of it, where it says 3 cities agree that all strategy, I guess it would be line number 6. Just a little further down, can you clarify for, I want to see if I'm understanding this correctly. After that first sentence, it says, if the cities of Costa Mesa and Huntington Beach do not complete their portions of Strategy A improvements by the end of calendar year 2025, in other words, if we don't finish what we say we're going to do, then the Garfield-Giesler Bridge will automatically be reinstated on the master plan of arterial highways as a planned facility. Now, that's a pretty strong consequence because we do not want that to happen, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So that being said, the very next sentence, it says, if the city of Fountain Valley has not completed the Strategy A improvements in their city, the Garfield-Giesler Bridge will remain designated right-of-way reserve corridor until all improvements are completed. In other words, they get a turn to extend the completion time. Wouldn't it be more of an equal consequence to say that if they don't have the improvements in their city, then the bridge will be removed from the master plan of arterial highways? Wouldn't that be an equal consequence to what we have to do?
Madam Mayor, Councilor Mansour, that would be great if Fountain Valley agreed to it. But back in 2005, when we negotiated this MOU, Fountain Valley did not agree to that kind of condition. So if you look at page 4 of 11 of this same attachment, the last paragraph 3 talks about exactly the same is repeated in that one. So what they told us is they want to keep everything the same. They just want to extend the deadline for this particular round to just enable the study to be completed. The improvements in their city is mostly the OCTA related. That's their big improvement. So that's why they said they didn't have much control in that improvement, and that's why that language went in.
And we've already completed our improvements.
We already completed ours, and Huntington Beach feels that they completed enough improvements to justify too.
So it's not going to revert. We've already completed.
We've already completed all of ours. We're waiting on Fountain Valley.
That's correct. There is one improvement which is a bus stop, bus bay type of a project, which is really in Santa Ana. That's assigned to us. We really didn't think that's needed to be done, but otherwise we finished all our improvements.
Okay, well, I'm not worried about us. I know we have
Yes.
plenty of incentive and we're motivated to do what we got to do. We want to get it off the master plan. So what will happen in 2025 then? I mean, at what point can we say it's going to be removed from the master plan of arterial highways?
Councilor Mansour, OCTA is monitoring this also along with other cities. And we are ensuring that Fountain Valley comes through with they're also almost done. This 405 project is one of their big ones that need to be completed. And as soon as that's done, we can go and conduct that study and have that eliminated from the master plan. So we'll be going in that direction in the next 2 to 3 year time frame.
All right, well, when this does come back, I would like stronger language, you know, on the side of Fountain Valley saying that, you know, at some point we will be removing it from the master plan of arterial highways.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Mar?
Yeah, so just to pick up where you left off, I mean, ultimately, OCTA can kind of do whatever they want, generally speaking, and this is our method of creating a pause when we know at least what they're not going to do with their master plan for the next 5 years.
Yes, Councilor Mar, the OCTS master plan of highways was developed many decades ago, and any changes to that plan will require concurrence from all affected cities and the County of Orange, especially in this area because of Santa Ana River. So to get all parties involved, we have to go through this kind of a process. If we have Fountain Valley support, that bridge could be gone by now. It's only that they keep opposing the removal of it, and they finally agreed to this strategy after many years of negotiations. So we have a process, and we kind of have an end game on this one. We just have to work through this 405 project, and then push on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Guinness.
I'm looking at handwritten page 10. If the city of Fountain Valley has not completed the Strategy A improvements in their city, the Geisler-Garfield Bridge will remain designated right-of-way reserve until all improvements are completed, which is basically what it is now. So why do we need to do this? Because what you're telling us is Fountain Valley hasn't completed their improvements, so it would seem consistent with this existing agreement that the reserve status would remain, as opposed to full tilt inclusion or removal.
We're getting an extension of time of the agreement because it's expiring.
No, but this indicates that the agreement doesn't expire. It seems like to me, if the city of Fountain Valley has not completed the Strategy A improvements in this city, the Geisler-Garfield Bridge will remain designated right-of-way reserve. So that seems like that sort of automatically extends the agreement.
It's, as I understand it, every 2 years we have to recertify. Is that right?
Madam Mayor,
Yeah.
we have to work with OCTA in we provide annual updates, or as requested, we provide updates on how we're doing on this MOU. The language that by 2020 we have to be done with everything that we need to do. If not, it automatically gets reinstated. And we know that there are some improvements in Huntington Beach that are not complete yet. The Huntington Beach is claiming that those are no longer needed because of the change in traffic patterns. Now, it still requires a study to be done. If a study is not done, Fountain Valley could use just the Huntington Beach list of improvements and say the bridge goes back in the plan. This kind of gives us an insurance that that doesn't happen. We just are trying to protect ourselves in that situation.
And I think part of my concern is this was part of a package where we had 19, at the same time we were working on this, it was a 19th Street Banning Bridge.
That's right.
And since that is, and as a matter of fact, this one started before the 19th Street Banning. So it's kind of disappointing that that's done and off the master plan, and we're still, it's still hanging over our heads. But that gave part of the motivation for some of the other communities to remain supportive of our position on Geisler-Garfield. So are we certain that that will remain, particularly as cities have more and more pressure to increase their housing counts to respond to the regional housing needs? That's my, because 5 years from now, who knows what's going to happen, and then we're going to be stuck. And we all thought we were out from under.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Guinness, while, many years ago, a bridge like this was feasible, it's more and more difficult to do it in this day and age with the environmental issues and all that with the San River. So I don't see a path at all on the bridge. I think it's just a matter of us going through a process. I think we'll get there. It's taking a little longer than we got lucky with the 19th Street Banning Bridge, and glad that at least one's off our plate, and we'll work hard to get this off too.
Okay, and then I would also like to request that we would, the last time the city council adopted a resolution, a strongly worded resolution against the bridge was quite some time ago, like a decade ago at least, probably. And I would request that we reiterate our opposition to the bridge in a new resolution, because, people could say, oh, that was so many years ago, that council probably doesn't agree with it. So I would request that we would agendize a resolution, strongly worded resolution in opposition to the bridge sometime in the near future.
Okay, thank you. Would the maker of the motion be willing to include in his motion a strongly worded resolution opposing and reiterating what our prior resolution says to oppose the Geisler Bridge? Mayor Pro Tem Stevens?
Yes, very, very strongly worded.
Okay.
But no foul language.
Councilmember Chavez?
I agree there should be no foul language at all in that motion.
Okay, and then just to clarify, if you look at handwritten page 10, paragraph 3, line 17, it clearly states that all the improvements shall be completed by end of year 2020, which is why we need this, so that we don't expire the current MOU, and we can still maintain our position of opposing the Geisler Bridge.
Madam
In case
Mayor.
that wasn't clear to everyone. Yes.
If I could. I think because we have an agendized resolution, so what I would like to do is have the motion be that we will do that. We'll bring in a resolution back to you on your next consent calendar.
We don't need to do that. We just need to, we're going to vote that we all oppose it, and we're going to write a letter to OCTA. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, are you good with that?
That's fine.
We have so much work to do.
can do
We
that.
oppose the Geisler Bridge. We're voting on this. Everyone has said they oppose it. We have a resolution. Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
Yes.
Okay. All right, call for the question.
Motion carries 7-0.
All right, thank you. And if the Daily Pilot is here, please make sure that it is clear that it is unanimously opposed. Okay, I am going to step out because I have a conflict with Jack Hammett. Yes, I don't have a conflict with Mr. Hammett. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, item number 9 is the Jack Hammett Sports Complex parking lot and ADA upgrades, and it was pulled by a member of the public, Carl Off.
Okay, let's see. Carl, we don't need a brief presentation, I don't think. Let's just have Carl come up and talk about it.
Good evening, council members, and Katrina and Mayor Foley, who just left the room. Carl Off, Costa Mesa resident. Although we need to do a lot of updates, parking in the parking lot and ADA updates to make sure Jack Hammett Field complies with the ADA law that was signed into law that was signed by President Bush Sr. In 1990. The last time we talked about Jack Hammett Field, which is named after former Mayor Jack Hammett, which is the grandfather of my best friend. we had the Chargers owner and one of the team executives here when you guys were voting to see if the Chargers could have their practice at Sheikh Hamid, and speaking of the Chargers, I think we should have a shuttle bus service to when we to the new stadium that's being opened up this year. To take fans who don't want to pay for gas, and those I don't know how much will be for parking at the new stadium, and for transport. And I checked Wikipedia for transportation at the new metro station. There's would be about 1 mile away from the stadium. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alf. I remember that meeting. I told Dean Spanos that we were going to bring a Super Bowl to Costa Mesa. It hasn't happened yet, but next year. So can I get a motion?
I'll move to approve the item.
A second?
Second.
Let's call for the question.
Motion carries 6-0-1 with Mayor Foley being recused.
Okay, should we take a break before we do the next item? Let's take a break before we do the next item. All right, and we're back in business here. At this time, I would like to move that we advance the item, new business, item number, where are we? Which is it? Item number 9 to now. Is there a second? Call for the question. Councilmember Chavez, can you vote?
Sorry. I voted.
Okay.
Motion carries 6-0. Thank you.
Okay. New business, item number 9. Or, I'm sorry, public hearing, item number 9.
Item number 9. I'm
Is it
sorry.
new business? Yeah.
New business. Okay. All right, let me get to that. New business, item number 9 is discussion and potential action on Fairview Developmental Center Ad Hoc Committee update and recommendations. Presentation by Mr. Locke, Chief of Staff.
Mr. Locke?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. The report and the presentation you have before you this evening contains a set of preliminary recommendations, a walkthrough of the history of some of the recent actions and news surrounding Fairview Developmental Center, and then we will have questions and answers with myself, with members of the ad hoc committee, and any other staff that are necessary to answer questions about this set of preliminary recommendations. So to start with some background on the site, the state of California has been in the process of closing Fairview Developmental Center for a number of years. Many of you are familiar with this. Due to the imminence of the closure at this time, the state is considering its reuse options for the site carefully and formally. In 2018, in March to be precise, the City Council held a public meeting at the Costa Mesa Senior Center at which the community voiced its opposition to a large-scale homeless shelter being implemented on the site. This was approximately 300 residents. At that time, the City Council voted unanimously to oppose such a proposal. More recently, on July 1st, 2019, the California State adopted budget included language for both long-term and short-term options that will be considered for the site. The State Department of General Services, or DGS, is conducting a site assessment currently. On September 3rd, the City Council, yourselves, created an ad hoc committee to ensure swift communication with the state throughout this process. Further background, and more recently still, on November 14th, 2019, the city manager and chief of staff met with the State Department of General Services, and the department staff requested that the city provide recommendations for the site, what the city council, what the city would like to see. Very recently, and timely so, on January 8th, Governor Newsom issued Executive Order N-2320, which, as you can see in the report, concerns the sort of shelter situation in the state and builds off of a previous executive order in 2019, N-6, N-0-6, that, and 619, my apologies, that established a list of potential state-owned sites where shelters could be established. On January 10th, 2020, the governor released his proposed budget for this year that will go through 2 more iterations before it is approved by the state legislature. On January 17th, just this past Friday, the ad hoc committee and staff held a conference call with the Department of General Services to share the preliminary recommendations that are in this report and the item itself, the report, and to direct them to this meeting tonight to see what the City Council's review process looks like, to see what the Council's input is for the ad hoc committee. This presentation will provide the City Council with a high-level overview and recommendation for a preliminary recommendation for the site's reuse. Final background slide, I promise. The state of California currently owns the site and it is not subject to the existing general plan so long as they retain control. And the State Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD, recently affirmed the Southern California Association of Governments Regional Housing Needs allocation of 11,734 units for Costa Mesa at various levels of affordability. So the current state of Fairview Developmental Center, and some of these slides are similar to ones you saw back on September 3rd, but for the benefit of the public, they have been updated and are included in this presentation again. So in your report, it does say that there are 6 clients remaining on the site. We have updated information. There are now 2 clients remaining on Fairview Developmental Center site. There are approximately 200 staff remaining after layoffs associated with the closure on December 31st, 2019. And that language section just below is from the 2019-2020 budget adopted by the state legislature. And that clarifies that the State Department of General Services will work with the city and with Orange County to identify local stakeholder interest. And so that's why we're working with them. Another overview slide includes prior state legislation that established Shannon's Mountain, which was a state-approved development project for the site, consisting of 332 units on 20 acres, 80% of that market rate multifamily and 20% affordable multifamily for the developmentally disabled, and proceeds from the market rate units would be deposited into a developmental services trust fund to pay for those other 20% affordable units. This project, as the site is being closed and they're looking at master planning that site, is on the table for renegotiation, but the goals of that project are something that were enacted by the state legislature, so it's still a part of that conversation. The site itself is 114 acres, the main site is approximately 109 acres, and the maintenance facility satellite in Harbor Village, just to the north of the site, is another 5 acres. So, the ad hoc committee recommendations. These were compiled as a result of 2 ad hoc committee meetings, and I'll go over them briefly, and then the ad hoc committee can elaborate, and we can have that dialogue on the dais. So, prior to the establishment of the ad hoc committee, due to the ongoing conversations at the state level and regionally and locally, there was a meeting convened by Mayor Foley and Assemblywoman Cotty Petrie-Norris. The ad hoc committee discussed that meeting, the stakeholders in the room, the conversation that happened, and then also prior to the establishment, Mayor Foley and Mayor Pro Tem Stevens and Councilmember Reynolds at the time toured Fairview Developmental Center and Century Villages at Cabrillo, which is up in Long Beach and is a model site that will be discussed later for certain types of housing development. Councilmember Marr is currently scheduled to formally tour Fairview Developmental Center. You can drive around the road around the outside, but to actually tour the buildings and things, you need to go through the state process, and that's in the near future. The ad hoc committee met twice, once on December 13th and once on January 10th, and this was to discuss the items that we talked about, as well as several other dense pieces of state legislation, the budget, and ongoing conversations, and those include, as you can see, last year's budget, last year's executive order, the new executive order that just came out, the governor's proposed budget, again, that just came out, and other numerous documents, including the 2016 closure plan site assessment, and that noted some seismic issues that had to do with the buildings on the site, and the Department of General Services is assessing the site again, and will again have an eye towards those seismic issues, as well as a host of other issues. So, ad hoc committee goals. These were goals that were discussed during the ad hoc committee meetings on the 13th and the 10th, and they pertain to the preliminary recommendations that you will see throughout the rest of this presentation. So as you can see here, housing's right there in the middle of it. The pieces that come off of the housing one are veterans housing, workforce housing, and permanent supportive housing. For the veterans, I mean, the committee discussed what it would take to provide housing to end veteran homelessness in Orange County, with an eye towards serving those who have served and serving their families as well. So it's not just those single veterans, it's veterans with families, it's veterans who may be about to fall into homelessness. With regards to workforce housing, this is with an eye towards retaining our youth, retaining young families, retaining seniors in our community whose incomes may not be keeping pace with the rising cost of living. And then for permanent supportive housing, this is a direct state goal. In the 2019 budget, State Department of General Services was directed to conduct a study of Fairview Developmental Center to look if there was a possibility for 200 permanent supportive housing units to be placed there in an intermediate use. And then permanent supportive housing is the next logical step for clients in homeless shelters with those wraparound services. So as you can see here, the ad hoc committee discussed minimizing traffic impacts, making sure that this new residential community is integrated with the community as a whole into the fabric of the city, and having that housing at every income level approach. This comprehensive vision to address state, county, and local objectives, as you can see, checks off a lot of these objectives you've heard in the news, checks off a lot of the objectives that are formally outlined in the state budget and in executive orders from Governor Newsom. That's housing at all income levels, addressing homelessness, which includes those exits from shelters, increasing permanent supportive housing, which here is on the state list but could also be put on the county list, the end to veteran homelessness in Orange County, and then for the local one, providing that workforce housing that enables Costa Mesa residents of many income levels of the full age brackets to stay in the community that they're in. There's another goal here that I apologize I did not include, which is that maintenance of open space, but it will be addressed later in this presentation. So the recommendation direct from the report, and I'll just read it for those who may have visual impairments. The Fairview Developmental Center Ad Hoc Committee recommends that the City Council approve a high-level housing-first, solutions-oriented framework for the Fairview Developmental Center site to discuss with the Governor's Office, State Department of General Services, and state legislators. The committee further requests that the City Council provide direction as to the proposed recommendation to the Ad Hoc Committee for meetings with state officials, stakeholder groups, and legislators. For site reuse options. Here is a brief recap of some relevant portions of the Costa Mesa General Plan. For one, the Costa Mesa General Plan has a specific multi-use center designation for the southern portion of Fairview Developmental Center, for most of that portion at 102.6 acres. The northern portion of Fairview Developmental Center, so that's the 5-acre maintenance facility as well as a portion of what we consider Fairview Developmental Center, is zoned for high-density multifamily residential development and is surrounded by Harbor Village, an existing high-density multifamily apartment complex that does serve many clients who used to live at Fairview Developmental Center. Under the existing general plan, there's a maximum of 582 units for the site for that 102.6 acres. And that's at minimum 50 acres for 250 single-family housing units at the density of 6 units per acre, and then 332 units at Shannon's Mountain, which actually allows up to 40 units per acre, but the 332 units on 20 acres equates to approximately 16.6 dwelling units per acre. And then under the general plan, any additional housing units must meet density bonus provisions under state law. Additionally, the general plan provides for 25% of the site being dedicated to open space and park purposes, a maximum structure height of 4 stories, and that there be a master plan required for any future development. And again, this is the Costa Mesa general plan, but the site is owned by the state, and so long as the state retains control, it is not subject to the general plan. For some successful models of housing, so of the site reuse type options that we're talking about, one that's coming in soon up in Santa Ana is the Veterans Village. That's done by Jamboree Housing. It's 75 units on 1.5 acres at 50 dwelling units per acre. You can see a picture of that in the bottom left, and they provide on-site supportive services for those veterans. These are open to all veterans in Orange County, not just the residents, and so it's a great hub for those services while also providing desperately needed supportive housing for veterans. Another example of veteran supportive housing that I did briefly reference earlier is Century Villages at Cabrillo. This is operated by Century Housing. That is approximately 1,500 units on 27 acres, and that equates to approximately 55 units per acre. And in addition to housing and supportive services, the villages feature community gardens, an urban forest with an exercise trail, a yoga and fitness studio, and community spaces. And that's included in that 55 unit per acre calculation. So that's a lot of open space within that 55 units per acre. And the example at the bottom is one of their buildings, and that's Cabrillo Gateway with some community amenities and adjacent to a bioswale that's also a soccer field. One example of permanent supportive housing that's well regarded in Orange County is Diamond. That's by Jamboree Housing. It's 25 units on 0.83 acres, which is approximately 30 dwelling units per acre, and that's permanent housing and 24/7 mental health support services for the formerly homeless. And finally, and this example is a little bit out of pocket, so out of the area, but Anton Menlo in Menlo Park is highly regarded in the South San Francisco Bay Area, and that's by St. Anton Partners. It's 394 units on 9.69 acres, or approximately 40 units per acre. Closer to 41 units per acre, and that's predominantly market rate with included covenanted affordable units just over 9%. So there's 22 very low income and 15 low income units in that facility, and you wouldn't be able to tell the difference between the different units in that building. And finally, For this portion of the presentation, we move to the Costa Mesa Villages solution. I'll give a brief overview, and then I will turn it over to the members of the mayor and the members of the ad hoc committee to provide elaboration and answer questions, and we'll take a brief moment of discussion surrounding this villages solution. So if you look at the components here in this presentation, on this slide, you have the Veterans Housing Campus, which does include families, and that would be approximately 15.5 acres at 20 dwelling units per acre for a total of 311 units. And so the previously referenced examples were Santa Ana Veterans Village and Century Villages at Cabrillo. The next component is the permanent supportive housing units, and on about 10 acres at 20 units per acre, you get about 200 units, which is, again, what the governor had referenced in the budget, and so it's a starting point that's already being studied by the Department of General Services. And the example is Diamond by Jamboree. For housing at all income levels, approximately 49.5 acres, split into 29.5 acres multifamily and 20 acres single family, at density units of 25 units per acre for those multifamily homes and 12 units per acre for those single family homes. Equates to 749 multifamily units and 240 single-family units. And this is all preliminary. These are numbers that are intended to illustrate sort of at that lower, not lower, at that less specific level of detail what the site could look like. And so that comes to 75 acres of developed space on the site at an average of 20 units per acre for 1,500 total units. And if you look at that multifamily line, I apologize for the omission. One upcoming project in the city of Costa Mesa that's approximately 20 units per acre is Ford Road, the Ford Road development. And then an existing project that's a little higher than that, closer to 30 units per acre, is Azulon. And I will note that Azulon is a senior housing development, but I think it's a beautiful site. It's up there on Mesa Verde. But I just wanted to include that so you could get that, so that we included it with the ad hoc committee, and they we'll speak further to that and other sites. And then if you look down at the bottom with the open space, 25 acres for a grand total of, again, approximately 100 acres at the high level is where we're at. You can see at the bottom of those asterisks, the RHNA impact is greater than or equal to 1,200 allotted units, and that this high-level preliminary recommendation does incorporate that 25% open space for the site. It includes that earlier vision of Shannon's Mountain into the permanent supportive housing and multifamily housing sections, and includes adaptive housing for veterans with disabilities. And so at this point, I'd like to turn it over to the mayor and the ad hoc committee to really elaborate on what's been presented so far and to open a little bit of a discussion here.
Okay, well, I think that you've done a good job. I wasn't expecting to give a presentation. The ad hoc committee had a lot of dialogue. Of course, prior to the formation of the ad hoc committee, we've been working on this for almost a year. And so I think that given that we want to be able to, as Costa Mesa residents, as Costa Mesa City Council, we want to be able to weigh in and be at the table for when the governor makes a decision about the 109 acres that are on Fairview Development Center site right now. And so the only way to do that is to come up with a proposal that we can present to the governor's office. We also had a call on Friday with the Department of General Services where we gave them a preview of what we were proposing, and they didn't tell us go away, so that was a good thing. They were receptive and asked questions. I felt like we left the conversation with a positive acceptance and willingness to continue to work with us and partner with us to come up with a good plan that most importantly fits into the fabric and the community of Costa Mesa and integrates well into the existing neighborhood that's surrounded by a golf course, which is a publicly owned golf course, single family and multifamily housing, many of which are affordable units and housing that are for the developmentally disabled, as well as on the south end, lots of multifamily and single family housing that's existing, and then of course a major retail corridor on Harbor Boulevard. So we had all of those in mind, and we believe that this proposal is one that ensures that the community that we build, this new community will remain safe, balanced, and sustainable while ensuring the quality of life and protecting our traditional residential neighborhoods that are just across the harbor in College Park, as well as adjacent to Fairview Development Center. I am grateful for the work of our council and our ad hoc committee. As far as the open space goes, I think what I would fill in there is that we talked about, you know, creating amenities for the people that will live there. And Andrea, Councilmember Marr, rather, shared with me a new term that I hadn't used before. I said it differently, but that's a better way to say it, trip capturing. So to be able to capture the trips so that people don't have to leave the neighborhood and get in their car and drive and clog up the streets. We have intent for the area to have, you know, recreational component, some type of necessity retail that would serve the residential need that's right there. But most importantly, we're going to, I think, save people's lives by using a facility that had for many, many years been the home for people who are developmentally disabled. And so I'll leave it to Mayor Pro Tem Stevens and then Councilmember Marr to add any other comments before we open up for questions. Mayor Pro Tem, I'm sorry, Mr. Locke, did you have something else?
After that elaboration by the members of the ad hoc committee, there are a few more slides to this presentation.
Oh.
I just wanted to have the ad hoc committee elaborate
Okay.
on this slide, since it is this vision that is outlined by the recommendation.
Well, why don't you go ahead and finish? I don't, yeah.
Sure.
I don't know if anybody else was prepared for speaking at this point in the.
I'm always ready.
Do you want to talk now or later? It doesn't matter to me. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
So there,
Up on these things in the future.
no, it's right. There's an old saying. The difference between a litigator and a trial lawyer is a litigator is always prepared and never ready, and a trial lawyer is always ready and never prepared. So I'm ready. So
Not sure how that's supposed to apply to me, and if it is.
yeah, you're ready too. So yeah, I think that a lot of this was covered, and especially I like your little check the boxes, because what we really tried to achieve from my perspective is we know from what the governor has said in the executive order and what's been written, some of the state objectives, and so now we have state property, depending on how you slice it, up to 114 units within our jurisdiction that's owned by the state. So what we want to do is kind of harmonize what our community can embrace while still achieving the state objectives. And at least that's what I think that the committee was trying to do. I think this is a really good program. There are some constraints that we have with this property, and the primary constraint is ingress and egress. We're right on harbor, as you know. There's only one way in, there's only one way out. We're not going to cut a road through the golf course. I will lay down on the tracks before that ever happens. So we're going in through harbor, we're going out through harbor. So Councilmember Marr's idea of creating like a little commercial area that captures the trips and creates a commercial and a real neighborhood, I think is a really good idea worth pursuing. There will be open space there. There will be amenities for the entire community. That's not going away. There's plenty of room for that while achieving these 1,500 units. I have been, as was said in one of the slides, I've been to the Century Villages at Cabrillo. It's very impressive, and we're lucky. You know, I mentioned Susan Price earlier, and we welcomed her, clapped and all that stuff. Well, she was very instrumental in, as I understand it, in developing that site in Long Beach, and so it's great to have her here, and she's a terrific resource for this work that we're doing at Fairview Development Center. I've also been to Diamond, which is in Anaheim, if I'm not mistaken, and I went to their 10-year anniversary last year or something like that. That was done by Jamboree Housing. It's a terrific place. I looked at some of their models and looked around there, and there was apparently some skepticism at the time because it was going to be a permanent supportive housing and affordable housing. I'm here to tell you, when you go there, it is the nicest complex in the neighborhood. And my vision for this is not only just quantity of places and addressing the issues that are listed there, but quality. I expect, quality structures, quality residences, quality commercial, and something that's convenient for the community and that addresses our needs. Veteran housing, of course, is important to, I think, everybody up here. It should be, and if it's not important to you, come to the podium and explain why it's not. 311 units is kind of symbolic because, according to our point in time count, there were 311 homeless veterans, and that's 311 too many. As to the workforce housing, I can tell you my children ranged from age 19 to age 28. And so we're right in that pocket of knowing how difficult it is for young members of the community to get a foothold. And we have so many kids. We're so lucky to be in Costa Mesa, where our children actually want to stay here, and actually after they go to college, they want to come back. And we are in real danger of giving them the opportunity to do that if we don't address workforce housing and housing at all levels. And so we have that demographic of young residents that we have to address, anywhere from 24 to 36, that are trying to make it in their careers, but they simply can't afford to live. Live. I'm not crying, I have something in my throat. They can't afford to live in our community, and it's not good. I read somewhere that it costs to get a one-bedroom apartment in Orange County, you have to make $31 an hour. $34 an hour. It went up. So we need to address affordability in our community, not just for people that are homeless, although that is super important, as I think Mr. Kelly mentioned, who's still here. I can't remember what he said, barbaric or something like that. I agreed with it.
Barbarism.
When he said barbarism, he was right on point. But also for folks that, our children and our young adults who need a place to live. So I think check, 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 we're doing it. Having said that, we're here to listen to you. We're here to present it to council. We're here to have a dialogue. There's many ways that we can adjust this, and it's very high level. It's just something to get to the state of California so they know that our heart's in the right place and we're going in the right direction, and we're trying to address these issues that are important for the state, the county, and our community.
Thank you. Councilmember Mar?
Yes, thank you. So Mr. Locke was very diplomatic at the beginning of this, but I do want to maybe just change the framing a little bit about how and why this conversation right now is so important. I think this is sort of the example of if you don't have a seat at the table, you're probably on the menu. There has been proposals for this to be a countywide homeless shelter, a countywide mental health campus, a $1 million golf course homes, because the previous administration was thinking about just selling it to the highest bidder when they were done with the hospital on the site. The range of things and the number of people who want to sort of sink their teeth into this property goes on for a while. And if we don't have a proposal that makes sense, that strikes a balance between responding to our need for additional housing and some of those state priorities, we're not going to have a say at all. If we just say we want it to remain exactly how it is and no one should go in there and we can't add any traffic to Harbor, we're just going to get cut out of the conversation. And so this was our attempt from the ad hoc committee to bring forward something that does strike that balance, that does address some of the needs that the state has made very, very clear, and also addresses the needs that we have as a city. So with that, just to address some of the things that are on this slide right now, in the case of trying to incorporate some affordable housing into certainly the multifamily, I think we may have to go significantly higher on the density in order to make some of the economics work. That's just sort of a function of trying to incorporate affordable housing into market rate housing. And so I would certainly support some higher densities, certainly as it relates to the multifamily. And I think permanent supportive housing, depending on, and I think Councilmember Guinness wanted to ask a question about permanent supportive housing, but certainly as it relates to what kinds of services there, we may also have to do some increase in density in order to make that actually make sense for the purpose it's designed for. And then the previous two speakers mentioned something about trip capture. So obviously traffic on Harbor is a huge concern, especially with that one way in, one way out. We're going to have to get creative about having the coffee shops and the dry cleaners and all the things on site so that we're not creating additional traffic onto Harbor. This is very preliminary. We have a long way to go. But as Mayor Pro Tem Stevens says, this is there to put something on the table to get some feedback from the community. I've had a lot of concerns from College Park residents, and I've been trying to answer every single one about what the status of both Fairview Developmental Center and the fairgrounds are. But this is a really interesting year. We've got a lot of work to do as a council and as a community to make sure that we stay at that table, that we do have a role in what happens over the long term. So thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, did you have something else? No. Okay. Were you unlike, or not unlike? I'm just going to now hit your mic.
Now I hit my.
Okay, there you go. Just one more thing before I go back to you, Mr. Locke. Councilmember Marr mentioned the fairgrounds. In our call on Friday with the Department of General Services, we requested that they send us some kind of official confirmation that the fairgrounds is not under consideration for turning it into some kind of a homeless emergency center. And so they're looking at a variety of different fairgrounds across the state. And one of the important, I think, points that was made is that in most cases, it is either some county official or the mayor of that community asking the governor for help on those particular fairgrounds sites. And that's why they're choosing those sites wherever they are choosing them throughout California. So we're not in that same situation here as, so for example, in Oakland that they're in. And nor do we want to be ever, which is why we work so hard on these issues and why we hired Ms. Price here to help us. So having said that, Mr. Locke.
So moving on, we have other state properties that are under discussion. The notable one was just brought up, the Orange County Fair and Event Center. The state is currently examining fairground properties throughout the state as possible sites for temporary housing for homeless individuals and families, and the results of that examination are coming up soon. As the mayor mentioned, on Friday, January 17th, we had a conference call with state staff that made clear the city's position that the OC Fair and Event Center is ideally utilized as a successful year-round programmed event center and summertime fair venue. The OC Fair and Event Center, a year-round activated space located in the heart of the city, that the state acknowledges that the Orange County Fair and Event Center is substantially different from many other fairgrounds in the state. The OC Fair and Event Center is the second largest fair in the state and is a substantial revenue-generating facility. And the ad hoc committee, again, as the mayor mentioned, has clearly expressed the view that the conversation surrounding housing on state property in Costa Mesa should be centered on an integrated housing plan for Fairview Developmental Center. So the next
Before you go to that, one thing,
yes,
if I may. We did talk to the Department of General Services at the request of the new CEO from the fairgrounds about utilizing, I think it's about 5 acres in the maintenance area of Fairview Development Center for storage of their big, large containers and trucks and things. So that is something that they are considering.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So as to the next steps here, we're looking forward to City Council feedback on the ad hoc committee's preliminary recommendations. Following that feedback and the incorporation, formal recommendation to the State Department of General Services of what are now these preliminary recommendations to be codified as we send that to them. And then the mayor, the city manager, and myself will be meeting with the State Department of General Services during the Association of California Cities Orange County Legislative Advocacy Trip next Monday and Tuesday, January 27th and 28th, to discuss this Costa Mesa solution. We will also be setting up a meeting with the governor's office regarding the Costa Mesa solution, and we will communicate with the Department of General Services throughout both their permanent supportive housing feasibility and site assessments regarding city priorities. Our timeline going forward from today, again, you can see first bullet is that trip to Sacramento with ACCOC. Then on January 31st, the Department of General Services will be releasing the study of state surplus property for homeless shelters. And one thing to note that's in the report, language within that executive order that established that release date deadline is that it mentions so long as such use does not delay the development of affordable housing on those sites. On February 21st, 2020, that is the last day for bills to be introduced in the California State Legislature for this year's legislative cycle. Sometime in late February 2020, so next month, the Department of General Services will be completing their site assessment of Fairview Developmental Center specifically for the intermediate 200 permanent supportive housing units as called out in last year's budget. And in May 2020 is the governor's May revise of this year's budget, and then the final adoption of that is in June 2020. And those are the opportunities to see changes to that budget, incorporation of additional funds for specific uses, or the removal of certain language that communities or stakeholders or legislators incorporate into other bills or decide they don't want to see in that budget, and the governor agrees with them. From June to September 2020 is when budget trailer bills are passed. These are the actual implementation of what's outlined in the governor's budget recommendation adopted by the state legislature. So there's a lot more action and decisions that are actually made after the adoption of the budget that we will be monitoring. And then on November 3rd, 2020 is Election Day. As we know, many elections have ballot measures that can impact local governments, that can impact services, that can impact legislation that has been previously passed by the state or executive orders by the governor. And then approximately December 2020 will be the tentative finalization of the Department of General Services site assessment for the reuse of Fairview Developmental Center. So now I am available for questions.
Okay, Council, if you have any questions, please ask for the queue. Councilmember Guinness.
Let's see. How are we defining permanent supportive housing? Because it seems like, to me, it means somebody lives semi-independently, but they have counseling, they have people, but they have their own little space. And are we talking about something like a little small apartment, or are we talking about a dormitory type situation? How are we defining permanent supportive housing here?
We were going to have you give us that definition tonight.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, let me take a stab at that. On permanent supportive housing, it can take many different forms, but typically what we see with a permanent supportive housing is an individual unit where a person lives. And with that, in the broader community of that environment, whether it's a building with, multiple units, you would have support services being offered to that person so that they can retain that housing long term. That can take many shapes and forms. I'll give you a couple of examples. On the first one, for veterans, the Veterans VASH program, Section 8 for veterans, offers the VA to come out and do site visits for the veterans that are permanently housed. And that can be either scattered site or project-based within a building that houses multiple veterans. But it kind of takes the format of a visitor that would come to the home and assist that veteran either in running errands or helping him, with addressing his finances or his paying his bills, paying his rent, or, talk to him about mental health or addictions treatment, things of that nature. In other programs, you might see even something like a child care center on site embedded within a housing development community. So that's maybe less typical for the proposal that we're talking about today, but wanted to give you a range. You also see with the Mental Health Services Act program, if you've got units that are funded by the mental health programs, you might have on-site visits, you might have some outpatient therapy or other types of programs that assist the people who live in those units to retain their independent housing. So it's not dormitory-style units. It's typically individual units where people are supported to retain that independent housing situation.
Similar to what now, parts of Harbor Village are just ordinary apartments, but parts of Harbor Village are permanent supportive housing. And so it would be similar to that, where you have a caseworker who makes sure, you get your bills paid, you're not running into any problems. And
Correct.
okay. And then on slide 15, first off, are we being asked to endorse slide 15, or are we being asked to endorse sort of a global statement as provided in the first paragraph? Because slide 15, that's the first I've seen it, and I wouldn't be prepared to really make a judgment on it without, really thinking about it a little more.
Mr. Locke?
So as you see in the report that you have in front of you, the actual council agenda report, the recommendation is that high-level overview. Slide
Okay.
15 is
The
sort of-
conceptual.
Exactly. It's an illustration of what that high-level overview could look like. But at this time, council feedback, review, vision to the ad hoc committee for those future discussions would be appreciated.
Okay, because much as I would like to keep density down, I know HCD typically requires that the housing be at 30 dwelling units an acre to be considered for your low income. But I'm wondering if we could, and I don't know if Jennifer would be able to answer this, or Ms. Price, Ms. Lee or Ms. Price. Sorry about that. See, I'm used to you. I'm not used to her. If, because it would be on state land and there would be possibly nonprofits involved, that we could count it towards our regional housing needs. Should there be supportive housing? Just because I know that the typical cutoff for HCD that they look for is 30 units.
Ms. Lee?
I think our intention would be to count housing units if they were developed at Fairview towards our arena allocation. 30 dwelling units per acre is the minimum density that the state recognizes where affordable units become possible. The actual affordability is obviously a function of a number of different factors, but we would be looking for that 30 dwelling units per acre, at least from a housing element perspective.
Thank you. And then in our discussions with the state, the only other question I would have would be, have we emphasized that our general plan provides for 25% open space, particularly if we're going to be adding a lot of more people? We will need that.
I can answer that question. Councilmember Gannis, yes, that has been brought up each step of the way in conversations with the state. And based on what the council directs this evening, I would assume, continue to be brought up every step of the way with the state.
Okay, thank you.
Just to address that also, the other example, when we visited Century Villages, it was like going on a university campus. It was very open. There was a lot of open space. You didn't feel this sense of buildings everywhere. It was a very meandering sidewalks, lots of green, native plants, open space. So I think that's what my concept in my mind as we're talking about this is always. Community gardens, that kind of thing.
General plan designation had been intended to provide for community needs like ball fields and stuff. So if it's just for the development, we need to be, looking at serving the broader community.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Reynolds.
Oh, I skipped. Okay.
That was next in the queue.
Yeah, they must have switched orders. Okay. So thank you. We're still digesting a lot of the information here. So I have a few questions. I may have missed this in the presentation. Can you describe, you described what Shannon Mountain is. What is the status of that? I had thought I remember an RFP being responded to.
So Shannon's Mountain is currently approved as a state project for the site. If the state decided to develop that project, they could proceed. Because the full site is being reassessed for some sort of large-scale master plan reuse, they are not proceeding at this time. Plopping a 20-acre development within a 100-acre site and then building 80 acres all around that may not be the most efficient way to plan. So that's earlier in the presentation. It it didn't specifically address that, but it could be developed, but they're leaning towards that master plan development.
Okay, so the state had received proposals, but it's kind of on hold as part of this broader visioning process happens.
That's my understanding.
No impending construction on Shannon's Mountain. Okay,
That's
thank
our
you.
understanding.
I remember some discussion earlier about a Cal State Fullerton satellite campus and a Be Well facility. Is that still part of the discussion?
At this time, it's not a part of the discussion that you have in front of you as the high-level conceptual plan. The Be Well facility that's opening up in Orange has yet to open. The housing approach is fairly well prioritized within this Costa Mesa Village solution that you have in front of you. And then that Cal State Fullerton satellite campus, members of Cal State Fullerton's administrative staff were involved in some of those preliminary discussions. They have since sort of distanced themselves from that conversation.
They're
So
not
now,
moving forward. To be clear, they're not moving forward.
Okay, that's more clear.
Sorry, I just want to be more clear.
Okay.
And not be ambiguous.
Is that true for Be Well as well?
I don't know about that, but.
No, okay.
but, yeah.
Okay, but with this kind of vision proposed here, it's assuming that neither the satellite college campus or Be Well facility would be part of it. Okay, I'll make sure I understood that. Okay, and our Assemblywoman passed a bill, AB 1199, which was about public engagement on a visioning process. Can you talk about how that feeds into this discussion?
absolutely. So AB 1199 specifically refers to if the state were to look at transferring the land to another state agency. And so that's pretty far down the road from here. And so the Assemblywoman's bill did provide for that public hearing and public comment, likely at that public hearing, sort of fallback if there wasn't a productive dialogue between the city, between the county who were named in the governor's budget that was adopted by the state legislature. So it was definitely a part of the conversation last year. It would become a part of the conversation again should the State Department of General Services seek to convey the land to another state agency. But as we're currently engaged in this dialogue with the State Department, we have a meeting set up for next Monday. At this point, it hasn't kicked in. If they do seek to convey that to another agency, it will kick in. There will be a public hearing, but we anticipate having a more robust public process as this goes on than that one public hearing would ever provide.
Okay. And with this, let's say all the stakeholders say, yes, we absolutely love this vision. Describe to me what that would look like in terms of kind of ownership and management. Would the state still own the land, or would the land sort of be parceled out for different groups owning and managing different components?
So that's really a specific piece that's going to come out of Department of General Services site assessment for reuse. The governor did direct them to look at the state's highest and best uses, which do include those housing goals and homelessness goals and other things that we mentioned in this presentation, but it also includes value for land at the state level. So that's something that we will be discussing with the State Department of General Services, but I certainly don't feel comfortable saying what their goals are as to who would own it and how it would be, if it would be parceled out, how it would be parceled out. But that's something that I anticipate future updates from the ad hoc committee would, to the best of their ability, of our ability, clarify.
Have we had any discussion on what our position would be if we want the state to maintain control or want to take control? Has that been part of the ad hoc committee discussion? I guess anyone can answer that. But. Okay, so that's not part of our recommendation.
Yeah,
okay.
that's
okay.
not, yeah.
Well, because it sounded like you mentioned that like whether a vision is subject to the general plan depends on whether the state owns it. So I didn't know.
The future development, if the state retains control of the site, would not be subject to the general plan. If the state sells that site to a non-state agency for a non-governmental use, then it would be, I would assume, subject to the general plan under normal guidelines.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so thank you to the ad hoc committee for presenting this vision. There's a lot that I really like about it, the mixed-use housing. I love the village concept. I did get to tour the Cabrillo village, and I think if possible, I'd recommend the council members who haven't had a chance to also get an opportunity to do that tour. It really is different seeing kind of a map of what something looks like to actually experience walking through. So mixed-use housing, the village concept, I think it's really important, and I'm glad the committee mentioned the integration into the existing neighborhood. I don't think we want I wouldn't want to see sort of an isolated community, so as many connections as we can to the adjacent neighborhoods. So also, the trip capture, absolutely, we need to minimize congestion, but also, there's trips that might come from the other side of the golf course, across harbor. So actually capturing trips that would normally cross or go around this land, I think would be really important. Absolutely support the open space, the focus on permanent supportive housing, attainable housing, veteran housing. There's a couple, and I would support higher density. I think maybe less land for single family homes, more for multifamily. It's just more efficient. I think there's a model I learned about, I'd heard a little bit about and had the opportunity to tour this past weekend at that film fest I was at, called co-housing. There's a couple co-housing villages in Nevada City and Grass Valley, and the architect who designed it is, I think, nationally, maybe world-renowned. He studied in either Denmark or Netherlands, I can't remember. But he's designed 50 co-housing villages, and it's this really, really great concept, multi-generational living. People have their own private home, but a lot of shared facilities. So they're, having dinner together. People are taking care of each other's children. Really, really beautiful concept. So I'd encourage, I think there's something similar in Los Angeles. There's one maybe in West LA too. Looking at some of those models, looking at co-housing, great for families. And I can connect with that expert, I think, who's very interested in giving input. And there's a population I'd like us to consider as well in our discussion of, we've heard about longtime residents here. We talk about concerns about displacement as well. And I'd love us to consider as we, in the Fairview Park discussions, we've been talking a lot more about our cultural heritage. I'd love us to consider the population of people for whom Costa Mesa is their ancestral homeland, and consider a set aside. And the Cabrillo villages did have, I think, some space for Native Nations residents. So I'd like us to consider that population and considering some space for the descendants of the Tongva and Hashiman nations. As part of honoring our cultural heritage in Costa Mesa. I think that's my feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chavez?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I first want to begin by thanking Councilmember Marr, Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, and particularly Mayor Foley for being proactive and strong leaders in this housing approach. I think it's very important that we're showing the state that we are going to do our best to hit our number for RENA. As you recall, 2 weeks ago, I voted against the letter that went out to the governor because I understand that we need to build more housing in Costa Mesa, not only because the high demand in my district, District 4, but because if we really want to capture the workforce for the future, which is my age, roughly speaking, we have to have housing to be. You need a place to live if you have a job nearby. If not, you cause more traffic. But a few things I want to share on this. I love the fact that we're incorporating veteran homelessness as a solution in FTC. There's been a really big issue for a single woman, Cari Pichinoris, trying to solve this in Orange County. It's always good for us as a country and as a city to repay those who've given up their lives for us and our freedom here in Costa Mesa. Love the fact that we're doing permanent supportive housing that is so crucial to solving homelessness in Orange County. The vision we have for Orange County is each city will ultimately, eventually do their own shelter like we have here in Costa Mesa. And the goal is to get people to the next step, which is permanent supportive housing. Unless we're really serious about housing as a model that gets people out of homelessness, all we're doing is doing a stopgap in this process of them getting back to society. And now I'll comment a bit more on the zoning we have for the other housing in the development. I'm really happy to see that we are being proactive with density. I understand and I love the idea of trip capturing, and this should something really be in our minds, in the forefront of our minds. There's only one entrance and exit from this location, and it leads to Harbor and Fair. If we really want to do our best and ensure there's not traffic impacts in the nearby areas, we have to make sure we have amenities in this facility. Something that came to my head when I was thinking about this over the past weekend was the village at Spectrum. It's a really unique dwelling. It's mainly apartments, but it's still something we can take inspiration from, and that it's mixed use. So the first level is entirely businesses. You have Starbucks, you have a marketplace, You can have a dry cleaner, like Mar said. You can really, and then on top you have housing. So you can really have it so someone who lives in that FDC, future development, doesn't have to leave and drive in their car to do these basic things. That's one way we avoid causing traffic in nearby areas, as well make it a more walkable and bikeable community, like Councilmember and Arliss or Reynolds always wants to permeate in Costa Mesa. Again, win-win, finding positives in a hard situation. In terms of housing, I do want to see as much as we can, while also honoring our open spaces. You know, it's really important we have open spaces in Costa Mesa. District 4 has very little of it, so I understand the importance of having that for our kids growing up, for our nephew, nieces, our grandchildren. But I think where we can, we should have up to 4 stories. We should maximize FDC because, like I said, our housing in North Arena is 11,000. It's a big number, but if we're proactive and we're being really in touch on how we move forward, we can make it work in this property. Overall, I just want to reiterate again how proud I am of our committee, for doing this. It's important to be proactive because the governor has shown that he is going to move forward with housing and homeless solutions. And if we're not showing we're at least willing to be in the table and have some ideas, we will be left behind and have no say at all. So once again, I just want to thank Mayor Foley for her leadership on this. And I want to thank everyone in the ACT committee as well. And looking forward to seeing how this develops. But those are my kind of quick tidbits on this project.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Guinness, you have something else?
I do have some comments, but I would reserve those for after the public speaks. But I have a question about the access because you can come in on Merrimack, and most of the day you can drive through to Fairview Developmental Center. You come in Merrimack, and then you go through Harbor Village. 24 hours a day, there's pedestrian access. Has there been any discussion with Harbor Village or any consideration of access, of utilizing that second access? Because it works actually quite well because you could come down Merrimack, pop out on Harla, and then you're right at where you have coffee, you have Mexican, you have Italian, you have a dry cleaners, you have a pharmacy. And so it does provide access. And actually, the vehicular access via Merrimack has been open pretty much constantly until recently. They've been closing it at night occasionally, not even every night. But the pedestrian access pretty much remains open. And so has that particular access point been considered? Has there been any discussion with Harbor Village how the two sites might interact?
I mean, we're not at that level yet, but the state also owns part of Harbor Village.
Yeah.
And so we did in our call talk about access, talk about the limited access, talk about how, you know, we don't want to pour hundreds of cars into a, 2-lane, single lane neighborhood that wasn't really built for travel through it. So yes, that's all going to be part of a long-term.
Okay, because there's been several references to one access point, but technically there isn't.
Well, but you don't want to put cars.
You don't want to put a
going
bunch of cars through the
neighborhood.
apartments either.
Yeah.
But yeah, and I do recall when I was young, when the shift change occurred at Fairview Developmental Center, and that's when they had like 2,500 clients there. Your parents would not want to drive on that particular area. They would avoid Fair and Harbor when the shift change occurred because everybody knew when it was. So we don't want to create a similar situation there now. Thank you.
Okay, great. Let's open this item up for public comment, and thank you to the public who've been waiting patiently to speak. If you'd like to speak, come to one of the 2 podiums. You can fill out the green card so that we get your name and we can give you information at a later time, but it's not a requirement. Ms. Martin.
I'm one of those weird people who owns a filing cabinet. And I found this in my filing cabinet this afternoon. This is a warning to the wise. I have lived for 52 years in College Park, 5 minutes away from Fairview. And whenever Fairview comes up, my ear hits the ground. In 2010, there was a move to sell the fairgrounds. That project hit the fan and died, exploded, when folks discovered that the Facilities Management West had donated money to various politicians here in Orange County. T. Winkle Park, 2012, the same thing happened there. There was a city task force that voted to privatize the park and sell to Big League Dream Sports, a Chino-based developer. That hit the fan and exploded. Fairview Developmental Center. I'm holding here Planning Commission Agenda Report dated June 24th, 2013. A certain LLC by the name of KDF had proposed and developed a wonderful, from my point of view, plan for developing Fairview Developmental Center. There was a great report with a general plan and housing element and affordable housing with 241 units, analysis of project site, architecture, on-site circulation, general plan conformity, and so on and so on and so on. But that exploded when a group of us citizens who are nosy parkers discovered that the LLC had donated big campaign dollars to the 2012 campaign for Costa Mesa mayor. So that project exploded, and I have here a copy of the letter that KDF sent to the city council. I would like to withdraw the Fairview Affordable Apartment application and request a refund for the application fee. Signed, Mark Hyatt, KDF Communities, LLC. So I'm asking you, keep your noses clean and be fully aware of what goes on behind the scenes when it comes to developing Fairview Developmental Center.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name's Steve McNally. I'm a resident of Costa Mesa. That puts me in District 4 right there. And Honorable Mayor and City Council. I personally was very refreshed to see what you came up with because it's a good use of the land. I'm a little confused on a couple things, and those details will come up. But one is Shannon's Mountain was like 25 acres. No, I'm sorry. The village is 27 acres with 1,500 units. This is going to be 25.5 with 511 units. The big thing, nobody knows housing better than Susan Price, okay? We're lucky to have her here. She knows how to build coalitions, and she's a person that can get things done. One thing I am concerned about, though, is the Mental Health Service Act money. I don't know how much you expect to use out of that, but Mike Gatto's got an initiative that may or may not get to a proposition that wants 43% of it for correctional use. So in our county, that happens to be around $68 million a year, okay? We already gave 7% of our money away to No Place Like Home, which our county had figured out how to do housing without the bond expense that associated with taking $2.8 billion and returning $2 billion with money that you already had to use. So it's very frustrating. The sheriff's looking to do something very exciting with medically assisted treatment, which is going to be great for substance abuse, but not so much, I don't think, for mental illness. I have a child who has serious mental illness. I don't think the jails are going to be particularly good at that. And Mike Gatto, he wants to put mentally ill into treatment outside of jails and put everybody else in the jails. I wonder to myself whether Mike Gatto's proposition or initiative, he's been on major TV, radio, newspaper, including the Register with an editorial. it seems outrageous, but then Darrell Steinberg in a hearing in December pretty much laid out taking a lot of the money for housing. So when we use it for construction and we lost like approximately 8% for No Place Like Home, maybe we'll get back 4% of it. It was a net loss for us. And as Tom Insel and Darrell Steinberg do the refresh of MHSA, and everybody got their hands on it, it's just important that we be aware of it and watch it. Because it's one big bulk of money, just like Fairview is one bulk piece of property. And then the last thing is, I hope that you've demonstrated an openness and willingness to connect with the state. Political will has been a big problem in our county, and we're 5 years behind in a lot of ways. Things being touted as new, but they've been in the state for 5 years. So thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. And after the speakers, I'll ask Ms. Price if you can give us kind of an update on the money part.
Yeah, Patrick Kelly at College Park. A couple comments and then a few questions. First, I had the opportunity, and I'll make a shameless plug for OCTA. I went there the other day and I bought a 30-day unlimited pass for $22 as a senior. And it's the best deal in Orange County. Unlimited travel for 30 days for $22 if you're a senior. Now, if you're not a senior, I don't know what it is, but for $22, a very good deal. My question, though, well, one other thing, another shameless plug. Let's not forget the seniors. I know we're talking about homeless, we're talking about affordable, we're talking about all this other stuff, we're talking about, maybe even the tribes, whatever, fine. But let's do something for the seniors over there. The seniors are being squeezed out of Costa Mesa, and I think there's an obligation there to let the seniors continue to live in Costa Mesa. A couple questions. When you talk about affordability, what are we talking about here? And who's going to own this property? Are we talking like, are people going to be purchasing the residencies there? Are there going to be co-ops? Are they going to be privately owned? Or are they going to be rentals? When we say affordable housing or workforce housing, let's get granular a little bit. We need some transparency here in what we're talking about. Like, in other words, are we talking like $1,500 a month for a 2-bedroom place? Are we talking $2,500 a month? What are we talking about? So I think the council, I would ask you to dig down and get some granularity in terms of like what we're really talking about in terms of costing over there and who's going to own what. And when we talk about workforce housing and affordability, what are we talking about? Ms. Price has a lot of expertise in these areas, and I think I commend you all for recruiting her, because she does have the expertise to dig down and to get these things out. But anyway, again, I think moving forward, I'm glad, Sandy, you're still around. I hope that you guys can all develop. No, I know Mr. Mansour stepped out, but I hope that you can develop a bipartisan approach here, because if you can do that, you're going to get a lot done. You're going to get a lot more done, particularly in Sacramento and here in OC. I know there's a lot of different things going on, but if we can go forward on a bipartisan or a nonpartisan basis, we're better off. And I think that's possible here in Costa Mesa. It really is. But anyway, thank you all for your service.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. Rick Huffman, I'm a Costa Mesa resident, and I didn't really know much about all this before I came, and so I made some notes and I can't resist, I'm sorry. But regarding the Fairview Center, it seems to me that the higher the density, the better, so that you can have more open space. So if you're getting up around 40, 50 units per acre with 5-story buildings, you have an opportunity for a big central park or something like that. I don't even think about having single-family homes. That's just kind of in the past. We're not going to have room for those kind of things. And then, so It seems to me, I would agree with Sandy, there's another access point at Merrimack Way. I've walked that neighborhood, knocked on doors, I've bicycled through there. You can access the property through Merrimack. It doesn't have to be the main entrance, so you don't want to impact those apartment dwellers in there and their parking lots, but it does go clear through. And then I'm a big fan of strong town concepts and have been reading about urban redevelopment, and so I would suggest maybe a mixed-use concept in there as well, so that there's some services and shopping and whatnot, and you can create a kind of a street life in there where people like to hang out, and maybe some sort of a grid system layout instead of gated apartment complexes, something that allows people to interact a lot more, walkable, bikeable. And I would suggest, I really appreciate the ad hoc committee that has been working on this for a year, and I don't pretend to tell them what to do. They've been studying and working, but I imagine if any of this starts to bear fruit, there will be professional urban planning. I suggest as people with good progressive ideas in the urban planning field help design the overall layout in the project. And then lastly, I think this is an opportunity for overall vision planning for the whole city. This is 100 acres, 114 acres, and it can be used as an example to look at other sections of the city. And maybe if we end up getting some rezoning and whatnot, it'll have to go on the ballot and get everybody engaged and get it approved by the residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Thomas Fielder, and I'm a volunteer with a group known as Housing is a Human Right Orange County. And as a member of this group, I sometimes work directly with people living on the streets, but the primary focus of our group is to encourage the use of the Housing First model for solving homelessness. And so I'm extremely grateful and encouraged that you have incorporated, or this proposal has incorporated at least a reference to the Housing First model. As a homeless advocate, I guess it may not come as much surprise that I'd like to see some of these numbers on the slide here flipped or and multiplied. If you, for example, anything like this, the devil is in the details. For example, this what's been presented here accounts for 100 out of the 114 acres. I remember a reference to a 5-acre storage site. Still leaves 9 acres that at 50 units per acre, that could be another 450 units. People that could be off the streets and leading productive lives and getting the help that they need to stay housed. And these could also help prevent people from becoming homeless if you can provide more very low income housing. And again, the devil is in the details. When you talk about housing at all income levels, what are the percentages here? You really ought to be looking at, the opposite of what you typically see, where, you might have 10 or maybe even as much as 20% very low income housing in a development, but maybe it should be 80%. So I encourage you to continue on this path, put more units in, support more people to keep housing and stay in their housing, and you're going to do a great job if you if you concentrate on those areas. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Margaret Sharp. I've been a resident here for many years. I'm pleased with sort of the direction that this is going, especially from where it was about 4 or 5 years ago. The last thing that I think we need is luxury housing or single unit housing. We really need supportive housing and affordable housing. I've seen all the luxury developments that are going around here that people can't afford. Even Azulon is really expensive. So I think I would like to see the bulk of it for affordable housing. Now, when you say affordable housing, people sometimes will say the median income. But the problem here is that you have some really rich people and you have a lot of really poor. And when you take them and you mix them together, you come up with this figure. It's like, oh, $100,000 is the median income. No. I mean, it needs to be the 90%, based on the 90%. What are the people that live here in this community? What is a reasonable amount? So I would like to see the most of it affordable. I'm not quite sure how Shannon's Mountain figures into the permanent supportive housing, because if that's already set aside and if that's actually going to be used for Shannon's Mountain, we're not going to have net a lot of permanent supportive housing. And there's a huge need. I know a lot of people around this area that really need the mental health services and permanent supportive housing. And then also in the interim, there's going to be a huge cost associated to build all those units. I would like to see, in terms of if you're going to do permanent supportive housing or workforce housing, depending on what the DGS comes up with, if those are livable places, you could have immediate permanent supportive housing, and it would save taxpayers millions of dollars. Well, I mean, I'm just saying we don't, it would save taxpayers money. And, getting brand new everything, is going to cost a lot of money. And it's going to take a lot of time. And if it's empty, it's going to take time to build all that. So, and there's, Gavin Newsom is talking about with the trailers or whatever, there's, people dying on the streets right now. And I know some people don't really get this, but there are people dying on the street when we have this empty facility. And it makes me sick.
Thank you. Next speaker. Next speaker. We're going back and forth.
Mayor Foley and City Council members, I'm Eve Garrow from the ACLU of Southern California and a volunteer with Housing as a Human Right, Orange County, and I do work at both the state and the regional levels. We believe that affordable, safe, clean, and permanent housing is a human right, and that it is absolutely necessary for a standard of living adequate for health and well-being. And I'm really, really excited to be able to say that I support your ad hoc committee's recommendations that the City Council approve a housing first strategy for the Fairview Developmental Center site and work with the governor and state legislators to make this goal a reality. We agree with the ad hoc committee that investment in a shelter first strategy has curtailed investment in the only proven and effective solution to homelessness, namely access to affordable housing. We also support your idea of developing a mixed income community because we know, and the research shows, that the spatial concentration of poverty is bad policy and that it often backfires. As your plan takes shape, I have 2 recommendations. First, I strongly urge you to prioritize homes for people experiencing homelessness and housing precarity. As the saying goes, the poor need more because they have less. Yet too often, our policies prioritize those who have much, while those who have nothing get very little. Policymakers should flip this logic on its head. You should prioritize the alleviation of deep hardship and deprivation. And indeed, as you develop this plan in collaboration with the state, you have this really exciting and awesome power to relieve almost unimaginable suffering. That is what the public sector is for, and by harnessing it for this purpose, you could be a role model to the rest of California. Second, I urge you to include impacted folks and their advocates in the planning process, centering the voices, the interests, and the perspectives of those who will live and hopefully thrive in this development should it come to fruition, will help ensure that the plan is responsive to their needs. And I'm thinking about opportunities such as the use of open space and the selection of amenities in these complexes. It would also provide a model of inclusive policymaking that, quite frankly, could be also an inspiration for the state and local municipalities. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Next speaker.
So you almost have to agree with everyone that's spoken on one point or another. But, dun, 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 dun. The sharks are circling Fairview Developmental Center. When Ms. Martin was speaking about what happened before, you could Google while you're sitting up there, Google Pinnacle Development. There seems to be a very strange connection between the state of Florida and all the corruption that goes on there and Costa Mesa, California. And according to the FBI, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and the Newport Mesa area are the #1 fraud, embezzlement, and corruption places in the United States of America as we speak. So if you look up Pinnacle Development, and by the way, they are already here, they're already building things, and one of the things they like to get involved in is affordable housing. And as we speak right now, they're in court in Florida. They have this huge case against them, $5 million or something, because they embezzled public funds while they're building this affordable housing. So if the city gets involved with anybody, I agree that they should have nothing to do with any campaign contributions. Thank you. They should have nothing to do, that you do your due diligence about where they've developed in other places, what their reputation is. And I beg you to please put the veterans first. We're underserved in Orange County for veteran housing. A lot of them are in trouble. Also seniors in our city. We have a need here for senior housing, and it isn't being addressed at all. And then we have, as Mr. Chavez spoke, there's a whole level of people that want to work and live in Costa Mesa. And if you could somehow cover those 3 areas at Fairview Development Center, but watch out for the sharks. They've got some very good friends in this town, and you know who they are because they used to be on the city council. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Sorry, I'm just getting over some laryngitis, or in the process of it anyway. My name's Dave Duran. I'm also a volunteer with Housing as a Human Right, Orange County. And ever since before the riverbed and the population at the riverbed was evacuated, many of us have been working with those individuals who are living on the streets, working for them, working with them to help them survive. And that flows the gamut from maybe sharing food, clothing, to maybe getting them to a doctor's appointment, maybe getting them into Santa Ana to get their ID card, maybe, it could be a number of things. Whatever your brain could imagine you might need if you were on the streets with nothing, that was the gaps we try and fill. I'm quite certain that Susan Price can remember how many times I have spoken at the County Board of Supervisors asking, demanding that the county spends part of that almost $1 billion in discretionary funds to help those who are living on the streets. That being said, I am really happy to be here tonight to know that at least some positive steps are being made. I'm still holding and storing one of the veterans' belongings who was exited from the riverbed because he's still living in a park. This shouldn't have to happen in the United States, and it certainly shouldn't have to happen in Orange County. The idea, and I hope I'm preaching to the choir, but the idea that one of the wealthiest cities, counties in the nation still allows the most vulnerable to die on the streets without support is unconscionable. We've been following the city's works, and again, I'm really optimistic that taking the right steps, that eventually Costa Mesa will have something in the way of those shelters and housing to be really proud of. My only ask tonight is that as you move forward, and specifically in the shelter range, that you develop some oversight, because there's huge amounts of damage being done by those in shelters.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you coming out.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. I agree with all the statements, but first of all, in listening, thank you for taking the bold step with opening the bridge shelter at a great cost and just doing the right thing. And here you have another opportunity with all the land and the different things and the way it can go, the mixed use, I like that idea. But maybe you could put a column up there, because I think we've got to talk about schools. And because this property is kind of halfway between Costa Mesa and Estancia and maybe Wilson and Adams, you've got to work with the school district or whoever is going to do the demographics to anticipate how this is going to affect the local schools. And we've got to be ready for that. So just to put that in your design vision. And I think looking at the needs for the seniors is important too. You've got a big job ahead of you, but I think it's a great opportunity for Costa Mesa to really lead the way, and I'm thankful for Ms. Price, who's here to really bring her wisdom. You know, we talk a lot about, I tried to help a homeless person at the gas station at the Arco, and I interviewed him. He was sober. I've seen him around a long time, and I called Muriel and said, you know, he hasn't been to the bridge. He hasn't tried the bridge, and he was a little reluctant. And so she said, okay, well, I'm going out with on a drive, getting up at 6, or being here at 6 o'clock in the morning to go around and interview the homeless. I said, okay, Milo, where can you meet her? Okay, the library, I shouldn't use his name, sorry. 7 o'clock. And okay, I'm going to give you $10. You promise we're going to seal the deal. You're going to be there. He didn't show up. He's a veteran, and he said he knew 3 other veterans. So, you know, we have to lead with our hearts, but we also have to have wisdom, and we have to make the wise decisions that aren't easy, but financially, and to have the best long-range plan. So thank you for taking this up, and your plan is good. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Linda Kramer. I'm a resident of Costa Mesa in District 4. I wanted to say thank you. I agree, Sandra, thank you for being here in the discussion, and we need bipartisan discussions, and it matters a lot to me, because that's what I think Costa Mesa is. And so I also wanted to thank all of you for really spending the time on this effort and being problem solvers for our city and trying to find a balance for the input from constituents, but also the needs of the homeless and or lower income or struggling residents. I did want to ask that you consider, and I know you are, and there's been some great comments about mixed-use spaces and et cetera, but really considering the emissions that happen because we have increased cars coming in and out of Costa Mesa, which Costa Mesa already has a lot of cars in it and 3 freeways that run through it. And our emissions in the South Coast Air Quality Management District have actually gone up in the last 4 years, and we're not meeting federal standards as it is, that there could be consideration of, even when you're installing the parking lots, it's much, much cheaper to put in, get ready for electric car station, charging stations. There are, considering bike and walk lanes that actually connect to public transportation, and I know, dare I say it, but scooter or bike type opportunities. I don't know if we're ready for that in Costa Mesa, but there are ways to think about how we could just reduce the emissions for our city and all that traffic we're adding, and even in working with the solar companies. And I also want to put a plug for Orange Coast College, who has an amazing architecture department. And wouldn't it be wonderful, as close as they are, that those students and professors were involved in the planning of this, and they were part of it. So thank you again for all your hard work and problem solving on this.
Thank you. Okay, this will be our final speaker.
Hi, I sticked around because about 3 years ago, we were looking for solutions out there. We ended up out here at this Fairview ground somebody was talking about. So we took a tour around there, and it was like, wow, this is a little city within a city. My God, how many people could actually be here from all those people that are out there? And people don't understand that there's people out there that work, but they have low-wage jobs like McDonald's or whatever, and they can't afford. I mean, rent goes up, but the living wages have never gone up. That's why we have our population of homelessness. It's not just bums. And, a lot of people have misconceptions. When it becomes when they have been out there for so long, they become chronically homeless. And the mental issues are not because they were mental before, but it was all just the oppression and the depression that they go through. And I see now that we're here, and the solutions are there, but we got to step into it. And I mean, I've gone through other cities and spoke before, and I hadn't seen any changes. It's been like a vicious cycle. And I've seen so many people that I've called my friends now because some of them have died. Over 200 people die every year out there in the streets. And it's just sad that a county that has so much money and land that could be turned into SB2 zones. But housing is the role model. It's been set for a long time. So I'm hoping that, the decisions that you make, because it's on your courtyard. And I think that, that we have a population of who we call NIMBYs. And it's not politics, because they're the ones that vote. Well, the homeless do vote. They do work. They do pay taxes. So it's not like they're just bouncing out there. They do need a home. I've seen seniors out there, 62-year-old. I've seen people that are disabled. And what has become of the shelters are just revolving doors with no exit plan.
Thank you.
So we hope that, all our efforts will pay off.
Thank you. Next, this will be our final speaker.
Hello, Robin Leffler again. There's the existing development there, I hope, is a viable option and one that you'll consider. Those are historic buildings by a named architect who was one of the very avant-garde and visionary architects in the mid-century revival, and when all the design that's there now was groundbreaking at the time. So they're pretty special. They might need some rehab. They might need a lot of rehab, but they're pretty special buildings. So I think that one thing that we need to clarify is, does development there count towards this immense RINA number we've just been assigned or not? I think that needs clarification. Because it's possible that it would not count towards the $11,000. And I think before any serious decision, 11,000 people, 11,500 to be more precise, that you should get that clarified, because it seems like this was arbitrarily assigned to us, and I think this would help meet that number. And maybe there's some other ways that we can push back a little on that number. I can't see that many people being born here, moving here, immigrating here. All the numbers seem a little crazy to me. One of the things that I'm curious about here has nothing to do with the development itself, but with the situation on the council at the moment. There are 6 people up there. 3 of them were on an ad hoc committee that had said that their intent was that they all agreed that they had this vision. So I want to make sure that we're not violating any Brown Act situation at the moment. And also, I was sorting my old papers today, and I want to see if everything was done according to Hoyle, because I found the rules for ad hoc committees, and they need to be accessible to the public when they meet, and to keep minutes. And I'm curious if that has been done, and I'd like to take a look at some of the minutes. They should be publicly accessible if it was done properly. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Council, I'm going to close the public comment, and I will move that we accept the recommendation from the ad hoc committee, and that we incorporate into that recommendation this request to ensure that whatever we get built there at Fairview Development Center site becomes, we get to count towards our RENA number. But that we give direction to the ad hoc committee to move forward with this proposed recommendation and our Costa Mesa community solution for FDC. And Mayor Pro Tem Stevens? Is that a second?
Yeah, it's a second.
Okay. Okay. I haven't spoke. Are you going to?
I'll second it.
Okay.
Now you can, I'll turn off my mic.
Okay, great. You want to ask for the cue again, and I'll go back to you. Okay. We've put a lot of thought and time, attention, trying to take into consideration our community at large, trying to consider all of the community interests that surround the site, to balance the need and the desperate need for housing in our community of all different styles and amounts, taking into consideration the limited access points for this particular site and not wanting to create more trouble for people to move north and south on Harbor Boulevard, and taking into consideration that this is not the only site where we are looking at building housing in Costa Mesa. This is one of many sites. And stay tuned next month, where Mayor Pro Tem Stevens and I have been working on a senior housing village that we are going to be hopefully discussing next month. Right, Ms. Barlow? Yes. Okay. Anyway, so yes, we want to take into consideration our seniors. Very, very important to me. And yeah, I've heard Mayor Pro Tem Stevens say this a lot. You've probably heard me say it. I moved here. I worked all summer with my first job. My husband got his first job as a teacher. We saved our money for a down payment. We bought our house in Mesa del Mar, which we love. It was a family-oriented community near parks and grocery stores and access to our jobs easily, and schools. And we built our family, we built our life here because we had that opportunity. I grew up very, very poor, Head Start, Pell Grant for college, free lunch, and having the ability to buy a home and to build the equity that has allowed my family to build on and buy another home and, you know, get our mortgage and use it for equity when we need it. That has changed my life. And I want that opportunity for other people. So I do believe that we need to have a diversity of housing stock in our community that people who are just starting can afford. And I also, you know, feel very strongly that we need to take advantage of this opportunity in time to work with the state so that the state does not tell us what we're going to be doing with that site. Because trust me, it won't be pretty if we're not at the table. We need to be at the table talking with the state, partnering with the state, collaborating, and being willing to move forward. And I'm grateful for the good work that Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, Councilmember Marr, Ms. Price has been an excellent resource for us. We have, just in the very few weeks that she's been here, she's filled us in on a lot of things we didn't know. We might have thought, but we didn't know. So now we know. And it's great. And thank you, Mr. Locke, for your hard work in putting this report together. I know you've spent a lot of time doing it. Thanks to our city manager for her stewardship as well on this issue. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
Well, I support the motion and also the supplemental comments that were made by the mayor. I just turned 57 last week, and so I would be remiss if we didn't take care of the seniors. And in addition to that, it occurred to me that one of the things that we, in listening to former council member Lease and her reference to having to address the children in the schools and stuff like that, I thought that was very perceptive. And another one of the governor's objectives is early childhood development and education, and we've got a real opportunity, I think, to put something to address that on Fairview Developmental Center, and as part of our amenities that we talked about, as part, not really a trip capture, but as a part of a way that the folks that are in there can have strong and resilient families that they're raising. As to what Mayor Foley said is, yeah, I mean, when I bought my first house here when I was 27 years old, I was a young hotshot lawyer with no kids and a wife, and we both worked, and we were able to buy our house within like a year and a half or less of getting into the workforce, which is just unheard of now. So if you look at the report carefully, one of the things is there is a portion of these 1,500 units that will be for sale and that our young families can use to do what Mayor Foley is talking about, which is to create some personal equity and be able to live in our community and build themselves up financially. So I think it's a good plan. I appreciate the work that the ad hoc committee did and staff. Just terrific. I mean, it's great. Thank you, Ms. Price and Mr. Locke. You're a superstar. And of course, the city manager, Farrell Harrison, has led the charge. So great work by staff.
Councilmember Marr?
Yeah, I wanted to apologize to Ms. Sharp. I think I threw you off when I shook my head. Regarding the condition of the existing buildings, which a couple of people brought up, there is a condition assessment from 2016 that the state did. Some of them are okay, some of them aren't, some of them are up to code, some of them aren't, some of them need extensive seismic retrofit. And so it's not a given that we can necessarily reuse any, if at all, those properties there. So that's why I was shaking my head when you were talking. So I apologize if I threw you off while you were making your comments. And then, City Attorney, do you mind just responding to that comment about the ad hoc committee and whether we're allowed to be here?
Yes, an ad hoc committee is a limited term, less than majority body made up solely of city council members. In that situation, they are not, it is not a Brown Act body. It is not required to be open to the public. The city council acts to appoint ad hoc committees to allow a smaller group, less than a majority of the council, to drill down and study issues, to have conversations with staff and with outsiders in order to make a recommendation to the full council. And those recommendations, as this one is, are always public. So I don't see an issue with the Brown Act.
Thank you. And then, Ms. Lee, is there any, given the timeline, is there any reason why these wouldn't count towards our arena number?
I think the state's rules are changing, and we need to start on our RFP process to get our consultant on board to evaluate and determine for certain what counts. There are a lot of new rules this housing element period, so that's something that we're going to be evaluating as part of our housing element update. I don't see any reason why they shouldn't count. The Fairview Development Center site is referenced many, many times in the general plan and the housing element, and
Right.
there's a goal and objective talking about continued monitoring of the Fairview Development site for rezoning for housing purposes. So we're going to pursue that and make sure that we have a good answer from the state. But there are many, many rules changing at the state even as we speak, so we're waiting for those to be finalized.
Got it. Thank you. Yeah, obviously I'll be supporting the motion 27 and buying a house here. Oh my goodness. But this dual income, no kids family had to wait till we were in our late 30s to buy a townhome. So things have changed and continue to. Yeah, I can't wait till Councilmember Chavez comments here. So yeah, I think things have changed in terms of economic mobility. I have lived in apartments, I've lived in townhomes, I've lived in bungalows in Costa Mesa. We need a variety of housing stock. We need there was some comment about all these people it's going to bring here. No, these are people who are already going to school here and working here, and we just need to actually capture them here in Costa Mesa so they don't clog the 405 driving too far away to find cheaper housing. So obviously I support this, but I continue to look for opportunities for the community to give feedback, particularly District 3 folks who have concerns about traffic and want to know what the process is. Feel free to reach out, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Guinness.
I do have one question before I make my comments. As I understand it, the recommendation is to approve a high-level housing first solutions-oriented framework for the Fairview Developmental Center site to discuss with the governor's office, et cetera, et cetera. Is that correct?
My motion was to approve the recommendation that we presented here tonight.
Yeah, well, yeah, but that's not real clear because the staff report just has the committee recommends and then there's a recommendation on the agenda. So I want to make sure I have a clear idea as to what the actual motion is.
My motion was to approve the recommendation that was presented by Mr. Locke in the staff report that we heard here tonight.
Okay. I would like to get an idea on the precise wording because I have a question about housing first tends to have, I didn't realize it until after the speakers had made their comments, housing first tends to have a certain connotation within the housing industry. I don't know whether you intended to mean that housing would be the highest priority or whether you wish to use the bulk of the site to pursue a housing first model to battle homelessness, because those are two different things.
What
because
we presented was 311 veterans units, 200 permanent supportive housing, and then the balance would be a mix of units, mixed use, as well as 25% open space, recreational amenities.
Well, that's totally contrary to what my question was before we had the discussion. My question was, is the slide, are we being asked to endorse slide 15?
I'm telling you what my motion was. That's not contradictory. He wasn't speaking to my motion when he answered your
so your motion is that we endorse slide 15?
My motion is that we endorse the presentation that was given, which includes the breakdown in 1,500 units. Where we put the density on the site is yet to be determined. And remember, this is our framework to have a conversation with the state. And we've been told that they want a lot more density. So we're trying to start with a number that we think is reasonable.
I'm having a real problem with this then, because I directly asked, are we making a high level housing priority kind of general statement as discussed in the recommendation here, or are we being asked to endorse slide 15 tonight? Because this is the first we've seen it. I haven't had a chance to really evaluate it. Nobody has had a chance. We didn't even get it in our staff report last week. Tonight, we didn't even get it in our red folders. Tonight is the first time we've seen this slide 15, and now you're saying we have to endorse 311 units of this, 200 units of that, 749 units. I am not prepared
You
to
don't have to vote for it. You can vote no. I'm just telling you what my motion is.
I would love to vote for the high level. Yes, I want housing as a priority. I could even go for the overall total possibly. But this breakdown, I think being asked to evaluate this breakdown without any chance to look at it in advance, on the fly, I think is asinine. I think it's insulting.
Okay, I don't need you to scream at us, please, Councilmember Guinness.
Okay.
Ms. Farrell Harrison wanted to address your concerns.
I think
it is in the staff.
And also, I would like to get a reading as far as the public, because the public has never seen these numbers either, so how could we be doing this?
I'm Councilmember Guinness. Ms. Farrell Harrison's going to address your concerns, and then if you don't want to vote for the motion, you don't have to. Ms. Farrell Harrison.
Thank you. I think the slide that shows the different components, it's, let's call it for discussion purposes only.
That's what I thought.
Right. So the vision here is one of pursuing housing as opposed to a temporary solution where we're just sheltering people and we have no exit strategy, no plan for the future. Another big vision here is to discuss looking at the property as a whole and not parceling out little pieces for Shannon's Mountain. And then there's a separate conversation that at the state level with Department of General Services related to the 200 permanent supportive housing units. But to look at the site holistically and say, if we wanted to start from scratch, what would we recommend to the state, high level? We could not include numbers when we have the conversation with the state, or we could not approve numbers tonight, except that the very next level of discussion becomes very difficult to have with the state because we don't have any framework. We could adjust this to show ranges. We could adjust this to show different scenarios if that would make the full council feel more comfortable. I do think it's important that we have, as many of you tonight endorsing what we do present to the state as possible. Again, this is just an example. And we even at the staff level struggled with how many units per acre. So what we tried to do here was a couple of things. Focus on housing, focus on populations that have been, who are at highest risk, extremely vulnerable, veterans, folks with either mental illness or behavioral issues, and that's addressed by the permanent supportive housing, and then just affordability at all levels. And then just look at different densities. The density that's shown here is consistent with the general plan at 20 units per acre. So we figured from a community standpoint, we're not proposing far in excess of density in terms of just units per acre, I mean. And then, being able to have a solution that's talking about different aspects that help to address the governor's needs, the county needs, especially as it relates to veterans and ending veteran homelessness. I think the senior ad is phenomenal.
We're not talking about adding the seniors because we have a plan for that coming forward next month.
So that's a separate conversation that we can bring forward with the separate project that staff is working on. But in terms of this here, it's for discussion purposes only. We can make that painfully clear when we talk to the state. We can modify this somewhat to give you more comfort. Quite honestly, it's just a starting point. I'm just afraid that if we have nothing and we just talk about it big picture, the conversation will run away from us. And I believe that because January 31st is the deadline for one of the assessments that the governor is asking the Department of General Services to finalize. And so that's the discussion of the 1,300 underutilized state facilities and parcels and what could be done there. And then in February, there will be an assessment completed by the Department of General Services related to the 200 permanent supportive housing units as a temporary, short-term, almost immediate solution. And so the 200 permanent supportive housing units is here to show that we understand that that's a priority for the governor, and it's something that they'd like for us to address as a county, and hence why it's here. But for it to be part of a larger solution and for us not to slap 200 permanent supportive housing units, have the state do tenant improvements there, and then we're building around a hodgepodge of 200 permanent supportive units here and there, wherever they could fit them based on the buildings and the conditions of those buildings and their site assessment, and then we're struggling to work with them on a larger project all around that. And so I understand the concerns that this has some degree of detail. I think this is going to be an ever-evolving discussion. And so from a staff level, I think I hear unanimity in terms of the focus, the aim of it, the priorities that the council has. And so it would be great if we could come up with a solution that would work for us tonight to have a viable conversation with Department of General Services when we see them next week at our ACCOC Sacramento legislative.
Can I hold on one second, because I want to add to that just to help Councilmember Guinness to supplement something that the city manager is saying. In our conversation with DGS, one of the issues that they were very particularly concerned about was that we weren't getting, I think the word they used, granular enough in terms of our units per acre. They actually wanted us to get there. We weren't ready to get there. This isn't even getting there. But we need to give them some sense of like what's our total number of units. So the 200 permanent supportive housing units, that's a requirement because that's in the executive order. So put that aside. We have to do that, okay? Then we have a goal of there's 311 homeless veterans living in Orange County right now. So that's where we came up with that number, 311 veterans housing. However many units that is per acre, we don't know yet. We're just saying we want to do 311 units. So the rest of it is to be determined. The rest of it is what, then we put a cap at 1,500 units so that we have some place to start from. And how did we get to that number? Department of General Services gave us this range of units that they were looking at. It went up to, 4,000 units. And so we know that they're anywhere from like 1,200 to 4,000 units. So we're trying to come up with a number that we think we can convince them is a good plan for this site with these limitations. And the units per acre, I think Mr. Locke is just giving examples. My motion doesn't commit us to any number of units per acre for any type of particular housing. It's just 1,500 units, knowing that 511 are designated for a particular purpose. The rest is sort of up to discussion. And we won't really be able to completely plan that because that's going to be Department of General Services is going to assess the site. They're going to determine what do they want to do with the site and how many multifamily units. Are they willing to do for sale? Do they want to have any market, or is it going to be all affordable? We're just trying to be committed to a number of units for purposes of engaging them so that we don't get too many units and not be able to accommodate that. So that's where that is. And I'm sorry that the density units per acre kind of got us off sidetracked, but We're not committing to any number of units per acre per se.
Well, this
just
is
a total number of units.
This is really disappointing because I had, before we even took comment from the public, I had a direct question about whether we were being expected to endorse slide 15 tonight, and I was told no.
We're not endorsing slide 15. I just
The information on slide 15.
No.
Well, slide 15, because we don't want the blue and white, because we're essentially endorsing the information on.
Look, in the staff report at handwritten, or at page 3, it talks about the 3 types of housing that we want to incorporate.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay, and then what all we've done, we've taken into consideration, the governor wants 200 permanent supportive housing units. Are you okay with that?
I am, but I have a question. I have another question first before I get cross-examined.
I'm just trying to help us.
Okay, I do have a question. When was, not the slide itself, because obviously the PowerPoint was probably put together like today or something.
I saw it tonight.
When was this layout, this proposal regarding the numbers originated?
Councilmember Marr.
So we had a conversation last week or the week before, whenever the last ad hoc committee met. And so I'll take ownership for slide 15 because I thought it was helpful to think not just in terms of units, but in terms of like how much land that might occupy and the overall configuration. And so I asked Mr. Locke to at least start giving me some ideas of like, okay, what does that mean in terms of the percentage of land that like permanent supportive housing would take up? And so I didn't know if the rest of the public would think the way I do and try to like kind of picture it all in my head. And so that's where the origins of this slide came from, and we were texting over the weekend about what kind of level of detail to show here.
And some of us debated whether that would be a good idea for tonight, but here we are.
Well,
What do you mean by the numbers? Can you push your button? I know, push your button.
Basically is.
Which numbers are you referring to?
We have a spreadsheet here that says.
I understand. I'm just asking you which numbers
all of them.
Okay.
We have a slide, if you let me finish.
To get
If you let
angry. We're trying
finish,
to problem
I'm angry
solve.
because you won't let me finish my question.
You're
My
not being
question
fair.
is, we have a slide 15, we have a spreadsheet. We have this type of housing, these acres, these numbers. We have a spreadsheet with numbers on it. I know that this particular slide was put together today and that somebody thought of doing a spreadsheet some time ago. But at what point did someone come up with these particular numbers that we see before us? And why are, that's my question.
So as it relates to the ad hoc committee, I'll speak to the ad hoc committee, and then Mr. Locke can speak to the density units per acre.
Okay.
So the ad hoc committee, what we talked about was 311 veterans housing units. We didn't commit to any density units per acre. We talked about 200 permanent supportive housing units because we wanted to be compliant with the governor's executive order. And then the balance was going to be a mix of various different housing, and that was not determined by anyone. These are just examples that Councilmember Marr thought would be helpful because it would give some concepts. It's not even a commitment. If you look at the slide, it shows you that there's some examples. Here's Ford Road at 20.4 units per acre. Here's Azalon, 28.7. If it makes you feel better about the proposal, we can ditch the units per acre section altogether as part of our vote. I don't really care because I think we're going to end up having multiple conversations about that with the state. So I'm comfortable with not having a certain number of units per acre, but we must have 200 permanent supportive housing units.
Okay.
It'd be nice to have 311 veterans housing.
I don't think I have an answer still. When did, who came up with 1,500 units and when?
The ad hoc committee came up with 1,500 units as our recommendation based on the governor's directive, based on the call with DGS, based on the meeting that Chief of Staff Locke and City Manager Farrell Harrison had when they traveled to Sacramento and they met with the governor's or the DGS and the governor's office. and learned that they were looking at a range of, I think it was 1,200 to 4,000 units for that site.
So when did the committee come up with 1,500 units?
When we gave direction to the staff to come up with this proposal.
And when was that?
It's in the report. I don't remember.
No, the report actually talks about, there aren't any numbers, and there's numerous references to Cabrillo Village having, or whatever it's called, having 1,500 units. But I'm trying to find.
Do you support 1,500 units or not?
Well, I have not actually. My feeling is you don't throw it out at the last minute without the public having. Had you put a notice in and said, do you support 15? Is there a recommendation for 1,500 units at Fairview Developmental Center?
The request is for us to get direction from the council as to what we want to do. The council could have said do 4,000 and we could take that direction tonight.
And actually, I think we could accommodate it, but I really don't like having something with that significant number of units dropped on us in the public hearing. We could have been told this, it could have been in the staff report.
It's in the staff report.
No, it's not in the staff report. You tell me where it's in the staff report. The only reference I could find, if you find it, I will be really embarrassed probably, but there are numerous references to 1,500 units about the Century Villages at Cabrillo.
Right, that's correct. So
there's 15, but I don't see anything about
this level of specificity is not in the agenda report because these numbers, we were still looking at them and playing around with different scenarios and it's open space and different levels of density. And we even looked at other levels of density too, just so we could have those answers for you in case you ask them. And so the agenda report is not as specific. It talks more about veterans housing being a priority, permanent supportive housing, and then housing at all income levels. And so.
Okay, so
that's more
Councilmember
general.
Guinness, do you have any other questions, or I'm going to move to the next speaker?
Well, my question, I still have a question about, is the intent that number one, do we reasonably expect that all the veterans since veterans housing seems to be very popular, is it reasonable for us to expect all of the veterans housing to be in Costa Mesa?
My motion.
I mean, I would not have a problem with it, but it just seems
My
odd.
motion is for 311 veterans housing units and 200 permanent supportive housing units, and the balance up to 1,500 be our starting point for discussion with the governor's office. That's my motion that I'm making on the dais right now, that Mayor Pro Tem Stevens seconded, that Councilmember Marr supported, and now it's your turn to ask a question. You've asked
Okay, I
your
have
question.
one more question.
Okay.
I have a question for the city attorney. The staff report makes no reference to any specific numbers. The recommendation is all very, as provided in the agenda, doesn't make any it's approve a high-level, solutions-oriented framework. The staff report says nothing about specific numbers. There's no way any member of the public, except for someone who came and actually sat through the hearing, and actually sat through the first part of the hearing even, would not know this. Only the latter part of the hearing would have any idea that there was a recommendation that we adopt for 1,500 units there. So can we even do this?
Ms. Barlow?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I'm comfortable that the council can approve the starting point of discussion. This is not a final approval. This is not a public hearing. We're not amending the general plan. This is simply a decision of the council of where to start its conversation with the Department of General Services and the other players. I'm comfortable that you can move forward on that basis.
Okay.
And then I'll go to my comments then.
Okay.
Because those are my questions. I am not entirely certain how I'm going to vote on this because I support the housing. I have always said that Fairview Developmental Center is public property. It should be used for public purposes. It would break my heart if it just became another housing tract, just another shopping center, because it needs to be used for public purposes. And that was reinforced by the gentleman who spoke, who quoted the verse from Leviticus. And I always figure it's not an accident where things come in the Bible. And the adjacent verse talked about retaining the common lands in perpetuity for the public good, which I just thought was a total signal to us about using this land for the public good. And I truly believe that using this for veterans housing, for permanent supportive housing, as well as open space, is the public good. I would like to see the housing at all income levels could be maybe useful, but I would like to see senior housing in there. But I also would not want to see this become, it should not have luxury housing. We have, so I would like to point out that I can support the gross number, and I can support using this because I have so long wanted to see, number one, permanent supportive housing there or someplace, and something for veterans. But I am supporting this with great reluctance because I think it was done very poorly to have these numbers floating around and know that these numbers were out there, and to just throw them out at the last minute with nobody having any way of knowing what the numbers were. That's not fair to us. It's not fair to the public. It's just not right.
Okay, Councilman Reynolds.
Okay. I will support the motion. I will say that I do share some of the kind of maybe confusion or questions about the process. We're all playing catch up. I know you guys have been like very, very deep in conversations for a long time. So it's from my perspective too, it just wasn't totally clear, what level of depth this proposal is, what it really represents. So let's think about that in going forward. This is a new process. This is an amazing piece of land, an amazing opportunity. We've all acknowledged that. I think at a high level, I certainly support the big picture vision. It's not, I love the idea behind the 311. I love the kind of symbolism behind that number, the 200 PSH. I heard in the questions and discussion earlier support for higher density. I know there's sort of strategy in these discussions, but I certainly support. I think we need higher density. I think it's going to be much more efficient and probably better for that community as well. I'm a little bit confused about the process too, because we did hear even, with some of this information being new, we heard a lot of feedback from council members who weren't part of the committee, from the public who were here. And I'm not sure whether or how that's incorporated in any of the discussions going forward.
Something that you want to add that you don't think is incorporated, then this would be the time to suggest that.
Right, so if the recommendation is just kind of big picture vision, it's just, I'm not clear on kind of the granularity that is part of the discussion. I'm just acknowledging that I'm a little bit confused about that too. I think I support the big picture vision on, again, PSH, veterans housing. I'd prefer a higher proportion of multifamily to single family than what we see here, but it sounds like those numbers aren't the proposal. So I don't know if this makes sense as part of the discussion going forward that's happening next week, but what I would, tell me if this matches your motion, because I think I'm still a little bit sort of understanding what it is. We've said this, a preliminary or a big picture vision, some specific focus on veterans housing and permanent supportive housing. Would you be open to kind of including some of the discussion that we've heard as part of the input process, like support for seniors, like I hadn't mentioned this in my comments, but we heard in the discussion this idea of kind of net zero emissions, a focus on sustainability. I think that's something that's...
All of that's included it was in the report, sustainability. Yes, the answer is yes. It's all different, ages of housing.
Yeah, so...
It's all different ages. Hold on one second.
I loved what one of the speakers said about inclusive policy making. I think, again, this is a few people, maybe Mayor Pro Tem as well, mentioned this as kind of Costa Mesa's Central Park. It's this huge piece of land that could be this wonderful community space right in the heart of Costa Mesa. So, being very inclusive in kind of the visioning around the land. I don't know if that's part of the proposal or not. I loved the comment, I think it was from Ms. Loeffler, about, preserving some of the historic buildings or finding a way to kind of build the site's history into the vision as well. I had mentioned kind of retaining or celebrating some of our cultural heritage with some set aside for members of the nations for whom this is the ancestral lands. I'd love us to consider co-housing. I don't know if Ms. Price, you have experience in that, but that's something that I didn't hear as part of the discussion. I don't know if we move forward with your motion, if that's kind of still part of the discussion or not.
I think that a lot of that really, really granular detail is ahead of us.
And that's what we're trying to understand, because when we see, numbers, decimals, it
Forget
feels
about,
granular.
I didn't come up with this slide. I didn't see this slide before. We all saw it here tonight. I was looking at it from a big picture, 1,500 units, 311 veterans units, 200 permanent supportive housing units.
So how do we make sure, how do we know that some of these other things are still part of the discussion?
We're going to go to DGS. We're going to talk to DGS. We're only talking big picture right now. We're not talking about this level of detail. We're going to come back. We're going to give a report. And we're going to tell the council and the ad hoc committee, what did they say? What do they want us to do next? What are the next steps? And then we're going to make a strategy for the next steps. And I feel like that's when we get into the more level of detail. I mean, I'm willing to include, because I do think it's more high level, the issue about the including, Native American set aside. That's fine.
Just kind of things that the council has considered, right?
But some of the other stuff is when we get into what's the design and what are the, the more specifics of the planning of the sites. That's what I feel. I feel like it's too level. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens had.
Yeah.
Okay.
I need to speak.
I would like to finish.
Can I just address the point that both you and Councilmember Reynolds were saying? Because when we were on the phone with the DGS, they specifically said the product that we're doing here is not a motion, it's not a report, it's this hearing. They will listen to every word you've said, every word every member of the public has said. They'll play it over and over and over, just like staff does after our meetings. So this motion is not like a motion that we normally have when we're voting on a resolution or something like that, where we have to get the wording just right. The discussion that we're having and the comments that we're all making are going to be included in the considerations of the state. So unless somebody says, no, I don't want any reference to I don't want any set aside for Native Americans, or I don't want anything to do with early childhood development, or forget about the seniors, or whatever. Unless there's discord here in the council or the public, that's all going to be taken into account down the line, like Mayor Foley says. So I think we have to be careful to not, while I respect what is being said here, that we have to be careful not to elevate form over substance, because it's what the form of it is very fluid, unlike almost everything else that we do.
That's correct. Councilmember Reynolds, you want to get the mic back?
Yeah, okay. So I appreciate the clarification, and I think, because it's a different process, I hope you understand sort of the confusion that we're in. I understand that this is big picture, what do you say, so substance over form, right? Or form over, whatever, higher level over granular. I've kind of shared my comments. I love the vision. I think everyone's kind of heard folks' interest in expanding the vision and being part of the vision. So maybe it would help to, after the fact, updating council with a little bit more of the process going forward. But thank you.
And we'll, as we learn it, because we don't, you know, every time we talk to them, it's kind of a slightly different process.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
City manager?
So just a couple of things. One is part of the reason why this is being expedited, again, is because of the January 31st site assessment due date for the 1,300 sites throughout the state that the governor mandated Department of General Services to look at. And so knowing that that's being examined, especially as it relates to homeless shelters, we wanted to get as far ahead of this as we could with putting together a recommendation that's broad yet illustrative enough that is something that that Department of General Services and the governor's office could, actually touch and feel and have sort of a conceptual concept about. And it was very hard to do if it's just talking high level points. However, given the concern, I think the slide it's visual, it's specific, and so I think in our conversations with DGS, we can easily rework our discussion with them and our presentation to touch on ending veterans' homelessness in the county, which is a good regional solution, the 200 permanent supportive housing units, but show it in a format that is not as rigid as this, so that it doesn't give the impression that this is the official forever position of the city, if some might take it that way. And it seems like there's some heartache with that. And so it's easy enough for us to put it in a different format, talk about some of the other things that we talked about today in bullet format and give examples of density and things like that, but gives it more of a broad feel so that we don't feel like we're hamstrung on this, if that would help. Or we can keep the slide. But it's just, I think it's important to not lose the vision and the great vision that we have, that we've been able to develop, that it sounds like we have a lot of agreement on.
Okay. Councilmember Chavez and then Councilmember Mar, and then we're going to call for the question. Before we lose another
I honestly was going to just say it's call for the question at this point. I was going to go to the carry thing on pro-housing, but come on. This is a House committee. We're negotiating with the state who's going to change their opinion as we change our opinion. Let's understand what we're dealing with here. It's not a concrete vote. This is just a fact to show the state that we're serious about doing housing, so we have a place on the table. So unless Councilmember Mar has something pertinent to say, I say call for the question.
Councilmember Mar? No. Okay, call for the question.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right. We're going to take a break. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. wait. Okay. We can't, yes, we can. Okay, we have a quorum. Okay, so,
Okay.
Madam Clerk.
Thank you. New business, item 1 is receive and file the city's audited financial reports and Costa Mesa Public Financing Authority's audited financial statements for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2019. Presentation by Ms. Telford, Finance Director.
Ms. Telford?
We still have her, right? Okay.
She hasn't left.
No, I'm like,
I apologize. I was just getting my bearings and reorganizing my seat. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. As you are aware, back on November 12th, 2019, we presented the preliminary fiscal year 18-19 financial results, and at that time, we anticipated a few minor changes. Tonight, we will be presenting the final financial results for fiscal year 18-19 as audited by Davis Farr LLP, our independent auditors. We've invited Dean Vitava with Davis Farr to discuss the results of their audit, and Jennifer King, the Assistant Finance Director, will present a very brief overview of the financial results since these have been studied at a previous study session. With that, I'd like to introduce Mr. Vitava to kick off the presentation.
Great. Thanks,
Okay,
Kelly.
can you say your last name again so I get it right?
It's actually Dean Vodova.
Vodava.
It's pronounced, spelled a little differently.
Okay,
Yeah.
Vodava.
I apologize.
Thank you.
So I'll go over the audit results for the 2019 fiscal year. As far as audit reports issued, we have the CAF, or the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report. We have a single audit report on federal awards. We have an AQMD compliance report. We have a GAN limit letter, separate reports for the PFA, the FA, and Housing Authority, internal control recommendations letter, and a letter of those in governance, which includes our required communications. As far as our audit procedures performed, it included a review of internal controls, which are in place to protect the city from errors and fraud. We tested a sampling of transactions, performed fraud interviews, performed tests of account balances, which included analyzing changes in balances from prior year as well. For the CAF, the audit opinion we issued was unmodified and dated December 13th, 2019. The opinion indicates that the financial statements and footnotes are fairly stated in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. An unmodified opinion is the best opinion that can be issued. As indicated before, we did not test all transactions. We used a sampling approach. We did not detect any material audit adjustments in the current year. We reviewed the controls of the city over key accounting controls and no material weaknesses in internal controls. We did, however, find 2 internal control recommendations. The first one being was to continue to evaluate and improve the city's financial health, which was caused mainly by the city's OPEB and pension liabilities, and also to make efforts to improve the city's financial accounting system. We have similar recommendations in the prior year as well. Regarding our test of compliance with laws and regulations, we noted no items of material items of noncompliance. There was no federal grant noncompliance. General fund expenditures were within the food budget. There was no purchasing compliance issues noted. There are no investment noncompliance issues noted, and there's no debt compliance issues noted. Now I'll have Jennifer King do her presentation.
Ms. King?
Thank you. And before we go into the financial results, I'd like to take some time to discuss the auditor's recommendation on internal controls and the city's planned actions. And, oh, of course. My apology. And so for the auditor's recommendations on internal controls, and there are 2 recommendations. The first one is the financial health and unfunded pensions. And recommendation number 1 is related to the city's financial health, and primarily from unfunded pension and OPEB obligations. This issue is not unique to the city, and a lot of local agencies and municipalities have those issues. Staff has been working on some long-term solutions. Specifically, in tonight's agenda, the City Council will consider a recommendation to establish a Section 115 trust for pensions. The city has also been making annual prepayments toward its fire site fund obligation, and staff will continue to explore other options to address this issue if we approve to move forward with Section 115 trusts. And recommendation number 2 is related to the financial systems and IT system control. And staff has also been making progress in these areas. The council approved funding in 1819 for a new ERP system, and staff is working with a consultant to develop an RFP. At this time, the IT strategic plan, which provides a comprehensive set of recommendations for the city's IT infrastructure, is scheduled to go to City Council study session on January 28. And IT has also developed system access management policies, and they plan to perform regular user access reviews. Now we're moving into the financial results. In the next 4 slides, I will go over the audited results for the general fund as well as for all funds. Just as a note, the general fund on the CAFR comprises several funds, and with the city's main operating general fund being the primary. And so therefore, the general fund results we're discussing here is the total of these funds. And they are a little different from the preliminary financial results presented at the November 12th study session.
Ms. King, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Of course.
I'm sorry, sir. Is it a hearing problem or? Okay, all right, thank you, sir. We're going to continue with the meeting, and the IT will address that issue at another time. Thank you. Sorry.
No problem. So in the November 12th study session, staff presented the main operating general fund results and discussed the major variances. And many of the variances are still here, and so the final results only change slightly. Therefore, I will only focus on the high-level results, high-level summary information, but I'm happy to expand on any details if needed.
Thank you.
And looking at the general fund's result, comparing budget to actual, and the total revenue for 1819 for the general fund is approximately $2 million above the final budget. As we discussed back in November, sales tax came in over budget, while TOT and some other taxes came in under budget, and the overage, the positive variance in sales tax, mostly due to several one-time events. And total operating expenses also is better than projected, and largely due to expense reduction steps taken by some departments. And with that, we were able to net to a surplus before costs for the shelter. Of the $4.4 million transfer for the homeless shelter, $3.4 million is the one-time acquisition cost, with the remaining being the operating costs. So after paying for the shelter, the general fund ended the year in a deficit, but the actual ending fund balance is still better than the projected budgeted fund balance. In this slide, we'll be looking at the general fund actuals compared from year 2017-18 versus 2018-19. The total revenue compared from year to year, 2018-19's revenue increased by about $19 million. And we have discussed sales tax before, and we did not have those payments in 17-18. Another factor in the revenue increase is the new ambulance transportation service model. And under the new service model, we reported revenues and gross at gross amount. Under the old model, we reported revenues net of contractor costs. And the last significant revenue variance is from the fair market valuation to the investment portfolio. And this adjustment is required under accounting standards, is to bring the portfolio value to fair market at June 30th. The investment value appreciation generated revenue for the city, but we did not sell revenue to realize that appreciation, so that appreciation is strictly a book number. Looking at the total operating expenses, they increase as well, but at a smaller pace, at a less pace than revenue. As a result, even after funding the homeless shelter, the general fund still ended with a less deficit than the $6.8 million in 17-18. In this slide, we'll be looking at financial results across the board for all funds, and this will include the general fund, all special revenue funds, capital project funds, debt service funds, and internal service funds. Many of the special revenue and capital project funds, they are either funded by grant or funded by special fees. The total revenue variance is about $8 million on the positive. This is primarily due to timing difference in grant reimbursement. When we budget for grant revenue, we budgeted when the grant was approved. If there's a delay in grant reimbursement, we don't budget it again in subsequent years. So this year in 18-19, the city received some sizable capital grant reimbursements that originated from prior years. Similar to the general fund, the operating expenses also is trending positive. But however, the $76.7 million CIP budget, that includes prior year funding allocations. It is the city's practice to carry over CIP budgets if the project is not completed in 1 year. And lastly, the PFA and the FA also receive their revenues from transfers from the general fund, which if they are not budgeted in the PFA and FA, but they're receiving payments from receiving transfers from the general fund in order to make debt service payments. In this slide, we're looking at financial results from an actual standpoint from 2017 versus 2018-19. The total revenue increased by $28 million, while the operating expenses increased only by $20 million. And however, if we are looking at the deficit before debt service payment, the ending numbers are pretty compatible from year to year with just a slight change. And the revenues and expenses related to debt services, in 2017-18, we had a significant bond issuance in order to fund the Lions Park project or also refund another older bonds. So we ended with a positive, and the $3.1 million expense in 18-19 is the ongoing debt service payment to service all bonds. With that, this concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions, council? Seeing none in the queue, I will ask if there's anyone who wants to speak to this item. Seeing no one. Council? Mayor Pro Tem Stevens?
So the recommended action is to receive and file, right? Is that it? Accept it?
It's here.
Yeah, well, whatever it is, I move for it.
Okay, Councilmember Marr.
Second.
Okay, and I see no further comments in the queue. Call for the question.
Councilmember Reynolds, please.
Can you hit your button again? Yeah, there you go.
Okay. There you go. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, now we can move on to item number 2.
Thank you. This is receive and file the Costa Mesa Financing Authority's audited financial statements for fiscal year ended June 30th, 2019. Ms. Telford, Finance Director, please.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, the item before you right now is, I did not prepare a presentation for because the information is also included in the comprehensive annual financial report. What I do just want to point out is this report is a standalone report that is required by our bond fiduciaries to file what we call continuing disclosure requirements. This only includes the financing authority, which is which only holds the 2017 lease revenue bonds that were used to pay for the various Lions Park projects. So what you see in this financial statement is only the debt service as it relates to those bonds.
Okay. No questions in the queue. Anyone wish to speak to this item? Seeing no one, Councilmember Marr.
I'll move to receive and file.
Second.
Okay, call for the question.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, item number 3.
Okay. Item number 3 is an ordinance entitled, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Costa Mesa, California, repealing and replacing Article 2, purchasing a Chapter 5 finance, and amending Article 2, powers and duties of Chapter 4, City Manager of Title 2, administration of the Costa Mesa Municipal Code. Presentation by Ms. Telford, Finance Director.
Ms. Telford?
Hello again. Third time's a charm. All right. The item before you tonight is proposed introduction of a new ordinance that essentially revises the existing purchasing policy, but it only impacts Article 2 of the purchasing policy, which is the cities, not public projects. If you recall, back in June of last year, I presented an item where I laid out my observations for the purchasing unit over my first year with the city, and I had identified a number of tasks that finance would be working on to improve operational efficiencies, which would have a citywide impact and would allow the purchasing unit to better serve the departments. Item 2 in this list was an update to the existing purchasing policies, which is what is before you tonight. When we embarked on this process, we met with a number of departments, well, really all the departments, the city attorney's office, and we really tried to identify the challenges and limitations in the existing policy. In those conversations, the primary complaint was how low the micro purchase threshold was and how long it took to solicit bids for what is considered smaller dollar items. And ultimately, when we talked to the departments, we found that many times when multiple quotes were requested, we still only received a single quote, which means it wouldn't have impacted the final decision. Oh, lost my mouse. There we go. Sorry about that. So when we looked at this issue, we tried to evaluate really what are other organizations around us doing? What kinds of purchases are we soliciting for up to the $5,000, between $5,000 and $25,000, and even up to the $50,000 threshold for formal bidding? One of the things that we found when we looked to other agencies is that a number of them are still at the $5,000 threshold, but those policies haven't been updated, in many cases, over a decade. Of the agencies that have updated their policies, mostly in the last 5 years, The micro purchase policies ranged from $5,000 to upwards of $30,000. We then looked at the cost breakdown of the procurements and found that there was a very small number of procurements that fell under the 5,000 mark. And there was a sweet spot in between 5,000 and about 20,000. It is for this reason tonight that we propose a modification to the micro purchase limit, increasing the limit from 5,000 to 25,000. On the screen before you, you can see that the only change would be to increase the limit for micro purchase to 25,000, and the new range for informal quotes, where we usually get 3 quotes, would be from 25,000 to 50,000. The proposed changes tonight do not increase the limit for formal bidding, which would still remain at $50,000. As you consider this item, I'd like to point out that the average amount of time it takes to obtain 3 quotes is only 5 hours. However, it often takes nearly 3 weeks to complete the formal solicitation, which significantly delays each department's ability to perform day-to-day operating tasks. One of the departments that is the highest impacted, and he's shaking his head over here, is our maintenance department. Even being able to find someone to replace a window or perform plumbing services takes multiple quotes. We can't just call a local glass shop in Costa Mesa and ask them to replace the glass. I'd also like to point out that there is no impact to budgetary authority or how departments spend the funds. It is solely changing the limit with which we have to receive multiple quotes. Another proposed change is more of an administrative item, addressing something that is not currently clearly defined in the municipal code. When we began a detailed review of the purchasing ordinance, the city attorney's office found that while the signature authority for the city manager has always been in practice, it has never been memorialized in the municipal code. This merely puts what our current and past practice has been into the formal Costa Mesa Municipal Code. This slide shows that current and past practice allows the city manager to award and sign contracts up to $50,000. We are proposing adding the assistant city manager to this list. One of the other things that we've included, which isn't detailed here, is delegation authority for when the city manager or ACM are out of the office. And then again, for the 50,000 and above, that contract award and signature authority would still sit with City Council. There's no change to that. Finally, there are a few other cleanup items that we have included, many of which are best practices in the industry or address council priority items. These include adding a bidding exemption for items obtained from any government, public, or quasi-public agency, adding a bidding exemption for procurements funded through grants or donations. It removes all references to the Public Contract Code and the Uniform Construction Cost Accounting Act. And this is because these items are included in Article 3 of our municipal code and should not be included in Article 2. This is just a cleanup item. It also clarifies the bid award appeal process, which was really to improve transparency and provide a realistic timeline for businesses who wish to appeal. It also revises the provisions for emergency purchases. One of the big ones is we added a provision for a Costa Mesa business preference, which is one of council goals number 3, which is to prioritize Costa Mesa businesses when issuing RFPs. And then finally, it adds provisions for ethical practices, which is a best practice in the industry. So with all of this being considered, we are recommending that the council introduce the first reading of the ordinance on the screen, on the slide, tonight, and if approved, we will bring this back for adoption at the next meeting. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
Oh, I just want to speak if I can make a motion, but
Well, no, we
we
have-
have to open it up for the public.
Right, well, you had.
I know, I messed
Councilmember
up.
Marr.
So I'm looking for where it says in the ordinance. So does the preferential treatment to Costa Mesa businesses apply even for the micro purchases?
The micro purchases would be a matter of practice.
Yeah.
Currently,
Since we're not taking 3 bids, there's nothing to compete against.
Correct.
So how do you still prioritize them?
Correct. The 5% preference is applied to formal proposals. It would be a matter of practice in our purchasing procedures that we look for vendors who are local that can provide the same goods or services, and it would be more of an oversight by the purchasing department.
Okay. Is that something we currently practice, or is there, I don't know if anybody on the council agrees with me, but is there a method by which we can request that be your preference?
Absolutely. We do, as much as we can, we do try to use local vendors. We recently found a local vendor who provides furniture that is the exact same furniture that we've purchased from outside vendors before. So now we've purchased quite a few times from this vendor. So we do try to use Costa Mesa businesses whenever possible.
And then to jump up to the, the change in the micro purchase, I'm tired. It's like, wow. Adding any additional controls on your side then to ensure that we're still following ethical practice?
We are. The controls would change a little bit from what I'll call the front end before the purchase actually happens to the back end. The departments will still be responsible for submitting all of the documentation, for submitting insurance certificates if necessary, but that will all be reviewed at the time that the invoices are submitted rather than on the front end. And really this means that finance is responsible for providing adequate training to the department so they understand the policies, they understand how to implement those policies. We'll also be running reports on a monthly basis that will indicate any vendors, because it is $25,000 in aggregate, so that we can make sure that if we are approaching that limit, we bring it back to City Council for consideration, or we go out and get multiple quotes to remain with that same vendor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, did you, okay. Do you have a question, or you? Okay, can you? Okay.
The mic, have I?
Yes, you are. You keep requesting the mic.
Oh, I don't want the mic.
Okay.
Turn off the mic.
I turned it off. Councilman Reynolds, did you withdraw?
Okay. Okay. We'll open this item up for public comment. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to this item?
Been waiting all night.
Thank you.
Memo to Mayor Pro Tem. If the first digit in your age is a 5, you're not a senior citizen yet. Doesn't count either. Okay.
Laguna Woods is 55 and over.
I'm speaking for myself and not as a member of FIPAC. And I guess my recollection of the meeting when the finance director briefed us on some of these changes in the procurement policy and the thresholds was presented. So she did review potential changes of the purchasing policy and the thresholds. We did see other cities, what their thresholds were, so you could compare Costa Mesa with some of the other cities. Personally, I don't have an issue with raising the limit from 5,000. A lot of this is, I mean, this is a big city. It's spending lots of money. There's a lot of purchasing going on, and purchasing costs money. Every PO costs money. Every check you issue costs money. And this will cut down on some of that time. I think there's still good internal controls maintained. One thing I'd like a little clarification on page 3 of the staff report, it says 25,000 or less, city manager, assistant city manager, purchasing officer, 25K to 50K, the same approvals. So I'm not sure what the difference is between 25K and less and 25K to 50K. And 50K or over, it's city council approves and city manager signs, which I guess is the same as today. Also, and maybe the city does have this, but it seems when I was working, we had purchasing agreements, annual purchasing agreements with various suppliers where you pre-negotiate prices and terms, hourly rates, et cetera. And I guess I would urge the city, if it doesn't already have that, to start utilizing those. So instead of having to go get a bid on a small item, you call up the supplier who's already been pre-approved, prices and costs have already been negotiated, say, hey, I need 3 more widgets, send them to me, or we need 10 hours of X dollars of labor at a predetermined labor rate. I guess that's it. Thank you. And I like the term trip capture.
We're all learning. Okay. Seeing no one else, I will close public comment. Councilmember Chavez.
I move the item, but I just want to say one quick thing. I like the fact that we are being efficient with this. That is one of our goals here in council, and I like the fact that we're giving extra bonus points for business in Costa Mesa, because I was member Andrea Mars, Councilmember Mars, first year in office, she made a goal that she wanted to buy locally in Costa Mesa. So I think if as a city we can do the same thing as well, it's amazing.
Second.
Councilmember Mar, anything further?
No.
Okay. Councilmember Reynolds.
Yes. So we did get a note about FIPAC not discussing this. It would be great if when this comes back, we could have a letter from FIPAC too, supporting. Yes. Yeah.
So I am aware of the letter that's in your red folder. I briefly brought it up to FIPAC during the staff comment section of one of the meetings because the purchasing policy actually isn't within the purview of the FIPAC committee. It's not within the scope and responsibilities listed on their website. But I did feel it was important for them to be aware of and for me to seek their feedback, but it wasn't an actionable item that I felt really was that was really more of a council since it's policy setting. The feedback that I did get from the committee, we had talked briefly about raising signature thresholds, maybe even raising the formal bid threshold. I really liked the feedback that we received, which is why we only recommended increasing the micro purchase limit. So I did incorporate their feedback into the recommendation before you tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further? Okay. Can I ask a question? Did we know who gave us this letter? Because it doesn't have a name. Is this from you? No. Okay. So, it's anonymous. So I don't know. I don't know that it's maybe, who knows? Yeah, who gave it to us? It's a public record.
I believe it came from one of the finance committee members as a representation of his own opinions. I believe it came from Al Malone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was Al.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Okay. So Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, you're up.
Okay, now I finally actually want to speak. So, so first of all, on anything of this nature, if Kelly Telford and Lori Ann Farrell Harrison sign the staff report 99 times out of 100, I'm going to vote yes. You guys are really good pros, and I'm glad that you're focused on stuff like this. And also, as many of the council members have said today, both in our comments and in their comments relevant to this motion, it's really important that we buy Costa Mesa. It's important that we're business friendly, that we support our local economy. As Councilmember Reynolds mentioned in her comments, there's some businesses that have gone out recently, and I'm sure they'll be replaced, but this is another way to stimulate the economy in a responsible way. So thank you for the work that you did on this.
Okay, call for the question. Oops.
Mayor?
Did it not take? Did it
There
take?
you go. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay. Item number 4, we're halfway there.
Item number 4 is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Costa Mesa, California, amending Article 3, Public Projects of Chapter 5, Finance of Title 2, Administration, and Article 3, Final Maps of Chapter 11, Subdivisions of Title 13, Planning, Zoning, and Development of the Costa Mesa Municipal Code. Presentation by Mr. Seth Rahman, Public Services Director. Oh, did it?
Mr. Sutherland?
Oh, yeah.
Or is it Ms. Lee? Oh, okay. I thought you were pointing to her.
Madam Mayor and members of City Council, this item is an introduction of an ordinance amending Article 3 of the Costa Mesa Municipal Code for public works projects.
That's a pretty picture, by the way.
Yeah, it's very nice. That's right after we did our paving project.
Yeah, that's nice. I've never seen that angle before. Must be from a drone.
Drone. So the city follows California Uniform Public Construction Contract Accounting Act, UPCCAA, for public works projects. This act allows for informal procedures on projects valued at under $200,000. While the city has been following these procedures for award of projects, our municipal code does not include the provisions for closeout of these projects. So we award based on this threshold, but for the closeout, we still come to city council. Staff also noticed that there are references to old dollar limits. You see a $125,000 reference in the municipal code. That's the old threshold of this UPCCAA. So that's still in our muni code that needs to be corrected. In addition, we found that there could be efficiencies in other administrative actions, such as release of bonds for private construction projects in public right-of-way. So the amendments that are requested include, as I mentioned, eliminate reference to the old limit of $125,000 for informally bid projects. And we also request eliminate the need to collect bidder security on these small projects. These projects are of minimal risk, and staff believes that we'll get better pricing and efficiencies on these projects without collecting these securities. And then, as I mentioned, we want authorizing the city manager or designee to adopt plans and specifications. Again, it says the city adopt the plans and specifications, but we want to clarify on these smaller projects, we want the city manager or designee to adopt plans and specifications. And on formal projects, which are more than $200,000, it'll be city council. And finally, authorize the city manager to accept the informally bid projects. What we can do is, in addition to all these, we can provide a quarterly update or report to you, to the council. It could be available to the public through website. The projects that were accepted every quarter. So you kind of have an idea of what's going on. Again, there will be no changes to procedures for project valued over $200,000. So we'll maintain the same procedures as we are following right now. With respect to release of bonds, staff requests city council approval for city manager to release bonds accepted by public services from private developers for work on public right-of-way. These are minor curb gutter work adjacent to their property, or it could involve some street work with respect to utilities. And when we collect bonds of $10,000, $15,000 or $25,000, and you'll see them coming to you for acceptance. It's just a very administrative in nature, and it's a routine procedure, and this could be delegated to city manager. So in conclusion, staff requests city council approval of the amendments to the municipal code. If you have any questions, Bart Mejia, interim city engineer, or I can answer any questions.
Okay. Seeing no questions in the queue. Oh, Councilmember Reynolds.
Okay, so a few quick questions. So a couple of the concerns I had, one was about, I think, a workaround that has been used because of efficiency issues, I know has been, and I think the county, this happened in the county, this was reported a while ago, where projects might be awarded up into like pretty close to a threshold, and then like a year later we'd say we want to extend the project, and we should use this vendor because they've already been part of the project. That's one concern. And then I think the county recently got dinged for this and changed their procedures. They were breaking up large projects into multiple years, and there was some concern about giving to buddies. I'm not suggesting that's going to happen, but I want to know what controls we have to protect against that.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Reynolds, we have the council policy 700-1, which is for change orders. It clearly identifies when we need to come to council, and anytime we have an issue of where we award something that's under the threshold, and the minute it exceeds the threshold, it has to come to city council. So it doesn't have to be a big dollar amount. It has to come to council. There are a single change order on any project that exceeds 5% of our award has to go to City Council. And cumulatively, if we exceed 10%, we have to come to City Council. So we have all those procedures in place in your policy 700-1. So we'll follow that on those kind of items. Regarding breaking up of projects into smaller, we know that it's not allowed, and our city attorney or finance director, they are all aware of these things. So when we, anything that we do, we have agreements that get reviewed by the attorney's office, and the finance department is involved in preparing the PO. So purchase orders. So they will be they'll keep an eye on these kind of issues.
And the city manager won't sign anything that looks like it's splitting a PO or anything like that. And so ultimately, I wouldn't sign off on something like that. And the auditors would also, that's a very common test that the auditors will do, is if there's PO splitting. Yeah.
Okay, so the annual audits would get that too.
Yeah. And it wouldn't get past me, but if by chance it would get caught in an audit,
You
if
are
it
the
got
control.
past Kelly and Kim and me, then
Okay, the other kind of question I had was about the public's opportunity to review designs on construction projects, and there have been the users of fields, of roadways, right, often see things that we may not see. So how do we? You got my question earlier. Can you just talk a little bit about how we kind of continue the opportunity for members of the public to be able to kind of review and comment on designs before they're built, and we potentially waste money building something that we need to fix later?
Yes, Councilman Reynolds, on any project, I'm talking about major projects that change the, for example, if we're widening a project, or if we're doing something that changes the use of a roadway, we go through an extensive public outreach process, and that has been our practice all along. And on projects that have bicycle and pedestrian elements, we definitely go through the bike committee and bikeway and walkability committee. So we do go through that extensive review process, and we'll continue doing that. Mm-hmm. And we can always do better, and we'll continue to do that.
So excuse me, I think I'm falling apart as the night goes on. So even for these smaller threshold projects, if it is a kind of a project where there would be, I don't know, public users, I guess, I don't know what else, as opposed to, elevator shaft or something, there'd still be that public outreach as part of the design process, and this is just a matter of accepting the final design. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Seeing no one else in the queue, open this item up for public comment. We got the diehards here tonight.
Flo Martin, I'm speaking as a member of the Bikeway and Walkability Committee, and I am requesting that any infrastructure changes or repaving come before the Bikeway and Walkability Committee before the paint is laid on the ground. Recently, just happened to be that some cyclists were on California Street and saw preliminary dotting and lines for bike lanes that were directed straight into driveways. And we did some hollering and screaming, and fortunately the repaving was done properly and the bike lanes were marked properly for safety purposes. So I'm requesting that Bikeway and Walkability Committee get to take a look at all the redesigning of streets and bike lanes. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, close public comment. Oh, Mr. Devoto?
I second what Flo said.
Okay. We can't really address that in this motion, but noted. Councilmember Moore.
Yeah, I'll move to approve the item.
Okay, Councilmember Chavez.
Second.
Okay, call for the question.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay. Item number 5.
Establishment of a Section 115 trust fund for unfunded pension obligations and professional services agreement with PARS for Section 115 trust fund administration and investment management services. Presentation by Ms. Telford, Finance Director.
I'm sad that Ms. Guinness is not here because this was something she's been talking about for years. Ms. Telford.
She gets.
Hello again. I did not prepare a formal presentation, but I do have a brief overview. In 2018, City Council took actions to begin setting aside funds to address our increasing pension liabilities. To date, City Council has committed $1.75 million for this purpose, and in 2018 gave staff direction to research the use of a Section 115 trust and bring forth recommendations to Council. In our evaluations, we considered 3 options. 1, hold on to the funds in the general fund and earmark them in our accounting system. 2, make a lump sum payment to CalPERS. Or 3, create an irrevocable Section 115 trust and transfer the money so they remain irrevocably dedicated to pensions. After thorough consideration, we determined that the Section 115 trust was the most beneficial at this time. We conducted an RFP and received 2 proposals, with PARS being the lowest cost to the city. The costs represent 6 basis points, or 0.6% of the funds on deposit, which is estimated to cost approximately $10,000. Therefore, we recommend the City Council approve a resolution authorizing the establishment of a Section 115 trust with PARS and appoint the Finance Director as Treasurer to be the Plan Administrator, and approve the Professional Services Agreement with PARS for Trust Fund Administration and Investment Management Services. Approval of this item would address City Council Goal Number 3, fiscal sustainability, by addressing the city's pension obligations responsibly and creatively. I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Nope. Okay. Open this item up for public comment. Mr. Taboda.
You should have flip-flopped the council there. All the 1 through 8 should have been first. Okay. I urge the council to approve the establishment of 115 Trust. Several years ago, FIPAC recommended the establishment of a trust, and shortly thereafter, the city set aside $1 million and then subsequently set aside an additional $750K. Couple points. Costa Mesa will not be alone. Several other cities in Orange County have established 115 trusts. I believe this is a prudent and sound use of funds. The city is facing financial challenges in the near term, and the trust will provide a fallback position if needed. Some people may be concerned because it is an irrevocable trust, and the city feel that the funds may be constrained. Feel the trust will limit council's ability in the future to spend money on projects or programs. I think this is a false argument. This will not be a problem. The city is spending over $20 million annually on pensions. Collectively, between pensions and OPEB costs, the city has an IOU of $350 million. The city will have plenty of opportunity to spend this money in the 115 trust. Also, in the staff report on the CAFR, as reported earlier, talked about one of the items on the exceptions the auditor found was the unfunded defined benefit plan, which is another word for pensions. Collectively, I think, compared to some other cities in Orange County, even though the city has been paying an additional $700 to $800K into CalPERS annually, Costa Mesa is behind the ball on making advances or advance payments on either OPEB or pensions. Other cities have done a lot. I know Huntington Beach has, certainly Newport has. Irvine. So this is, I think this is another effort of Costa Mesa to make a stand and make some more progress on paying down pensions or reserving money to pay for pensions. Thanks.
Thank you. No one else wishing to speak? We'll close the public comment. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
I move to approve the item.
Councilman Reynolds? Second. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, did you want to speak to the item?
Yeah, so we've been talking about this for a lot of years. By the way, by doing this, are we committing to fund the 115 trust, or do we have to do that in a separate? In this motion, in this staff report?
I think we would have to, I think we would need to come back to formally appropriate it, or we can do it as a part of, it'll take a little bit of time to set up the trust so we can appropriate it in the 2021 budget cycle.
Oh, okay.
And make the transfer at that point.
Okay, good. Well, that's good. I think we're on the right direction. I mean, we've been talking about addressing the pension issue for many years. I was on the Pension Oversight Committee back in 2013, and we had some ideas, and some of them we've implemented. For example, we prepay our normal cost, which saves us a lot of money on an annual basis, and we implemented that at the request of that old committee. We do that now. This is another thing that we can do. It's a hedge against future pension costs, and as Mr. Tabota pointed out, and he's exactly right, the fact that it's restricted and can only be used for some pension-related costs, whether it be paying down the underfunded liability or paying the normal costs or paying OPEB too, right? You can pay OPEB with it?
No, paying OPEB would require a separate 115 trust,
right.
which we will more than likely consider as a part of a subcommittee that FIPAC has
Thanks.
created.
It's good anyway. I'm still sticking with it. But I think it's really good because, as Mr. Tabota pointed out, in the foreseeable future, we're always going to have a need to pay our pension obligations. It's not going to go away. It's a big part of our budget. And so it's no different than having the money unrestricted in that sense, because you pay money out of the trust, you save the money you have to spend from unrestricted funds. So it's a good idea. I'm glad we're doing it, and I support it.
Madam Mayor. Reynolds.
Yeah, so I think this is the last of a bundle of kind of finance improvement items. So thank you for bringing these to us to address both efficiency, getting things moving, and the pension piece. Thank you for your work.
Thank you. And can I just get a clarification? I thought it's 1.75 that we're actually putting into the trust. Is that?
If I may, if the council so wishes, we could add a recommendation to appropriate the 1.75 and transfer the money to PARS as soon as the trust is formally set up. We can add
Would the
that
maker
to
of
the
the motion
recommendations.
Support that?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I thought.
That's what I thought we were doing too. Okay.
Sorry, that was an oversight.
Okay, Councilmember Reynolds, do you support that? Yep. Okay. Okay, I support the motion. Wow, this is awesome. We're checking things off our list. This is fantastic. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, council. Ready to go. Making us more fiscally healthy. Call for the question.
Motion carries 5-0.
Can't believe we talked about that for so many years and how quickly we voted on it tonight.
All right. Number 6, award a professional services agreement to Gillis Chapin Architects for architectural and engineering services for the design of the Costa Mesa PD shooting range upgrade.
Thank you. Acting Chief Glass, are you the presenter or Mr. Sethuraman? Okay.
Madam Mayor, so this is for the award of a preference service agreement for design services for PD shooting range project, and it's to award this to Gillis Chapin Architects. No, the PD range was built decades ago, and it's not in compliance with current standards. The range has limited capabilities and also poor ventilation systems, requiring substantial periodic maintenance. So the upgrade of the range of one of the highest priorities for PD, and it's needed to meet peace officer standard and training standards for firearms. Consequently, we budget about $377,000 in current and prior year budgets. So staff issued an RFP for this, and we got 3 proposals. GPA was determined to be the most qualified to perform the work, and they have worked on similar projects for other agencies in Orange County. As I mentioned, the budget for the design is within our available funding, appropriated funding. It is anticipated that we will need additional funding in future fiscal years once design is completed for construction. So we'll have a full scope of the project once the design is completed, and we think it's going to be about another $800,000, which we will request in multiple fiscal years depending on the schedule. Chief Glass is here to answer any questions as to the use of the range and benefits of having this facility in-house. Again, if you have any other questions, we both can answer them.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Given our previous approvals in this meeting, is this an example of a contract that would no longer come in front of council?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Reynolds, this will definitely come to you because it's going to be more than $200,000.
You're asking for a $99,000 design contract.
Exactly, and on design contracts, on design awards like this, $50,000 and above will come to you for award. On construction, it's $200,000 and above.
I see. So this is under the procurement piece. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other questions. Acting Chief Glass, did you want to add anything?
Good evening. No, I think this is important for our organization. It's been brought up on other council meetings and approved, but after the assessment was done, a lot more work needs to be done just to the interior and the remodel of the part that was not done back in 2008, 2009, when the rest of the police department was remodeled. So it's overdue and something that will just improve the ability of that and our ability to get the training that's required for our staff.
I remember that meeting, and I remember Lieutenant Epperson brought this up, and I tried to get them to do it, but now we're doing it. Okay. Let's see. Any public comment on this item?
On page 2 of the annual budget, I'm paraphrasing here, but it says, states that the city will have to rethink how it performs its duties and expectations of residents. I personally believe this is about the two or three most important sentences in the budget. Requires out-of-the-box thinking. 3 things that have been mentioned: joint use of a police shooting range, consolidation of the communications effort, because we have 50% openings or 50% openings in that area, unable to fill those positions for 9 months or so, and also potential consolidation of the specialized mechanic that was approved a while back. If Costa Mesa needs a specialized mechanic, I'm sure Newport Beach does, or Huntington Beach, or Fountain Valley also. In the staff report, however, the current preliminary cost estimate for construction has increased from $227K to $1.1 million. No other explanation, no nothing. And now staff says, okay, approve this design and we'll worry about the other $800,000 labor. No, you don't get to do that. There needs to be an explanation of how come this cost increased fourfold. I understand estimate's an estimate, and it's going to change some with the final price, but not 4 times as much, 5 times as much. There needs to be an explanation before you fund any more additional money on why this project is now going to cost $1.1 just for the construction plus the design cost. which also begs the question, if maybe it made sense to try and do some kind of consolidation on a shooting range with another city at $377K, how about for $1.3, $1.4 million? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Acting Chief Glass, if you can address the issue of consolidating with or partnering with others. As I understand it, the budgeted amount that was previously set aside really wasn't related to any particular estimates or anything. It was just capturing money to hold while we built a pot of money to be able to move forward with this project. Is that right?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
The money that was set aside in the budget was not based on a design or formal design of that facility. And when we initially it was thought we could do minor upgrades to the facility too. We looked at different options, but looking at what's needed, it requires a very substantial redo of that facility, and that's why it changed in this manner. Again, Acting Chief Glass can elaborate on that aspect also.
So again, the first request was initially for equipment, replacing the rails, the shooting lanes inside the range, redoing the equipment that's required to retrieve and control the targets as they're going, storage units that were required for rifles, 40 millimeters, different things. So that's where the initial funding was. After assessment was done in the public services, that's where the different issues inside with the electrical system, ventilation, baffling, the walls, and all the other aspects of it that were not covered in the remodel. There's a greater problem in there than just getting equipment and putting it in a bad room is what we were going to be doing, and that's where we're at this point. In regards to consolidation, I was part in when the city was looking at consolidating everything. I was involved in a bunch of those different groups. And just with the range, again, for us, we have post requirements we have to do. We have our internal department requirements. We're a department of 136 sworn. Each one of those 136 have to qualify. And then 3 reserves that qualify, and then our arson investigators at the fire department. For us, our requirements are bi-monthly handgun qualification, annually, at least once. We're doing 12-gauge shotgun and 40 millimeter sims, less lethal. Quarterly, we do our patrol rifle zeroing and qualification. There's times that come up, we have to have specialized training going on that we tailor to an officer in a situation, just run them through drills that aren't just regular qualification, but to improve upon their proficiency as well as to get them comfortable in an environment, shoot, don't shoot situations. So it's continuous training. So when you start looking at consolidation, sounds good, but when you look for what we need for our organization operations, you start looking at what's our options. Westminster PD has a training facility. That's 11 miles away. You'll have an officer that's going to be out either being taken from the field on a regular basis, at least hour and a half, at least, best case scenario. Going to Westminster, we'd have to look at Rahagi's where we go to for some of our rifle training already, so now we're going all the way towards Corona on a regular basis. So if we're doing that just for patrol rifle, we're going to be spending a lot of money in overtime. When you start looking at the impacts of going to another facility, external range fees and costs that come with it, just the logistics of us scheduling range time and then competing with other interests. Right now, patrol comes in, our 410 day shift will come in, we'll have them right before they go out and go 10-8 after briefing. They get qualified or they do it as they come back and forth. We're not affecting operations. We're not affecting services out in the community. We also cover across the board. Don't forget, we have 24/7 shifts going on. So we're able to even do that with our 312 that come in on Friday day shift, our PM shifts. So we fluctuate our range master so we have that staffing to accommodate those different schedules. So just the logistics of scheduling and not competing with everybody else. We were outside transporting ammunition, targets, rifles that are required. We'd be reducing our field staffing if we're going to start having them go to these locations outside and not just doing it on their regular workday. It takes 15, 20 minutes and they're back in service when they're doing it during their hours. Police vehicles and city vehicles going back and forth to wherever that location is. And then just the required overtime just for our 312, all of our 312 shifts, plus then our PM and AM shifts that we wouldn't be able to accommodate as easy.
Okay, thank you. Okay, council, is there a motion? Councilmember Marr.
Thank you. That was very detailed. Yes, I move to approve the item, and I'd like to speak to it after I get a second.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens?
I second the item. I'd like to speak too when I get a chance.
Councilman Marr, can you ask for the cue again? There we go. Okay.
Thank you for that very detailed explanation. I've spent a lot of time on a range in a past life, and so I was going to attempt to give part of that, but you did a very good job like explaining the whole piece of it. So while I am all for creative solutions, especially when it comes to finances, I think that one of the things that we need to prioritize that you didn't mention is our recruitment efforts. The fact that we have a range downstairs with the access that you described so that you can maintain proficiency in what is a fundamental part of your job as a police officer, I think is just one more benefit that we need to include in as we try to recruit and as we try to bring people into the city and show what we have to offer. And then the second piece of it, again, Raja, thank you for elaborating. I think a lot of people just assume it's like a room with like, a paper on a rail that moves back and forth, right? But just the ventilation and the acoustics and everything else that needs to be a part of a range is important. So from an engineering perspective, there's actually quite a bit there. So thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens?
Thank you. I've never been on a range before, but unlike Council Member Marr, but maybe someday. But yes. Well, so I have two quick questions. So I understand and totally agree with you and agree with Councilmember Marr. It was a really great, concise presentation. I appreciated all that. But is there capacity for us to share our facility with another agency to defray some of the costs?
After we were fully developed and we had this going, we could look at if there was an agency that would be interested coming in. But again, the issue would be the scheduling. We have a pretty good size department for a 4 to 5 lane. It's probably going to be 4 lanes when completely done. So it's not that big for a large department, but it could be used. I know we've had agencies that have asked about using it before. I think Huntington Beach one time was asking about doing time, but it never moved forward just based on their need is a lot more than ours. A lot bigger agency. It's something that could be considered or put out there as an offer.
Okay, and then I forget when we did our motions on the budget, and I know we addressed this range. Did we have something in there where we've planned the timing of completing the range? Was that within that 2 or 3 year period that we addressed or not?
So no, that was not in the plan that finance and myself or the police department put together and came 2 months ago with you, no.
So what's your expectation of when the range would be up and ready?
I'll defer.
Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, the design would take approximately a year for completion. So we hope by early next year we can come for construction award. And again, we anticipate this spanning couple fiscal years. So we'll look at budgeting some next fiscal year and some the following fiscal year.
My final question is this something where there might be some grant opportunities to help us supplement or subsidize the cost?
I'm not aware on the PD side of any grants that we could be used for that.
All right, thank you. I still support the motion.
Thank you. I'll support the motion. And I think that this is a good example of when we're building these new facilities or when we're remodeling facilities, we shouldn't leave any piece out because it's just over time just costs us more money. And so thank you for addressing this and coming up with a solution. And I agree with Councilmember Marr that this is a recruitment, this is very much a recruitment issue. I've heard this for years. So happy to support this. Let's call for the question.
Motion carries
Okay.
5-0.
All right, 3 more. Nope, 2 more.
Item number 7 is approval of a professional services agreement with Dixon Resources Unlimited for a citywide parking study of the residential permit parking program.
Okay. Mr. Sethuraman, he's got musical chairs here tonight.
Madam Mayor, Yeah, Jennifer Rosales is supposed to be making this, but she is out ill, so
Oh, okay.
you're stuck with me for the next two presentations.
That's okay. Brief presentation. We know we have a parking problem.
Yes. So this is for an agreement with Dixon Resources Unlimited for conduct of a citywide parking study on residential permit parking. So there was some discussion earlier about impacts in our downtown area. So that's a separate study that we'll be going after. So this is more focused on the residential permit parking. So the most recent guidelines for implementation of permit parking was adopted in January 2016. And this is a result of, we have observed and received complaints of parking impacts in neighborhoods due to parking intrusion caused either by residents from adjacent neighborhoods or from nearby commercial areas. So the reasons for having these parking impacts are many. We have the number of persons per household and the number of vehicles per household are increasing. They have gone up in the last few years. Older neighborhoods are designed with lower parking demand. We have many with single-car garages. We have limited visitor parking, insufficient parking in multifamily developments. And in many areas, the garages are being used for storage. And more recently, I heard that some multifamily are charging for parking too. So that's displacing people to neighborhoods. So the implementation, we also found that the implementation of permit parking, while it addresses concerns in that particular street, it causes displacement of vehicles to other streets, and it expands this parking challenge. So City Council, when we met in early 2019 to look at our goals and objectives, we identified parking issue as one of the key goals, and it's goal 5. And so this project follows on that goal, and it reviews city's practices and will identify solutions and recommendations to address parking issues as it relates to residential permit parking. The scope of work includes extensive outreach with affected stakeholders through meetings, interviews, and surveys. The parking analysis will review of existing and future conditions. The way it's structured is most of the analysis will be conducted in districts 4 and 5, but the results could be applied citywide. So it's because of the funding we kind of structured in that manner. Dixon will use their expertise. They have conducted similar studies in other cities throughout Orange County, and they'll use their expertise to develop alternative parking strategies and also an implementation plan. So they were selected from 5 proposals that we got. So staff members from city, as well as from City of Anaheim. So we had an outside rater also in this one, and they went through all the proposals, and Dixon was selected in that. And as I mentioned, they did studies in Anaheim, Newport Beach, Seal Beach, Laguna Beach in Orange County. Here is a schedule. We think the study could take 6 to 9 months. Here's a schedule from the proposal that shows, they have multiple visits, site visits, and data collection points. And it includes a lot of interaction with impacted residents, with property owners, with some homeowners associations too, where applicable, and they'll come to City Council for a study session and finally for a council presentation. The total amount of the contract, including the 10% contingency, is about $145,000, and this will come from non-departmental budget. So staff requests City Council approval of recommendation. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you. Any questions, council? Seeing none. Open up for public comment. Does anyone wish to speak to this item? Seeing no one. Council, is there a motion? Councilmember Chavez.
I move to move the item, then I'll comment later on why.
Okay. Is there a second? Did you push the button?
I did.
Yeah, second.
Okay. Okay. Councilmember Reynolds?
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Chavez, did you want to speak to the motion?
Yes, so I will be brief because it's almost midnight and that's an important time for us. Thank you, staff, for finally bringing this up to the table. This is one of the biggest things I've been fighting for since I got on the dais is addressing the impacts of parking in District 4 and 5 particularly, as well as other areas in the city, such as around Coolidge Street near Paulino and other areas as well. Parking is a big part of quality of life. If we fix parking for most of the city, we're able to get better quality of life for the citizens and make everyone a bit happier. So I just say thank you to staff. This is an amazing proposal. Read it through and through, and all the ideas we have here are amazing ideas that could work. So thank you, guys.
Okay, Councilmember Reynolds?
Yeah, I'm seconding, obviously support the motion. Really excited to see this moving forward. I had 3 things I wanted to make sure. I'm pretty sure they're included. Just want to say them out loud. We want to make sure that the outreach includes Spanish language outreach. Want to make sure that there's also a look at parking citations. I think that'll provide a lot of insight on parking issues by neighborhood. I didn't see that in the list. And then I want to make sure, we are already aware of a lot of very specific areas that are having issues now. And so rather than do a lot of analysis and come up with solutions towards the end of the year that we then implement the end of the year, early next year, want to make sure that we have a good feedback mechanism with the contractors so that we can start working on implementing some quick fixes to alleviate some of the issues now.
Great suggestions. I'm going to go with Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
Okay, I support the motion. I definitely see parking as kind of a bifurcated issue. This is primarily about residential parking. I think we need to address as a city residential parking, and it's also a matter that requires some study. However, I do agree with what Councilmember Reynolds just said, that there's some areas where there's a specific problem, there's consensus on it, and we don't have to analyze it to death. There's going to be some solution that will come out of this early, and then we should address it and act. The other half of it is commercial parking. So in general, my feeling is a lot more kind of laissez-faire with respect to commercial parking, with the exception of certain pockets. And as I mentioned before, that area over by Hennessy's, Side Street Cafe, the cyclist, it's really bad. That's one area that everybody can agree on, and there seems to be some solutions there. So there was some discussion, I can't remember whether it was in this report or somebody else talked about it, about doing another report and another study that related to commercial parking. I think, I'd rather see some more action than study. You can study these things and analyze them to death, but if you tell the folks at Side Street Cafe that their business is down and in 9 months we're going to do an RFP to do a study and we're going to address the parking somehow, some way in another 2 years, meanwhile their business is down. And I don't want businesses like Side Street Cafe to go bye-bye. Okay, so that's something we know about. Phooey on the studies. Let's solve the problem.
Okay, I'll be supporting the motion as well and agree with everything. I want to just make sure, Mr. Sethur-Robin, Spanish language outreach would be included, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and review of the parking citations included in the analysis?
Yes,
Okay.
on all points.
Okay, and then I agree in terms of if there's things where we already know there's an issue and there's a solution that's quick, let's implement. I am concerned that we know we have a problem on Vanguard. That's been a documented concern. Will this take into consideration looking at Vanguard or not?
So, we will look into Vanguard. We just added more parking on Vanguard actually not too long ago. So,
Okay.
So we did some improvements on that. I would say 6 months ago.
Right.
So
It might just be an operational issue by
could
the
be.
university that we should probably address.
We'll take a look at it.
And then, literally right before you spoke about how some multifamily are starting to charge, I had wrote that statement down to remind myself to bring that up to you. And that is true. And
I do think that that's maybe working with the planning department to review the CUPs for some of these multifamily housing developments, especially on Fairview and Adams. A lot of them are starting to charge for parking. And so as a result, all that does is you've got a bunch of college students living there, and so they're parking all in the residential neighborhoods because, of course, they don't want to pay for parking to park where they live. And I don't think it's even allowed under their CUPs. So maybe there's a way we can address that issue just simply by looking at all the CUPs to see if it allows for charging for parking, sending a notice to some of these developments to let them know that they're not allowed to charge for parking, because that's just contributing to our overall parking problem.
Yes, Madam Mayor, we'll work with planning on that.
Okay, wonderful. Call for the question.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, last one. Oh, yeah,
Wait, hold on.
move to extend past midnight.
Second.
Call for the question.
Wait, I gotta get there. Okay, can you do the move in a second again? There you go. All right. There we go.
Did you second?
Yeah, I did.
Call for the question.
It's,
Push your second again.
I'm locked out 'cause I already voted.
Councilmember Mar. There you go. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay.
Thank you. All right.
Okay, number 8.
Okay. Number 8 is pedestrian master plan presentation by Mr. Seth Rahman.
Madam Mayor, members of City Council, this is a presentation on the master plan, pedestrian master plan. So the council approved the active transportation plan in June 2018. The active transportation plan has a significant focus on bicycle elements, and it has a long list of bicycle projects in it. And the study actually identified a need to develop a pedestrian master plan in future. So staff has been actively seeking grant opportunities for master plan from various sources. In April 2019, SCAG contacted the city and informed that there is $125,000 in funding from Sustainable Planning Grant that could be applied towards this pedestrian master plan. However, they said they're limited with this funding with 125, and city will have to cover the rest of the funding. And they also have an upper limit of $200,000 as part of this particular project. So the project scope is consistent with City Council adopted Goal 5 to initiate the pedestrian master plan. The project scope includes engagement with city's Bikeway and Walkability Committee and accommodates their participation in various activities, including walk audits. These audits will focus on suggested routes to school, as well as streets identified as pedestrian opportunity zones in the active transportation plan. So this map it shows the ones that are in pink are the pedestrian opportunity zones, and in blue, these are the suggested routes to school. So there are many routes throughout the city that fall in that category. So the results of the study would be a recommended pedestrian improvement list, as well as an implementation strategy. As part of this program, SCAG administers the consultant contract. They go through the process of soliciting bids. We did participate in the bidding process, in the interview process, but they go through all the selection and contract awarding and all that process. However, the consultant will perform all the work under city direction. So we'll be directing the consultant. So SCAG received 4 proposals, and they will begin negotiations following City Council approval of a city funding contribution. They want to wait till they get confirmation that they have all the funding before they start negotiations. They hope to award the project by March, so we can start the project in March, and we should be completing this project by early next year. As I mentioned, the funding is mainly $125,000 is coming from SCAG, and the remaining 75,000 is from city, and we recommend that it come from available traffic impact fee funds. In conclusion, staff requests City Council recommendation to allocate the funding of $75,000 and authorize me to sign the commitment letter. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Seeing no questions in the queue, open this item up to public comment. Last one.
I'm going to express a little frustration initially. I've been a member of the Bikeway and Walkability Committee since its inception 5 years ago. For these 5 years, as a longtime pedestrian in Costa Mesa from all over town, I have expressed wishes for crosswalks, for hawk signals, and the standard response has been, we'd be happy to take a look at that. And that's where it ends. There's a crying need for pedestrian-friendly Costa Mesa. Sidewalks are dangerous, they're cracked, and they're broken. Many streets all over town don't even have sidewalks or missing chunks of sidewalks. Harbor Boulevard on the west side between 19th and Wilson, which I recently walked when I went from my house to the senior center, has no sidewalks and tons of decrepit old driveways that are falling apart. Many intersections have no crosswalks or missing crosswalks. For example, Mesa Verde Drive East has a light signal. It has a crosswalk going from west to east on the north side of Adams, from north to south, from east to west, back to the west side of Mesa Verde, but no leg of crosswalk on the west side of that intersection. Why? I don't know. And there are school kids that cross that area. I have walked with them. I have screamed at them when they've run the red light running across the street. You mentioned Sidewalk Cafe. There's a desperate need for a crosswalk at Park and 18th, West 18th Street. Folks could park at the Women's Club, they could park at the library, they could cross West 18th and head straight for Hennessy's and have a nice mug of beer. I participated last week in a walk audit at College Park School, and the results that I saw, and I took lots of pictures that I posted on Facebook, curled my teeth. That is such a dangerous area, especially Wilson. There is no crosswalk and no light signal between Fairview and the Home Depot intersection. That's at least a mile of Wilson. And kids live on the south side of Wilson, but they don't dare walk. They have to drive. Our streets are public spaces, and pedestrians have just as much right to use them as drivers. I suggest that you vote yes. Put your money where your mouth is. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Taboda?
I concur with what Flo said. Also, I participated in the walk audit last week at College Park, but kids are walking to school south of Wilson. The last 2 years, I participated in the walk to school day and was at College Park, and both times we had police escorts to go across Wilson. They had to stop traffic. Normally, the kids don't have that, and there's no crosswalks, as mentioned. About a month ago, we did a walk audit of Bernard and Charlie Streets, and that was an eye-opener. Councilwoman Arliss was there. Councilwoman Reynolds was there. And that was an eye-opener, especially on Charlie. The sidewalk was very intermittent and in poor shape where there was sidewalks in many cases. So I definitely concur with this need for the pedestrian master plan walk audit. I think it's appropriate that traffic impact fees are used to fund this. If more people are walking, maybe we'll have less traffic and less parking problems. Question, though, in the staff report, it talks about a a period of performance of a year. On the RFP, it says 18 months. So I'd like, hopefully it's, I parrot what Mayor Pro Tem said, let's make it a year. Let's make it as short as possible. So somebody explain, is it 18 months or a year, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to close public comment. I'm going to move approval of the recommended action to increase the budget adjustment and appropriate $75,000 from unassigned fund balance in the Traffic Impact Fees Fund for support of the SCAG Pedestrian Master Plan project, and authorize the City Manager and Public Services Director to sign a commitment letter to SCAG for the local match of the grant for the project. Councilmember Reynolds?
Second.
Okay, I'll speak the motion, then I'll give you the floor. This is, agree with you, Ms. Martin, that we've been too slow to get here. But we all up here that are left here tonight, we've only been here together for 1 year. And I think we're doing amazing to get all these things that we've all wanted to do for many, many years accomplished. And we couldn't do it without our amazing staff, who I know are working very hard to try to help us get all this stuff done and catch up with what I think the community has wanted us to focus on for a long time. So thank you for your patience. We're on a roll. We're checking off many boxes tonight, and I cannot wait for Mr. Locke to present to us all of our council priority goal accomplishments for this last year, because I think you're all going to be kind of amazed at how much we've gotten done. So thank you. Councilman Reynolds.
Yeah, I am thrilled for this project because it checks many boxes beyond the identifying where we need to improve pedestrian infrastructure. I'm also really excited that we're working with SCAG. I've gotten to know the folks there quite a bit over the last year, and they're super excited about what we're doing in the city in general and being part of this project. I know we had a good relationship with them through the Merrimack effort as well. A few things I spoke to Mr. Setharaman about that I'm interested in seeing in this project, and my understanding is that it is included in the scope as part of the outreach process, using equipment that SCAG actually has, this kit of parts to do real pop-up demonstrations as part of community engagement. I think that'll help create a lot more interest in the community around this effort, especially around schools. So I'm glad that we have the Safe Routes to Schools in there. And then the same, I think where we can, as much as possible, start to really implement improvements, pedestrian safety improvements through the process, as opposed to kind of waiting and bringing projects in. I've seen some around town already. I know we're equipped for that. I think it's also an opportunity. Always looking for ways to leverage everything out of the dollars that we spend. So achieving walk-friendly city status is something that's in our circulation element in the general plan. And I confirmed that this contractor will be collecting basically all of the data that we need for that. So being able to push that forward at the same time is really exciting. This project will improve the pedestrian safety and make it fun to walk around the city. I'm excited that it focuses on our downtown corridors in addition to Safe Routes to School. I think there's going to be a really fun community engagement aspect, which just builds on public safety as we get more eyes on the street and more people getting to know their neighbors as part of this process. I think there's a real opportunity for a community health piece, which Ms. Price, I know, is one of your specialties, getting people out walking together. And it feeds into economic development. There are a lot of studies that show a strong correlation between a walkable city and robust local businesses. So many, many, many positives. I can't wait till March. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
So I support the motion wholeheartedly. I just want to mention a couple of things. And Councilmember Reynolds will back me up on this. I'll add another intersection, Wallace and 19th. Yeah. There needs to be a crosswalk there. There's people that risk their lives every 5 minutes on that area. So this is really, it is about public safety. not just people walking around. It's really important. But I want to bring up some continuity because, you know, a lot of this stuff, you don't see it all until it all kind of snaps together. So in October of this year, Jennifer Rosales and Raja did some really good job in the traffic impact fee ad hoc committee. And they were able to convince that committee, and I had to cuff it up a little bit with some of the guys on the committee, but that's all right. We did it together. We worked as a team, and we got them to agree that some of this ad hoc, traffic impact fee money could be allocated toward active transportation projects. It's also part of our fiscal responsibility because, but for that work that you did there in that committee, and I want to also mention that the city attorney did some good work on that because remember it came back to us twice. But for that, in order to do the matching, we'd have to take it out of the general fund. Okay, so that was really good work that you were doing. So you, Jennifer, Kim Barlow, to a lesser extent me when I was cuffing it up with those people. It's all part of a plan where we all work together in many things, and it snaps together on something like this where we can make our city not just walkable because to be walkable, but we can save lives. So thank you for the work that you've done on this item. It's really good.
I'm going to take it even further because, but for us forming the Bike and Walkability Committee, and but for Councilmember Marr being the then member on the Bikeability and Walkability Committee and asking about the traffic impact fees at that time, we wouldn't then be here talking about it now. So it all works together and it's just beautiful. Call for the question.
Councilmember Marr, please. Motion carries 5-0.
All right, thank you. Did we get it? Okay, and hold on. We haven't yet. I haven't done that yet. Let's see. Okay, now we have additional councilmember committee reports, comments, and suggestions. Council, if you have anything, ask for it in the queue. I see. Oh, Councilmember Marr.
Sorry, I just really liked former Councilmember Elise's mandate for us to lead with our hearts, but also be wise. So I'm going to think about that tonight.
Okay, good. I think we do that every meeting. Okay, well, thank you all for your patience and for sticking with us. Thank you to the council for sticking with us. I'm really proud of the work that we're doing. And I would like to adjourn the meeting in honor and recognition of Mike Healy, Sharon Ria, Trudy Oleg Hall, Joan Irvine Smith, and I would also add Terry and Jason Webster's mom. Unfortunately, I don't know her name, but I know that she passed just a couple days ago. I know. So thank you, everybody. Good night.